This video features 6 classic whodunits by mystery masters. Timestamps for each story are included in the video description. Before we begin, I invite you to pause for a moment and share in the comments where in the world you're listening from and what time of day it is for you. A Difficult Problem by Katharine Green. A lady to see you, sir. I looked up and was at once impressed by the grace and beauty of the person thus introduced to me. "Is there anything I can do to serve you?" I asked. Rising, she cast me a childlike look full of trust and candor as she seated herself in the chair I pointed out to her. "I believe so. I hope so," she earnestly assured me. I am in great trouble. I have just lost my husband, but it is not that. It is the slip of paper I found on my dresser, and which? She was trembling violently, and her words were fast becoming incoherent. I calmed her and asked her to relate her story just as it had happened, and after a few minutes of silent struggle, she succeeded in collecting herself sufficiently to respond with some degree of connection and self-possession. "I have been married 6 months. My name is Lucy Holmes. For the last few weeks, my husband and myself have been living in an apartment house on 59th Street, and as we had not a care in the world, we were very happy till Mr. Holmes was called away on business to Philadelphia. This was 2 weeks ago. 5 days later I received an affectionate letter from him in which he promised to come back the next day, and the news so delighted me that I accepted an invitation to the theater from some intimate friends of ours. The next morning I naturally felt fatigued and rose late, but I was very cheerful, for I expected my husband at noon. And now comes the perplexing mystery. In the course of dressing myself, I stepped to my bureau, and seeing a small newspaper slip attached to the cushion by a pin, I drew it off and read it. It was a death notice, and my hair rose and my limbs failed me as I took in its fatal and incredible words. "Died this day at the Colonnade. James Forsyth, DeWitt Holmes." New York papers, please copy. James Forsyth, DeWitt Holmes, was my husband, and his last letter, which was at that very moment lying beside the cushion, had been dated from the Colonnade. Was I dreaming, or under the spell of some frightful hallucination which led me to misread the name on the slip of paper before me? I could not determine. My head, throat, and chest seemed bound about with iron, so that I could neither speak nor breathe with freedom. And, suffering thus, I stood staring at this demoniacal bit of paper which, in an instant, had brought the shadow of death upon my happy life. Nor was I at all relieved when, a little later, I flew with a notice into a neighbor's apartment, and praying her to read it for me, found that my eyes had not deceived me, and that the name was indeed my husband's, and the notice one of death. Not from my own mind, but from hers, came the first suggestion of comfort. "It cannot be your husband who is meant," said she, "but someone of the same name. Your husband wrote to you yesterday, and this person must have been dead at least 2 days for the printed notice of his decease to have reached New York. Someone has remarked the striking similarity of names, and wishing to startle you, cut the slip out and pinned it on your cushion." I certainly knew of no one inconsiderate enough to do this, but the explanation was so plausible, I at once embraced it and sobbed aloud in my relief. But in the midst of my rejoicing, I heard the bell ring in my apartment, and running thither, encountered a telegraph boy holding in his outstretched hand the yellow envelope which so often bespeaks death or disaster. The sight took my breath away. Summoning my maid, whom I saw hastening towards me from an inner room, I begged her to open the telegram for me. "Sir," I saw in her face, before she had read the first line, a confirmation of my very worst fears. My husband was. The young widow choked with her emotions, paused, recovered herself for the second time, and then went on. "I had better show you the telegram." Taking it from her pocketbook, she held it towards me. I read it at a glance. It was short, simple, and direct. "Come at once. Your husband found dead in his room this morning. Doctors say heart disease. Please telegraph." "You see, it says this morning," she explained, placing her delicate finger on the word she so eagerly quoted. "That means a week ago Wednesday, the same day on which the printed slip recording his death was found on my cushion. Do you not see something very strange in this?" I did, but before I ventured to express myself on this subject, I desired her to tell me what she had learned in her visit to Philadelphia. Her answer was simple and straightforward, but little more than you find in this telegram. He died in his room. He was found lying on the floor near the bell button, which he had evidently risen to touch. One hand was clenched on his chest, but his face wore a peaceful look as if death had come too suddenly to cause him much suffering. His bed was undisturbed. He had died before retiring, possibly in the act of packing his trunk, for it was found nearly ready for the expressman. Indeed, there was every evidence of his intention to leave on an early morning train. He had even desired to be awakened at 6 o'clock, and it was his failure to respond to the summons of the bellboy which led to so early a discovery of his death. He had never complained of any distress in breathing, and we had always considered him a perfectly healthy man, but there was no reason for assigning any other cause than heart failure to his sudden death. And so the burial certificate was made out to that effect, and I was allowed to bring him home and bury him in our vault at Woodlawn. But, and here her earnestness dried up the tears which had been flowing freely during this recital of her husband's lonely death and sad burial, do you not think an investigation should be made into a death preceded by a false obituary notice? For I found when I was in Philadelphia that no paragraph, such as I had found pinned to my cushion, had been inserted in any paper there, nor had any other man of the same name ever registered at the Colonnade, much less died there. "Have you this notice with you?" I asked. She immediately produced it, and while I was glancing it over, remarked, "Some persons would give a superstitious explanation to the whole matter. Think I had received a supernatural warning and been satisfied with what they would call a spiritual manifestation. But I have not a bit of such folly in my composition. Living hands set up the type and printed the words which gave me so deathly a shock, and hands, with a real purpose in them, cut it from the paper and pinned it to my cushion for me to see when I woke on that fatal morning." "But whose hands? That is what I want you to discover." I had caught the fever of her suspicions long before this, and now felt justified in showing my interest. "First, let me ask," said I, "who has access to your rooms besides your maid?" "No one. Absolutely no one." "And what of her?" "She is innocence itself. She is no common housemaid, but a girl my mother brought up, who, for love of me, consents to do such work in the household as my simple needs require. I should like to see her." "There is no objection to your doing so, but you will gain nothing by it. I have already talked the subject over with her a dozen times, and she is as much puzzled by it as I am myself. She says she cannot see how anyone could have found an entrance to my room during my sleep, as the doors were all locked. Yet, as she very naturally observes, someone must have done so, for she was in my bedroom herself just before I returned from the theater, and can swear, if necessary, that no such slip of paper was to be seen on my cushion at that time, for her duties led her directly to my bureau and kept her there for full 5 minutes. "And you believed her?" I suggested. "Implicitly." "In what direction, then, do your suspicions turn?" "Alas! In no direction, that is the trouble. I don't know whom to mistrust. It was because I was told that you had the credit of seeing light where others can see nothing but darkness that I have sought your aid in this emergency. For the uncertainty surrounding this matter is killing me, and will make my sorrow quite unendurable if I cannot obtain relief from it." "I do not wonder," I began, struck by the note of truth in her tones. "And I shall certainly do what I can for you, but before we go any further, let us examine this scrap of newspaper and see what we can make out of it." I had already noted 2 or 3 points in connection with it to which I now proceeded to direct her attention. "Have you compared this notice," I pursued, "with such others as you find every day in the papers, No, was her eager answer. Is it not like them all? Read, was my quiet interruption. On this day at the colonnade, on what day the date is usually given in all the bona fide notices I have seen. Is it? She asked, her eyes moist with unshed tears, opening widely in her astonishment. Look in the papers on your return home and see, then the print. Observe that the type is identical on both sides of this make-believe clipping, while in fact there is always a perceptible difference between that used in the obituary column and that to be found in the columns devoted to other matter. Notice also, I continued, holding up the scrap of paper between her and the light, that the alignment on one side is not exactly parallel with that on the other, a discrepancy which would not exist if both sides had been printed on a newspaper press. These facts lead me to conclude, first, that the effort to match the type exactly was the mistake of a man who tries to do too much, and secondly, that one of the sides at least, presumably, that containing the obituary notice, was printed on a hand press on the blank side of a piece of galley proof, picked up in some newspaper office. Let me see. And stretching out her hand with the utmost eagerness, she took the slip and turned it over. Instantly a change took place in her countenance. She sank back in her seat, and a blush of manifest confusion suffused her cheeks. "Oh," she exclaimed, "what will you think of me? I brought this scrap of print into the house myself, and it was I who pinned it on the cushion with my own hands." I remember it now. The sight of those words recalls the whole occurrence. "Then there is one mystery less for us to solve," I remarked somewhat dryly. "Do you think so?" she protested, with a deprecatory look. "For me the mystery deepens, and becomes every minute more serious. It is true that I brought this scrap of newspaper into the house, and that it had, then as now, the notice of my husband's death upon it. But the time of my bringing it in was Tuesday night, and he was not found dead till Wednesday morning. A discrepancy worth noting, I remarked, involving a mystery of some importance, she concluded. I agreed to that, and since we have discovered how the slip came into your room, we can now proceed to the clearing up of this mystery, I observed. You can, of course, inform me where you procured this clipping which you say you brought into the house. Yes. You may think it strange, but when I alighted from the carriage that night, a man on the sidewalk put this tiny scrap of paper into my hand. It was done so mechanically that it made no more impression on my mind than the thrusting of an advertisement upon me. Indeed, I supposed it was an advertisement, and I only wondered that I retained it in my hand at all, but that I did do so, and that, in a moment of abstraction, I went so far as to pin it to my cushion, is evident from the fact that a vague memory remains in my mind of having read this recipe which you see printed on the reverse side of the paper. It was the recipe, then, and not the obituary notice which attracted your attention the night before. Probably. But in pinning it to the cushion, it was the obituary notice that chanced to come uppermost. Oh, why should I not have remembered this till now? Can you understand my forgetting a matter of so much importance? Yes, I allowed, after a momentary consideration of her ingenuous countenance. The words you read in the morning were so startling that they disconnected themselves from those you had carelessly glanced at the night before. That is it, she replied, and since then I have had eyes for the one side only. How could I think of the other? But who could have printed this thing, and who was the man who put it into my hand? He looked like a beggar, but oh, she suddenly exclaimed, her cheeks flushing scarlet and her eyes flashing with a feverish, almost alarming glitter. What is it now? I asked. Another recollection? Yes. She spoke so low I could hardly hear her. He coughed. And what? I encouragingly suggested, seeing that she was under some new and overwhelming emotion. That cough had a familiar sound. Now that I think of it, it was like that of a friend who... But no, I will not wrong him by any false surmises. He would stoop to much, but not to that yet. The flush on her cheeks had died away, but the two vivid spots which remained showed the depth of her excitement, "Do you think," she suddenly asked, "that a man out of revenge might plan to frighten me by a false notice of my husband's death, and that God, to punish him, made the notice a prophecy?" "I think a man influenced by the spirit of revenge might do almost anything," I answered, purposely ignoring the latter part of her question, "but I always considered him a good man. At least I never looked upon him as a wicked one. Every other beggar we meet has a cough. And yet," she added after a moment's pause, "if it was not he who gave me this mortal shock, who was it? He is the only person in the world I ever wronged." "Had you not better tell me his name?" I suggested. "No, I am in too great doubt. I should hate to do him a second injury. You cannot injure him if he is innocent. My methods are very safe, if I could forget his cough. But it had that peculiar catch in it that I remembered so well in the cough of John Graham. I did not pay any especial heed to it at the time. Old days and old troubles were far enough from my thoughts. But now that my suspicions are raised, that low choking sound comes back to me in a strangely persistent way, and I seem to see a well-remembered form in the stooping figure of this beggar. Oh, I hope the good God will forgive me if I attribute to this disappointed man a wickedness he never committed." "Who is John Graham?" I urged. "And what was the nature of the wrong you did him?" She rose, cast me one appealing glance, and perceiving that I meant to have her whole story, turned towards the fire and stood warming her feet before the hearth with her face turned away from my gaze. "I was once engaged to marry him," she began, "not because I loved him, but because we were very poor. I mean my mother and myself, and he had a home and seemed both good and generous. The day came when we were to be married. This was in the West, way out in Kansas, and I was even dressed for the wedding, when a letter came from my uncle here. A rich uncle, very rich, who had never had anything to do with my mother since her marriage. And in it he promised me fortune and everything else desirable in life if I would come to him, unencumbered by any foolish ties. Think of it, and I within half an hour of marriage with a man I had never loved, and now suddenly hated. The temptation was overwhelming, and heartless as my conduct may appear to you, I succumbed to it. Telling my lover that I had changed my mind, I dismissed the minister when he came, and announced my intention of proceeding east as soon as possible. Mr. Graham was simply paralyzed by his disappointment, and during the few days which intervened before my departure, I was haunted by his face, which was like that of a man who had died from some overwhelming shock. But when I was once free of the town, especially after I arrived in New York, I forgot alike his misery and himself. Everything I saw was so beautiful. Life was so full of charm, and my uncle so delighted with me and everything I did. Then there was James Holmes, and after I had seen him. But I cannot talk of that. We loved each other, and under the surprise of this new delight, how could I be expected to remember the man I had left behind me in that barren region in which I had spent my youth? But he did not forget the misery I had caused him. He followed me to New York, and on the morning I was married, found his way into the house, and mixing with the wedding guests, suddenly appeared before me just as I was receiving the congratulations of my friends. At sight of him, I experienced all the terror he had calculated upon causing, but remembering at whose side I stood, I managed to hide my confusion under an aspect of apparent haughtiness. This irritated John Graham, flushing with anger, and ignoring my imploring look, he cried peremptorily, "Present me to your husband." And I felt forced to present him, but his name produced no effect upon Mr. Holmes. I had never told him of my early experience with this man, and John Graham, perceiving this, cast me a bitter glance of disdain and passed on, muttering between his teeth, "False to me and false to him. Your punishment be upon you." And I felt as if I had been cursed. She stopped here, moved by emotions readily to be understood. Then, with quick impetuosity, she caught up the thread of her story and went on. "That was 6 months ago, and again I forgot. My mother died, and my husband soon absorbed my every thought. How could I dream that this man, who was little more than a memory to me and scarcely that, was secretly planning mischief against me? Yet this scrap, about which we have talked so much, may have been the work of his hands. And even my husband's death. She did not finish, but her face, which was turned towards me, spoke volumes. "Your husband's death shall be inquired into," I assured her. And she, exhausted by the excitement of her discoveries, asked that she might be excused from further discussion of the subject at that time. As I had no wish myself to enter any more fully into the matter just then, I readily acceded to her request, and the pretty widow left me. Obviously, the first fact to be settled was whether Mr. Holmes had died from purely natural causes. I accordingly busied myself the next few days with this question, and was fortunate enough to so interest the proper authorities that an order was issued for the exhumation and examination of the body. The result was disappointing. No traces of poison were to be found in the stomach, nor was there to be seen on the body any mark of violence, with the exception of a minute prick upon one of his thumbs. This speck was so small that it escaped every eye but my own. The authorities assuring the widow that the doctor's certificate given her in Philadelphia was correct, he was again interred. But I was not satisfied. Neither do I think she was. I was confident that his death was not a natural one, and entered upon one of those secret and prolonged investigations which have constituted the pleasure of my life for so many years. First, I visited the colonnade in Philadelphia, and being allowed to see the room in which Mr. Holmes died, went through it carefully. As it had not been used since that time, I had some hopes of coming upon a clue. But it was a vain hope, and the only result of my journey to this place was the assurance I received that the gentleman had spent the entire evening preceding his death in his own room, where he had been brought several letters and one small package, the latter coming by mail. With this one point gained, if it was a point, I went back to New York, calling on Mrs. Holmes. I asked her if, while her husband was away, she had sent him anything besides letters, and upon her replying to the contrary, requested to know if, in her visit to Philadelphia, she had noted among her husband's effects anything that was new or unfamiliar to her. For he received a package while there, I explained, and though its contents may have been perfectly harmless, it is just as well for us to be assured of this before going any further. "Oh, you think, then, he was really the victim of some secret violence?" "We have no proof of it," I said. "On the contrary, we are assured that he died from natural causes. But the incident of the newspaper slip outweighs in my mind the doctor's conclusions, and until the mystery surrounding that obituary notice has been satisfactorily explained by its author, I shall hold to the theory that your husband has been made away with in some strange and seemingly unaccountable manner, which it is our duty to bring to light." "You are right. You are right. Oh, John Graham!" She was so carried away by this plain expression of my belief that she forgot the question I had put to her. "You have not told whether or not you found anything among your husband's effects that can explain this mystery," I suggested. She at once became attentive. "Nothing," said she. "His trunks were already packed, and his bag nearly so. There were a few things lying about the room which were put into the latter, but I saw nothing but what was familiar to me among them. At least, I think not. Perhaps we had better look through his trunk and see. I have not had the heart to open it since I came back." As this was exactly what I wished, I said as much, and she led me into a small room, against the wall of which stood a trunk, with a traveling bag on top of it. Opening the latter, she spread the contents out on the trunk. "I know all these things," she sadly murmured, the tears welling in her eyes. "This?" I inquired, lifting up a bit of coiled wire with 2 or 3 little rings dangling from it. "No. Why, what is that?" "It looks like a puzzle of some kind." "Then it is of no consequence. My husband was forever amusing himself over some such contrivance. All his friends knew how well he liked these toys and frequently sent them to him." This one evidently reached him in Philadelphia. Meanwhile, I was eyeing the bit of wire curiously. It was undoubtedly a puzzle, but it had appendages to it that I did not understand. "It is more than ordinarily complicated," I observed, moving the rings up and down in a vain endeavor to work them off. "The better he would like it," said she. I kept on working with the rings. Suddenly I gave a painful start. A little prong in the handle of the toy had started out and pricked me. "You had better not handle it," said I, and laid it down. But the next minute I took it up again and put it in my pocket. The prick made by this treacherous bit of mechanism was in or near the same place on my thumb as the one I had noticed on the hand of the deceased Mr. Holmes. There was a fire in the room, and before proceeding further, I cauterized that prick with the end of a red-hot poker. Then I made my adieu to Mrs. Holmes and went immediately to a chemist friend of mine. "Test the end of this bit of steel for me," said I. "I have reason to believe it carries with it a deadly poison." He took the toy, promised to subject it to every test possible, and let me know the result. Then I went home. I felt ill, or imagined that I did, which, under the circumstances, was almost as bad next day. However, I was quite well, with the exception of a certain inconvenience in my thumb. But not till the following week did I receive the chemist's report. It overthrew my whole theory. He had found nothing, and returned me the bit of steel. But I was not convinced. I will hunt up this John Graham, thought I, and study him. But this was not so easy a task as it may appear. As Mrs. Holmes possessed no clue to the whereabouts of her quondam lover, I had nothing to aid me in my search for him, save her rather vague description of his personal appearance and the fact that he was constantly interrupted in speaking by a low choking cough. However, my natural perseverance carried me through. After seeing and interviewing a dozen John Grahams without result, I at last lit upon a man of that name, who presented a figure of such vivid unrest and showed such desperate hatred of his fellows, that I began to entertain hopes of his being the person I was in search of. But determined to be sure of this, before proceeding further, I confided my suspicions to Mrs. Holmes, and induced her to accompany me down to a certain spot on the elevated, from which I had more than once seen this man go by to his usual lounging place in Printing House Square. She showed great courage in doing this, for she had such a dread of him that she was in a state of nervous excitement from the moment she left her house, feeling sure that she would attract his attention and thus risk a disagreeable encounter. But she might have spared herself these fears. He did not even glance up in passing us, and it was mainly by his walk she recognized him. But she did recognize him, and this nerved me at once to set about the formidable task of fixing upon him a crime which was not even admitted as a fact by the authorities. He was a man about town, living to all appearance by his wits. He was to be seen mostly in the downtown portions of the city, standing for hours in front of some newspaper office, gnawing at his finger ends and staring at the passers-by with a hungry look that alarmed the timid and provoked alms from the benevolent. Needless to say that he rejected the latter expression of sympathy with angry contempt. His face was long and pallid, his cheekbones high, and his mouth bitter and resolute in expression. He wore neither beard nor mustache, but made up for their lack by an abundance of light brown hair which hung very nearly to his shoulders. He stooped in standing, but as soon as he moved showed decision, and a certain sort of pride which caused him to hold his head high and his body more than usually erect. With all these good points, his appearance was decidedly sinister, and I did not wonder that Mrs. Holmes feared him. My next move was to accost him. Pausing before the doorway in which he stood, I addressed him some trivial question. He answered me with sufficient politeness, but with a grudging attention which betrayed the hold which his own thoughts had upon him. He coughed while speaking, and his eye, which for a moment rested on mine, produced upon me an impression for which I was hardly prepared, great as was my prejudice against him. There was such an icy composure in it, the composure of an envenomed nature, conscious of its superiority to all surprise. As I lingered to study him more closely, the many dangerous qualities of the man became more and more apparent to me, and convinced that to proceed further without deep and careful thought would be to court failure, where triumph would set me up for life. I gave up all present attempt at enlisting him in conversation, and went my way in an inquiring and serious mood. In fact, my position was a peculiar one, and the problem I had set for myself one of unusual difficulty. Only by means of some extraordinary device, such as is seldom resorted to by the police of this or any other nation, could I hope to arrive at the secret of this man's conduct and triumph in a matter which to all appearance was beyond human penetration. But what device? I knew of none, nor through 2 days and nights of strenuous thought did I receive the least light on the subject. Indeed, my mind seemed to grow more and more confused, the more I urged it into action. I failed to get inspiration indoors or out, and feeling my health suffer from the constant irritation of my recurring disappointment, I resolved to take a day off and carry myself and my perplexities into the country. I did so, governed by an impulse which I did not then understand. I went to a small town in New Jersey and entered the first house on which I saw the sign, "Room to Let." The result was most fortunate. No sooner had I crossed the threshold of the neat and homely apartment thrown open to my use than it recalled a room in which I had slept 2 years before, and in which I had read a little book I was only too glad to remember at this moment. Indeed, it seemed as if a veritable inspiration had come to me through this recollection. For though the tale to which I allude was a simple child's story, written for moral purposes, it contained an idea which promised to be invaluable to me at this juncture. Indeed, by means of it, I believed myself to have solved the problem that was puzzling me. And relieved beyond expression, I paid for the night's lodging I had now determined to forego, and returned immediately to New York, having spent just 15 minutes in the town where I had received this happy inspiration. My first step on entering the city was to order a dozen steel coils made similar to the one which I still believed answerable for James Holmes' death. My next to learn as far as possible all of John Graham's haunts and habits. At a week's end I had the springs, and knew almost as well as he did himself where he was likely to be found at all times of the day and night. I immediately acted upon this knowledge. Assuming a slight disguise, I repeated my former stroll through Printing House Square, looking into each doorway as I passed. John Graham was in one of them, staring in his old way at the passing crowd, but evidently seeing nothing but the images formed by his own disordered brain. A manuscript roll stuck out of his breast pocket, and from the way his nervous fingers fumbled with it, I began to understand the restless glitter of his eyes, which were as full of wretchedness as any eyes I have ever seen. Entering the doorway where he stood, I dropped at his feet one of the small steel coils with which I was provided. He did not see it. Stopping near him, I directed his attention to it by saying, "Pardon me, but did I not see something drop out of your hand?" He started, glanced at the seeming inoffensive toy at which I pointed, and altered so suddenly and so vividly that it became instantly apparent that the surprise I had planned for him was fully as keen in searching a one as I had anticipated. Recoiling sharply, he gave me a quick look, then glanced down again at his feet as if half expecting to find the object vanished which had startled him. But, perceiving it still lying there, he crushed it viciously with his heel, and uttering some incoherent words, dashed impetuously from the building. Confident that he would regret this hasty impulse and return, I withdrew a few steps and waited. And sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, he came slinking back. Picking up the coil with more than one sly look about, he examined it closely. Suddenly he gave a sharp cry and went staggering out. Had he discovered that the seeming puzzle possessed the same invisible spring which had made the one handled by James Holmes so dangerous? Certain as to the place he would be found in next, I made a shortcut to an obscure little saloon in Nassau Street, where I took up my stand in a spot convenient for seeing without being seen. In 10 minutes he was standing at the bar asking for a drink. "Whiskey," he cried. "Straight. It was given him. But as he set the empty glass down on the counter, he saw lying before him another of the steel springs, and was so confounded by the sight that the proprietor, who had put it there at my instigation, thrust out his hand toward him as if half afraid he would fall. "Where did that thing come from?" stammered John Graham, ignoring the other's gesture and pointing with a trembling hand at the seemingly insignificant bit of wire between them. "Didn't it drop from your coat pocket?" inquired the proprietor. "It wasn't lying here before you came in." With a horrible oath, the unhappy man turned and fled from the place. I lost sight of him after that for 3 hours. Then I suddenly came upon him again. He was walking uptown with a set purpose in his face that made him look more dangerous than ever. Of course I followed him, expecting him to turn towards 59th Street, but at the corner of Madison Avenue and 47th Street, he changed his mind and dashed toward 3rd Avenue. At Park Avenue he faltered, and again turned north, walking for several blocks as if the fiends were behind him. I began to think that he was but attempting to walk off his excitement, when, at a sudden rushing sound in the cut beside us, he stopped and trembled. An express train was shooting by, as it disappeared in the tunnel beyond. He looked about him with a blanched face and wandering eye. But his glance did not turn my way, or, if it did, he failed to attach any meaning to my near presence. He began to move on again, and this time towards the bridge spanning the cut. I followed him very closely. In the center of it he paused and looked down at the track beneath him. Another train was approaching. As it came near he trembled from head to foot, and catching at the railing against which he leaned, was about to make a quick move forward, when a puff of smoke arose from below and sent him staggering backward. Gasping with a terror I could hardly understand till I saw that the smoke had taken the form of a spiral and was sailing away before him, in what to his disordered imagination must have looked like a gigantic image of the coil with which twice before, on this day, he had found himself confronted. It may have been chance, and it may have been providence, but whichever it was, it saved him. He could not face that semblance of his haunting thought, and turning away, he cowered down on the neighboring curbstone, where he sat for several minutes with his head buried in his hands. When he rose again, he was his own daring and sinister self. Knowing that he was now too much master of his faculties to ignore me any longer, I walked quickly away and left him. I knew where he would be at 6 o'clock and had already engaged a table at the same restaurant. It was 7, however, before he put in an appearance, and by this time he was looking more composed. There was a reckless air about him, however, which was perhaps only noticeable to me, for none of the habitués of this especial restaurant were entirely without it, wild eyes and unkempt hair being in the majority. I let him eat. The dinner he ordered was simple, and I had not the heart to interrupt his enjoyment of it. But when he had finished, and came to pay, then I allowed the shock to come. Under the bill which the waiter laid at the side of his plate was the inevitable steel coil, and it produced even more than its usual effect. I own I felt sorry for him. He did not dash from the place, however, as he had from the liquor saloon. A spirit of resistance had seized him, and he demanded to know where this object of his fear had come from. No one could tell him, or would, whereupon he began to rave and would certainly have done himself or somebody else an injury if he had not been calmed by a man almost as wild-looking as himself. Paying his bill, but vowing he would never enter the place again, he went out, clay-white, but with the swaggering air of a man who had just asserted himself. He drooped, however, as soon as he reached the street, and I had no difficulty in following him to a certain gambling den where he gained $3 and lost 5. From there he went to his lodgings in West 10th Street. I did not follow him in. He had passed through many deep and wearing emotions since noon, and I had not the heart to add another to them. But late the next day I returned to this house and rang the bell. It was already dusk, but there was light enough for me to notice the unrepaired condition of the iron railings on either side of the old stone stoop, and to compare this abode of decayed grandeur with the spacious and elegant apartment, in which pretty Mrs. Holmes mourned the loss of her young husband. Had any such comparison ever been made by the unhappy John Graham as he hurried up these decayed steps into the dismal halls beyond? In answer to my summons, there came to the door a young woman to whom I had but to intimate my wish to see Mr. Graham, for her to let me in with the short announcement, "Top floor, back room, door open, he's out, door shut, he's in." As an open door meant liberty to enter, I lost no time in following the direction of her pointing finger, and presently found myself in a low attic chamber overlooking an acre of roofs. A fire had been lighted in the open grate, and the flickering red beams danced on ceiling and walls with a cheeriness greatly in contrast to the nature of the business which had led me there. As they also served to light the room, I proceeded to make myself at home, and, drawing up a chair, sat down at the fireplace in such a way as to conceal myself from anyone entering the door. In less than half an hour he came in. He was in a state of high emotion. His face was flushed and his eyes burning. Stepping rapidly forward, he flung his hat on the table in the middle of the room, with a curse that was half cry and half groan. Then he stood silent, and I had an opportunity of noting how haggard he had grown in the short time which had elapsed since I had seen him last. But the interval of his inaction was short, and in a moment he flung up his arms with a loud "Curse her!" that rang through the narrow room and betrayed the source of his present frenzy. Then he again stood still, grating his teeth and working his hands in a way terribly suggestive of the murderer's instinct. But not for long. He saw something that attracted his attention on the table, a something upon which my eyes had long before been fixed, and starting forward with a fresh and quite different display of emotion, he caught up what looked like a roll of manuscript and began to tear it open. "Back again, always back," wailed from his lips, and he gave the roll a toss that sent from its midst a small object, which he no sooner saw than he became speechless and reeled back. It was another of the steel coils. "Good God," fell at last from his stiff and working lips. "Am I mad, or has the devil joined in the pursuit against me? I cannot eat, I cannot drink, but this diabolical spring starts up before me. It is here, there, everywhere, the visible sign of my guilt, the... He had stumbled back upon my chair and turning saw me. I was on my feet at once, and noting that he was dazed by the shock of my presence, I slid quietly between him and the door. The movement roused him. Turning upon me with a sarcastic smile in which was concentrated the bitterness of years, he briefly said, "So, I am caught. Well, there has to be an end to men as well as to things. And I am ready for mine. She turned me away from her door today, and after the hell of that moment I don't much fear any other." "You had better not talk," I admonished him. "All that falls from you now will only tell against you on your trial." He broke into a harsh laugh. "And do you think I care for that? That having been driven by a woman's perfidy into crime, I'm going to bridle my tongue and keep down the words which are my only safeguard from insanity. No, no, while my miserable breath lasts I will curse her, and if the halter is to cut short my words, it shall be with her name blistering my lips." I attempted to speak, but he would not give me the opportunity. The passion of weeks had found vent, and he rushed on recklessly. "I went to her house today. I wanted to see her in her widow's weeds. I wanted to see her eyes red with weeping over a grief which owed its bitterness to me. But she would not grant me an admittance. She had me thrust from her door, and I shall never know how deeply the iron has sunk into her soul. But," and here his face showed a sudden change, "I shall see her if I am tried for murder. She will be in the courtroom, on the witness stand, doubtless," I interjected. But his interruption came quickly and with vehement passion. "Then I am ready. Welcome, trial, conviction, death even. To confront her eye to eye is all I wish. She shall never forget it, never." "Then you do not deny," I began, I deny nothing, he returned, and held out his hands with a grim gesture. How can I, when there falls from everything I touch the devilish thing which took away the life I hated? Have you anything more to say or do before you leave these rooms? I asked. He shook his head, and then, bethinking himself, pointed to the roll of paper which he had flung on the table. Burn that, he cried. I took up the roll and looked at it. It was the manuscript of a poem in blank verse. I have been with it into a dozen newspaper and magazine offices, he explained with great bitterness. Had I succeeded in getting a publisher for it, I might have forgotten my wrongs and tried to build up a new life on the ruins of the old. But they would not have it, none of them. So I say, burn it. That no memory of me may remain in this miserable world, keep to the facts, I severely retorted. It was while carrying this poem from one newspaper to another that you secured that bit of print, upon the blank side of which you yourself printed the obituary notice with which you savored your revenge upon the woman who had disappointed you. You know that? Then you know where I got the poison with which I tipped the silly toy with which that weak man fooled away his life. No, said I. I do not know where you got it. I merely know it was no common poison bought at a druggist's or from any ordinary chemist. It was Whodunit, the deadly secret Whodunit, I got it from, but that is another man's secret. You will never hear from me anything that will compromise a friend. I got it, that is all, one drop, but it killed my man. The satisfaction, the delight which he threw into these words are beyond description. As they left his lips, a jet of flame from the neglected fire shot up and threw his figure for one instant into bold relief upon the lowering ceiling. Then it died out, and nothing but the twilight dusk remained in the room and on the countenance of this doomed and despairing man. End of A Difficult Problem by Anna Katharine Green.
The Case of the Golden Bullet by Auguste Groner. Joseph Muller, Secret Service detective of the Imperial Austrian Police, is one of the great experts in his profession. In personality, he differs greatly from other famous detectives. He has neither the impressive authority of Sherlock Holmes nor the keen brilliancy of Monsieur Lecoq. Muller is a small, slight, plain-looking man of indefinite age and of much humbleness of mien. A naturally retiring, modest disposition and two external causes are the reasons for Muller's humbleness of manner, which is his chief characteristic. One cause is the fact that in early youth a miscarriage of justice gave him several years in prison, an experience which cast a stigma on his name and which made it impossible for him for many years after to obtain honest employment. But the world is richer and safer by Muller's early misfortune, for it was this experience which threw him back on his own peculiar talents for a livelihood and drove him into the police force. Had he been able to enter any other profession, his genius might have been stunted to a mere pastime, instead of being, as now, utilized for the public good. Then, the red tape and bureaucratic etiquette which attaches to every governmental department puts the Secret Service men of the Imperial Police on a par with the lower ranks of the subordinates. Muller's official rank is scarcely much higher than that of a policeman, although kings and councillors consult him, and the police department realizes to the full what a treasure it has in him. But official red tape and his early misfortune prevent the giving of any higher official standing to even such a genius. Born and bred to such conditions, Muller understands them, and his natural modesty of disposition asks for no outward honors, asks for nothing but an income sufficient for his simple needs and for aid and opportunity to occupy himself in the way he most enjoys. Joseph Muller's character is a strange mixture. The kindest-hearted man in the world, he is a human bloodhound when once the lure of the trail has caught him. He scarcely eats or sleeps when the chase is on. He does not seem to know human weakness nor fatigue in spite of his frail body. Once put on a case, His mind delves and delves until it finds a clue, then something awakes within him. A spirit akin to that which holds the bloodhound nose to trail. And he will accomplish the apparently impossible. He will track down his victim when the entire machinery of a great police department seems helpless to discover anything. The high chiefs and commissioners grant a condescending permission when Muller asks, "May I do this? Or may I handle this case this way?" Both parties knowing all the while that it is a farce, and that the department waits helpless until this humble little man saves its honor by solving some problem before which its intricate machinery has stood dazed and puzzled. This call of the trail is something that is stronger than anything else in Muller's mentality, and now and then it brings him into conflict with the department, or with his own better nature. Sometimes his unerring instinct discovers secrets in high places, secrets which the police department is bidden to hush up and leave untouched. Muller is then taken off the case and left idle for a while if he persists in his opinion as to the true facts. And at other times, Muller's own warm heart gets him into trouble. He will track down his victim, driven by the power in his soul which is stronger than all volition. But when he has this victim in the net, he will sometimes discover him to be a much finer, better man than the other individual, whose wrong at this particular criminal's hand set in motion the machinery of justice. Several times that has happened to Muller, and each time his heart got the better of his professional instincts, of his practical common sense too, perhaps, at least as far as his own advancement was concerned, and he warned the victim, defeating his own work. This peculiarity of Muller's character caused his undoing at last, his official undoing, that is, and compelled his retirement from the force. But his advice is often sought unofficially by the department, and to those who know, Muller's hand can be seen in the unraveling of many a famous case. The following stories are but a few of the many interesting cases that have come within the experience of this great detective. But they give a fair portrayal of Muller's peculiar method of working, his looking on himself as merely an humble member of the department, and the comedy of his acting under official orders, when the department is in reality following out his directions. "Please, sir, there is a man outside who asks to see you." "What does he want?" asked Commissioner Horn, looking up. "He says he has something to report. Sure, send him in, then." The attendant disappeared, and the commissioner looked up at the clock. It was just striking 11, but the fellow official who was to relieve him at that hour had not yet appeared. And if this should chance to be a new case, he would probably be obliged to take it himself. The commissioner was not in a very good humor as he sat back to receive the young man who entered the room in the wake of the attendant. The stranger was a sturdy youth with an unintelligent, good-natured face. He twisted his soft hat in his hands in evident embarrassment, and his eyes wandered helplessly about the great, bare room. "Who are you?" demanded the commissioner. "My name is Dummel, sir, Johann Dummel." "And your occupation?" "My occupation? Oh yes, I am a valet to Professor Fellner." The commissioner sat up and looked interested. He knew Fellner personally and liked him. "What have you to report to me?" he asked eagerly. I don't know whether I ought to have come here, but at home." "Well, is anything the matter?" insisted Horn. "Why, sir, I don't know. But the professor, he is so still, he doesn't answer." Horn sprang from his chair. "Is he ill?" he asked. "I don't know, sir. His room is locked. He never locked it before." "And you are certain he is at home?" "Yes, sir. I saw him during the night, and the key is in the lock on the inside." The commissioner had his hat in his hand when the colleague who was to relieve him appeared. "Good and cold out today," was the latter's greeting. Horn answered with an ironical, "Then I suppose you'll be glad if I relieve you of this case, but I assure you I wouldn't do it if it wasn't Fellner." "Goodbye. Oh, and one thing more. Please send a physician at once to Fellner's house, number 7, Field Street. Horn opened the door and passed on into the adjoining room, accompanied by Johann. The commissioner halted a moment as his eyes fell upon a little man who sat in the corner reading a newspaper. "Hello, Muller. You there? Suppose I take you with me. You aren't doing anything now, are you?" "No, sir." "Well, come with me then. If this should turn out to be anything serious, we may need you." The 3 men entered one of the cabs waiting outside the police station. As they rattled through the streets, Commissioner Horn continued his examination of the valet. "When did you see your master last?" "About 11 o'clock last evening." "Did you speak with him then?" "No. I looked through the keyhole." "Oh, indeed. Is that a habit of yours?" Dummel blushed deeply, but his eyes flashed, and he looked angry. "No, it is not, sir," he growled. "I only did it this time because I was anxious about the master. He's been so worked up and nervous the last few days. Last night I went to the theatre, as I always do Saturday evenings. When I returned, about 10:30 it was, I knocked at the door of his bedroom. He didn't answer, and I walked away softly, so as not to disturb him in case he'd gone to sleep already. The hall was dark, and as I went through it, I saw a ray of light coming from the keyhole of the professor's study. That surprised me, because he never worked as late as that before. I thought it over a moment. Then I crept up and looked through the keyhole. And what did you see? He sat at his desk, quite quiet. So I felt easy again and went off to bed. Why didn't you go into the room? I didn't dare. Sir, the professor never wanted to be disturbed when he was writing. Well, and this morning? I got up at the usual time this morning, set the breakfast table, and then knocked at the professor's bedroom door to waken him. He didn't answer, and I thought he might want to sleep, seeing as it was Sunday, and he was up late last night. So I waited until 10 o'clock. Then I knocked again and tried the door, but it was locked. That made me uneasy, because he never locked his bedroom door before. I banged at the door and called out, but there wasn't a sound. Then I ran to the police station. Horn was evidently as alarmed as was the young valet, but Muller's cheeks were flushed and a flash of secret joy, of pleasurable expectation, brightened his deep-set grey eyes. He sat quite motionless, but every nerve in his body was alive and tingling. The humble-looking little man had become quite another and a decidedly interesting person. He laid his thin, nervous hand on the carriage door. "We're not there yet," said the commissioner. "No, but it's the 3rd house from here," replied Muller. "You know where everybody lives, don't you?" smiled Horn. "Nearly everybody," answered Muller gently, as the cab stopped before an attractive little villa surrounded by its own garden, as were most of the houses in this quiet, aristocratic part of the town. The house was 2 stories high, but the upper windows were closed and tightly curtained. This upper story was the apartment occupied by the owner of the house, who was now in Italy with his invalid wife. Otherwise, the dainty little villa, built in the fashionable Nuremberg style, with heavy wooden doors and lozenge-paned windows, had no occupants except Professor Fellner and his servant. With its graceful outlines and well-planned garden, the dwelling had a most attractive appearance. Opposite it was the broad avenue known as the Promenade, and beyond this were open fields. To the right and to the left were similar villas in their gardens. Dummel opened the door, and the 3 men entered the house. The commissioner and the valet went in first, Müller following them more slowly. His sharp eyes glanced quickly over the colored tiles of the flooring, over the white steps and the carpeted hallway beyond. Once he bent quickly and picked up something. Then he walked on with his usual quiet manner, out of which every trace of excitement had now vanished. The dull winter sun seemed only to make the gloom of the dark vestibule more visible. Johann turned up the light, and Horn, who had visited the professor several times and knew the situation of the rooms, went at once to the heavy, carved and iron-trimmed door of the study. He attempted to open the door, but it resisted all pressure. The heavy key was in the inner side of the big lock with its medieval iron ornamentation. But the key was turned so that the lower part of the lock was free, a round opening of unusual size. Horn made sure of this by holding a lighted match to the door. "You are right," he said to the valet. "The door is locked from the inside. We'll have to go through the bedroom. Johann, bring me a chisel or a hatchet. Müller, you stay here and open the door when the doctor comes." Müller nodded. Johann disappeared, returning in a few moments with a small hatchet, and followed the commissioner through the dining room. It was an attractive apartment with its high wooden paneling and its dainty breakfast table, but a slight shiver ran through the commissioner's frame as he realized that some misfortune, some crime even, might be waiting for them on the other side of the closed door. The bedroom door also was locked on the inside, and after some moments of knocking and calling, Horn set the hatchet to the framework just as the bell of the house door pealed out. With a cracking and tearing of wood, the bedroom door fell open, and in the same moment Müller and the physician passed through the dining room. Johann hurried into the bedroom to open the window shutters, and the others gathered in the doorway. A single look showed each of the men that the bed was untouched, and they passed on through the room. The door from the bedroom to the study stood open. In the latter room the shutters were tightly closed, and the lamp had long since gone out. But sufficient light fell through the open bedroom door for the men to see the figure of the professor seated at his desk. And when Johann had opened the shutters, it was plain to all that the silent figure before them was that of a corpse. "Heart disease, probably," murmured the physician, as he touched the icy forehead. Then he felt the pulse of the stiffened hand from which the pen had fallen in the moment of death, raised the drooping head, and lifted up the half-closed eyelids. The eyes were glazed. The others looked on in silence. Horn was very pale, and his usually calm face showed great emotion. Johann seemed quite beside himself. The tears rolled down his cheeks unhindered. Müller stood without a sign of life. His sallow face seemed made of bronze. He was watching and listening. He seemed to hear and see what no one else could see or hear. He smiled slightly when the doctor spoke of heart disease, and his eyes fell on the revolver that lay near the dead man's hand on the desk. Then he shook his head, and then he started suddenly. Horn noticed the movement. It was in the moment when the physician raised up the sunken figure that had fallen half over the desk. "He was killed by a bullet," said Müller. "Yes, that was it," replied the doctor. With the raising of the body, the dead man's waistcoat fell back into its usual position, and they could see a little round hole in his shirt. The doctor opened the shirt bosom and pointed to a little wound in the professor's left breast. There were scarcely 3 or 4 drops of blood visible. The hemorrhage had been internal. "He must have died at once without suffering," said the physician. "He killed himself. He killed himself," murmured Johann, as if bewildered. "It's strange that he should have found time to lay down the revolver before he died," remarked Horn. Johann put out his hand and raised the weapon before Horn could prevent him. "Leave that pistol where it was," commanded the commissioner. "We have to look into this matter more closely." The doctor turned quickly. "You think it was a murder?" he exclaimed. "The doors were both locked on the inside. Where could the murderer be? I don't pretend to see him myself yet, but our rule is to leave things as they are discovered until the official examination. Müller, did you shut the outer door?" "Yes, sir. Here is the key." "Johann, are there any more keys for the outer door?" "Yes, sir." "One more, that is, for the third was lost some months ago. The professor's own key ought to be in the drawer of the little table beside the bed. Will you please look for it, Müller?" Müller went into the bedroom and soon returned with the key, which he handed to the commissioner. The detective had found something else in the little table drawer, a tortoise-shell hairpin which he had carefully hidden in his own pocket before rejoining the others. Horn turned to the servant again. "How many times have you been out of the apartment since last night?" "Once only, sir, to go to the police station to fetch you." "And you locked the door behind you?" "Why, yes, sir. You saw that I had to turn the key twice to let you in." Horn and Mueller both looked the young man over very carefully. He seemed perfectly innocent, and their suspicion that he might have turned the key in pretense only soon vanished. It would have been a foolish suspicion anyway. If he were in league with the murderer, he could have let the latter escape with much more safety during the night. Horn let his eyes wander about the rooms again and said slowly, "Then the murderer is still here. Or else." "Or else?" asked the doctor. "Or else we have a strange riddle to solve." Johann had laid the pistol down again. Muller stretched forth his hand and took it up. He looked at it a moment, then handed it to the commissioner. "We have to do with a murder here. There was not a shot fired from this revolver, for every chamber is still loaded, and there is no other weapon in sight," said the detective quietly. "Yes, he was murdered. This revolver is fully loaded. Let us begin the search at once." Horn was more excited than he cared to show. Johann looked about in alarm, but when he saw the others beginning to peer into every corner and every cupboard, he himself joined in the manhunt. A quarter of an hour later, the four men relinquished their fruitless efforts and gathered beside the corpse again. "Doctor, will you have the kindness to report to the head commissioner of police and to order the taking away of the body? We will look about for some motive for this murder in the meantime," said Horn, as he held out his hand to the physician. Mueller walked out to the door of the house with the doctor. "Do you think this valet did it?" asked the physician softly. "He? No, dear no," replied the detective scornfully. "You think he's too stupid, but this stupidity might be feigned. It's real enough, doctor. But what do you think about it? You who have the gift of seeing more than other people see, even if it does bring you into disfavor with the powers that be." "Then you don't believe me yet? You mean about the beautiful Mrs. Kniep? And yet I tell you I am right. It was an intentional suicide. Muller, you must keep better watch over your imagination and your tongue. It is a dangerous thing to spread rumors about persons high in favor with the Archduke. But you had better tell me what you think about this affair," continued the doctor, pointing back towards the room they had just left. "There is a woman in the case. Aha, you are romancing again. Well, they won't be so sensitive about this matter, but take care that you don't make a mistake again, my dear Muller. It would be likely to cost you your position. Don't forget that." The doctor left the house. Mueller smiled bitterly as he closed the door behind him and murmured to himself, "Indeed, I do not forget it, and that is why I shall take this matter into my own hands. But the Kniep case is not closed yet, by any means." When he returned to the study, he saw Johann sitting quietly in a corner, shaking his head, as if trying to understand it all. Horn was bending over a sheet of writing paper which lay before the dead man. Fellner must have been busy at his desk when the bullet penetrated his heart. His hand, in dying, had let fall the pen, which had drawn a long black mark across the bottom of the sheet. One page of the paper was covered with a small, delicate handwriting. Horn called up the detective, and together they read the following words: "Dear friend." He challenged me. Pistols. It means life or death. My enemy is very bitter, but I am not ready to die yet, and as I know that I would be the one to fall, I have refused the duel. That will help me little, for his revenge will know how to find me. I dare not be a moment without a weapon now. His threats on my refusal let me fear the worst. I have an uncanny presentiment of evil. I shall leave here tomorrow. With the excuse of having some pressing family affair to attend to, I have secured several days' leave. Of course, I do not intend to return. I am hoping that you will come here and break up my establishment in my stead. I will tell you everything else. When I see you, I am in a hurry now, for there is a good deal of packing to do. If anything should happen to me, you will know who it is who is responsible for my death. His name is—" Here the letter came to an abrupt close. Muller and Horn looked at each other in silence. Then they turned their eyes again toward the dead man. "He was a coward," said the detective coldly, and turned away. Horn repeated mechanically, "A coward," and his eyes also looked down with a changed expression upon the handsome, soft-featured face, framed in curly blonde hair that lay so silent against the chair back. Many women had loved this dead man, and many men had been fond of him, for they had believed him capable and manly. The Commissioner and Muller continued their researches in silence, and with less interest than before. They found a heap of loose ashes in the bedroom stove. Letters and other trifles had been burned there. Muller raked out the heap very carefully, but the writing on the few pieces of paper still left whole was quite illegible. There were several envelopes in the wastebasket, but all of them were dated several months back. There was nothing that could give the slightest clue. The letter written by the murdered man was sufficient proof that his death had been an act of vengeance. But who was it who had carried out this secret, terrible deed? The victim had not been allowed the time to write down the name of his murderer. Horn took the letter into his keeping. Then he left the room, followed by Muller and the valet, to look about the rest of the house as far as possible. This was not very far, for the second story was closed off by a tall iron grating. "Is the house door locked during the daytime?" asked Horn of the servant. "The front door is, but the side door into the garden is usually open." "Has it ever happened that anyone got into the house from this side door without your knowing it?" "No, sir. The garden has a high wall around it, and there is extra protection on the side toward the promenade. But there is a little gate there." "Yes, sir. Is that usually closed?" "We never use the key for that, sir. It has a trick lock that you can't open unless you know how. You said you went to the theatre yesterday evening. Did your master give you permission to go?" "Yes, sir. It's about a year now that he gave me money for a theatre ticket every Saturday evening. He was very kind. Did you come into the house last night by the front door, or through the garden?" "Through the garden, sir. I walked down the promenade from the theatre." "And you didn't notice anything? You saw no traces of footsteps?" "No, sir. I didn't notice anything unusual. We shut the side door, the garden door, every evening. Also, it was closed yesterday, and I found the key. We've only got one key to the garden door, in the same place where I was told to hide it when I went out in the evening." "What place was that?" "In one of the pails by the well." "You say you were told to hide it there?" "Yes, sir. The professor told me. He'd go out in the evening sometimes too, I suppose, and he wanted to be able to come in that way if necessary." "And no one else knew where the key was hidden?" "No one else, sir. It's nearly a year now that we've been alone in the house. Who else should know of it?" "Yeah, when you looked through the keyhole last night, are you sure that the professor was still alive?" "Why, yes, sir. Of course I couldn't say so surely. I thought he was reading or writing, but oh dear Lord, there he was this morning, nearly 12 hours later, in just the same position." Johann shivered at the thought that he might have seen his master sitting at his desk, already a corpse. "He must have been dead when you came home. Don't you think the sound of that shot would have wakened you?" "Yes, sir, I think likely, sir," murmured Johann. "But if the murderer could get into the house, how could he get into the apartment?" "There must have been a third key of which you knew nothing," answered Horn, turning to Muller again. "It's stranger still how Fellner could have been shot, for the window shutters were fastened and quite uninjured, and both doors were locked on the inside. As he said these words, Horn looked sharply at his subordinate, but Muller's calm face did not give the slightest clue to his thoughts. The experienced police commissioner was pleased, and yet slightly angered at this behavior on the part of the detective. He knew that it was quite possible that Mueller had already formed a clear opinion about the case, and that he was merely keeping it to himself. And yet he was glad to see that the little detective had apparently learned a lesson from his recent mistake concerning the death of Mrs. Kep, that he had somewhat lost confidence in his hitherto unerring instinct, and did not care to express any opinion until he had studied the matter a little closer. The commissioner was just a little bit vain and just a little bit jealous of this humble detective's fame. Mueller shrugged his shoulders at the remark of his superior, and the two men stood silent, thinking over the case, as the chief of police appeared, accompanied by the doctor, a clerk, and 2 hospital attendants. The chief commissioner received the report of what had been discovered, while the corpse was laid on a bier to be taken to the hospital. Muller handed the commissioner his hat and cane and helped him into his overcoat. Horn noticed that the detective himself was making no preparations to go out. "Aren't you coming with us?" he asked, astonished. "I hope the gentleman will allow me to remain here for a little while," answered Mueller modestly. "But you know that we will have to close the apartment officially," said Horn, his voice sharpening in his surprise and displeasure. "I do not need to be in these rooms any longer. Don't let them disturb you, my dear Muller. We will allow your keenness all possible leeway here." The head of police spoke with calm politeness, but Muller started and shivered. The emphasis on the here showed him that even the head of the department had been incensed at his suggestion that the beautiful Mrs. Knipp had died of her own free will. It had been his assertion of this which, coming to the ears of the bereaved husband, had enraged and embittered him, and had turned the power of his influence with the high authorities against the detective. Mueller knew how greatly he had fallen from favor in the police department, and the words of his respected superior showed him that he was still in disgrace. But the strange, quiet smile was still on his lips as, with his usual humble deference, he accompanied the others to the sidewalk. Before the commissioners left the house, the chief commanded Johann to answer carefully any questions Mueller might put to him. "He'll find something, you may be sure," said Horn, as they drove off in the cab. "Let him, that's his business. He is officially bound to see more than the rest of us," smiled the older official good-naturedly. "But in spite of it, he'll never get any further than the vestibule. He'll be making bows to us to the end of his days." "You think so? I wondered at the man. I know his fame in the capital, indeed in police circles, all over Austria and Germany. It seems hard on him to be transferred to this small town, now that he is growing old. I've wondered why he hasn't done more for himself with his gifts." "He never will," replied the chief. "He may win more fame, he may still go on winning triumphs, but he will go on in a circle. He'll never forge ahead as his capabilities deserve. Mueller's peculiarity is that his genius for the man has undeniable genius, will always make concessions to his heart just at the moment when he's about to do something great, and his triumph is lost." Horn looked up at his superior, whom, in spite of his good nature, he knew to be a sharp, keen, capable police official. "I forgot you have known Mueller longer than the rest of us," he said. "What was that you said about his heart?" "I said that it is one of those inconvenient hearts that will always make itself noticeable at the wrong time. Muller's heart has played several tricks on the police department, which has at other times profited so well by his genius. He is a strange mixture. While he is on the trail of the criminal, he is like the bloodhound. He does not seem to know fatigue nor hunger. His whole being is absorbed by the excitement of the chase. He has done many a brilliant service to the cause of justice. He has discovered the guilt or the innocence of many in cases where the official department was as blind as justice is proverbially supposed to be. Joseph Muller has become the idol of all who are engaged in this weary business of hunting down wrong and punishing crime. He is without a peer in his profession, but he has also become the idol of some of the criminals. For if he discovers, as sometimes happens, that the criminal is a good sort after all, he is just as likely to warn his prey, once he has all proofs of the guilt and a conviction is certain. Possibly this is his way of taking the sting from his irresistible impulse to ferret out hidden mysteries. But it is rather inconvenient, and he has hurt himself by it, hurt himself badly. They were tired of his peculiarities at the capital, and wanted to make his years an excuse to discharge him. I happened to get wind of it, and it was my weakness for him that saved him. Yes, you brought him here when they transferred you to this town, I remember now. I'm afraid it wasn't such a good thing for him after all. Nothing ever happens here, and a gift like Muller's needs occupation to keep it fresh. I am afraid his talents will dull and wither here. The man has grown perceptibly older in this inaction. His mind is like a high-bred horse that needs exercise to keep it in good condition. He hasn't grown rich at his work either, said Horn. No, there is not much chance for a police detective to get rich. I've often wondered why Muller never had the energy to set up in business for himself. He might have won fame and fortune as a private detective, but he's gone on plodding along as a police subordinate and letting the department get all the credit for his most brilliant achievements. It's a sort of incorrigible humbleness of nature, and then, you know, he had the misfortune to be unjustly sentenced to a term in prison in his early youth. No, I did not know that. The stigma stuck to his name and finally drove him to take up this work. I don't think Muller realized when he began just how greatly he is gifted. I don't know that he really knows now. He seems to do it because he likes it. He's a queer sort of man. While the commissioners drove through the streets to the police station, the man of whom they were speaking sat in Johann's little room in close consultation with the valet. How long is it since the professor began to give you money to go to the theatre on Saturday evenings? The first time it happened was on my name day. What's the rest of your name? There are so many Johanns on the calendar. I am Johann Nepomuk. Muller took a little calendar from his pocket and turned its pages. It was May 16th, volunteered the valet. Quite right. May 16th was a Saturday, and since then you have gone to the theatre every Saturday evening. Yes, sir. When did the owner of the house go away? Last April. His wife was ill, and he had to take her away. They went to Italy. And you two have been alone in the house since April? Yes, sir. We too. Was there no janitor? No, sir. The garden was taken care of by a man who came in for the day. And you had no dog? I haven't seen any around the place. No, sir. The professor did not like animals. But he must have been thinking about buying a dog, because I found a new dog whip in his room one day. Somebody might have left it there. One usually buys the dog first, and then the whip. Yes, sir. But there wasn't anybody here to forget it. The professor did not receive any visits at that time. Why are you so sure of that? Because it was the middle of summer, then everybody was away. Oh, then, we won't bother about the whip. Can you tell me of any ladies with whom the professor was acquainted, ladies? I don't know of any. Of course, the professor was invited out a good deal, and most of the other gentlemen from the college were married. Did he ever receive letters from ladies? Continued Muller. Johann thought the matter over, then confessed that he knew very little about writing and couldn't read handwriting very well anyway. But he remembered to have seen a letter now and then, a little letter with a fine and delicate handwriting. Have you any of these envelopes? Asked Muller. But Johann told him that in spite of his usual carelessness in such matters, Professor Fellner never allowed these letters to lie about his room. Finally, the detective came out with the question to which he had been leading up. Did your master ever receive visits from ladies? Johann looked extremely stupid at this moment. His lack of intelligence and a certain crude sensitiveness in his nature made him take umbrage at what appeared to him a very unnecessary question. He answered it with a shake of the head only. Muller smiled at the young man's ill-concealed indignation and paid no attention to it. "Your master has been here for about a year." "Where was he before that?" "In the capital. You were in his service then?" "I have been with him for 3 years." "Did he know any ladies in his former home?" "There was one. I think he was engaged to her." "Why didn't he marry her?" "I don't know." "What was her name?" "Marie. That's all I know about it." "Was she beautiful?" "I never saw her. The only way I knew about her was when the professor's friends spoke of her." "Did he have many friends?" "There were ever so many gentlemen whom he called his frenny. Take me into the garden now." "Yes, sir." Muller took his hat and coat and followed the valet into the garden. It was of considerable size, carefully and attractively planned, and pleasing even now when the bare twigs bent under their load of snow. "Now think carefully, Johann. We had a full moon last night. Don't you remember seeing any footsteps in the garden leading away from the house?" asked Müller, as they stood on the snow-covered paths. Johann thought it over carefully, then said decidedly, "Number, at least I don't remember anything of the kind. There was a strong wind yesterday anyway, and the snow drifts easily out here. No tracks could remain clear for long." The men walked down the straight path which led to the little gate in the high wall. This gate had a secret lock, which, however, was neither hard to find nor hard to open. Muller managed it with ease and looked out through the gate on the street beyond. The broad promenade, deserted now in its winter snowiness, led away in one direction to the heart of the city. In the other it ended in the main county high road. This was a broad, well-made turnpike with footpath and rows of trees. A half-hour's walk along it would bring one to the little village clustering about the Archduke's favourite hunting castle. There was a little railway station near the castle, but it was used only by suburban trains or for the royal private car. Müller did not intend to burden his brain with unnecessary facts. So, with his usual thoroughness, he left the further investigation of what lay beyond the gate, until he had searched the garden thoroughly. But even for his sharp eyes, there was no trace to be found that would tell of the night visit of the murderer. "In which of the pails did you put the key to the side door?" he asked. "In the first pail on the right-hand side. But be careful, sir. There is a nail sticking out of the post there. The wind tore off a piece of wood yesterday." The warning came too late. Muller's sleeve tore apart with a sharp sound just as Johann spoke, for the detective had already plunged his hand into the pail. The bottom of the bucket was easy to reach, as this one hung much lower than the others. Looking regretfully at the rent in his coat, Muller asked for needle and thread, that he might repair it sufficiently to get home. "Oh, don't bother about sewing it. I'll lend you one of mine," exclaimed Johann. "I'll carry this one home for you, for I am not going to stay here alone. I'd be afraid I am going to a friend's house. You can find me there any time you need me. You'd better take the key of the apartment and give it to the police." The detective had no particular fondness for the task of sewing, and he was glad to accept the valet's friendly offering. He was rather astonished at the evident costliness of the garment the young man handed him, and when he spoke of it, the valet could not say enough in praise of the kindness of his late master. He pulled out several other articles of clothing which, like the overcoat, had been given to him by Fellner. Then he packed up a few necessities and announced himself as ready to start. He insisted on carrying the torn coat, and Muller permitted it after some protest. They carefully closed the apartment and the house and walked toward the center of the city to the police station where Muller lived. As they crossed the square, it suddenly occurred to Johann that he had no tobacco. He was a great smoker, and as he had many days of enforced idleness ahead of him, he ran into a tobacco shop to purchase a sufficiency of this necessity of life. Müller waited outside, and his attention was attracted by a large grey Ulmer hound, which was evidently waiting for someone within the shop. The dog came up to him in a most friendly manner, allowed him to pat its head, rubbed up against him with every sign of pleasure, and would not leave him even when he turned to go, after Johann came out of the shop. Still accompanied by the dog, the two men walked on quite a distance when a sharp whistle was heard behind them, and the dog became uneasy. He would not leave them, however, until a powerful voice called "Tristan." Several times Muller turned and saw that Tristan's master was a tall, stately man wearing a handsome fur overcoat. It was impossible to recognize his face at this distance, for the snowflakes were whirling thickly in the air. But Muller was not particularly anxious to recognize the stranger, as he had his head full of more important thoughts. When Johann had given his new address and remarked that he would call for his coat soon, the men parted, and Muller returned to the police station. The next day, the principal newspaper of the town printed the following notice. The entire city was in excitement over the mystery. Even the police station was shaken out of its usual business-like indifference. There was no other topic of conversation in any of the rooms but the mystery of the golden bullet, and the doors closed from the inside. The attendants and the policemen gathered whispering in the corners, and strangers who came in on their own business forgot it in their excitement over this new and fascinating mystery. That afternoon, Muller passed through Horn's office with a bundle of papers. On his way to the inner office occupied by his patron, Chief of Police, Bauer. Horn, who had avoided Muller since yesterday, although he was conscious of a freshened interest in the man, raised his head and watched the little detective as he walked across the room with his usual quiet tread. The commissioner saw nothing but the usual humble, business-like manner to which he was accustomed. Then suddenly something happened that came to him like a distinct shock. Muller stopped in his walk so suddenly that one foot was poised in the air. His bowed head was thrown back, his face flushed to his forehead, and the papers trembled in his hands. He ran the fingers of his unoccupied hand through his hair and murmured audibly, "That dog, that dog." It was evident that some thought had struck him with such insistence as to render him oblivious of his surroundings. Then he finally realized where he was, and walked on quickly to Bauer's room, his face still flushed, his hands trembling. When he came out from the office again, he was his usual quiet, humble self, but the commissioner, with his now greater knowledge of the little man's gifts and past, could not forget the incident. During the afternoon, he found himself repeating mechanically, "That dog, that dog." But the words meant nothing to him, hard as he might try to find the connection. When the commissioner left for his home late that afternoon, Muller re-entered the office to lay some papers on the desk. His duties over, he was about to turn out the gas when his eye fell on the blotter on Horn's desk. He looked at it more closely, then burst into a loud laugh. The same two words were scribbled again and again over the white surface, but it was not the name of any fair maiden or even the title of a love poem. It was only the words, "That dog." Several days had passed since the discovery of the murder. Fellner had been buried and his possessions taken into custody by the authorities until his heirs should appear. The dead man's papers and affairs were in excellent condition, and the arranging of the inheritance had been quickly done. Until the heirs should take possession. The apartment was sealed by the police. There was nothing else to do in the matter, and the commission appointed to make researches had discovered nothing of value. The murderer might easily feel that he was absolutely safe by this time. The day after the publication of the article we have quoted, Muller appeared in Bauer's office and asked for a few days' leave. "In the Fellner case?" asked the chief with his usual calm, and Muller replied in the affirmative. 2 days later he returned, bringing with him nothing but a single little notice. Marie Dorn, now Mrs. Knirp, was one line in his notebook, and beside it some dates. The latter showed that Marie Dorn had, for 2 years past, been the wife of the Archducal Forest Councillor Leo Kainier. And for 1 year now, Professor Paul Fellner had been in the town, after having applied for his transference from the university in the capital to this place, which was scarce half an hour's walk distant from the home of the beautiful young woman who had been the love of his youth. And Fellner had made his home in the quietest quarter of the city, in that quarter which was nearest the archducal hunting castle. He had lived very quietly, had not cultivated the acquaintance of the ladies of the town, but was a great walker and bicycle rider. And every Saturday evening since he had been alone in the house, he had sent his servant to the theatre. And it was on Saturday evenings that Forest Councillor Keep went to his bowling club at the other end of the city, and did not return until the last train at midnight. And during these evening hours, Fellner's apartment was a convenient place for peasant meetings, and nothing prevented the professor from accompanying his beautiful friend home through the quiet promenade along the turnpike to the hunting castle. And Johann had once found a dog whip in his master's room, and Councillor Leo Keep, head of the forestry department, was the possessor of a beautiful Ulmer hound which took an active interest in people who wore clothes belonging to Fellner. Furthermore, in the little drawer of the bedside table in the murdered man's room, there had been found a tortoise-shell hairpin, and in the corner of the vestibule of his house, a little mother-of-pearl glove-button, of the kind much in fashion that winter, because of a desire on the part of the ladies of the town to help the home industry of the neighborhood. Mrs. Marie Caneep was one of the fashionable women of the town, and several days before the professor was murdered, this woman had thrown herself from the second-story window of her home, and her husband, whose passionate, eccentric nature was well known, had been a changed man from that hour. It was his deep grief at the loss of his beloved wife that had turned his hair grey and had drawn lines of terrible sorrow in his face, said gossip. But Muller, who did not know Kniep personally, although he had been taking a great interest in his affairs for the last few days, had his own ideas on the subject. And he decided to make the acquaintance of the forest councillor as soon as possible. That is, after he had found out all there was to be found out about his affairs and his habits. Just a week after the murder. On Saturday evening, therefore, the snow was whirling merrily about the gables and cupolas of the archducal hunting castle. The weather vanes groaned, and the old trees in the park bent their tall tops under the mad wind which swept across the earth and tore the protecting snow covering from their branches. It was a stormy evening, not one to be out in if a man had a warm corner in which to hide. An old peddler was trying to find shelter from the rapidly increasing storm under the lee of the castle wall. He crouched so close to the stones that he could scarcely be seen at all, in spite of the light from the snow. Finally, he disappeared altogether behind one of the heavy columns which sprang out at intervals from the magnificent wall. Only his head peeped out occasionally as if looking for something. His dark, thoughtful eyes glanced over the little village spread out on one side of the castle and over the railway station, its most imposing building. Then they were turned back again to the entrance gate in the wall near where he stood. It was a heavy iron-barred gate, its handsome ornamentation outlined in snow, and behind it the body of a large dog could be occasionally seen. This dog was an enormous grey Ulmer hound. The peddler stood for a long time motionless behind the pillar. Then he looked at his watch. "It's nearly time," he murmured, and looked over towards the station again, where lights and figures were gathering. At the same time, the noise of an opening door was heard, and steps creaked over the snow. A man, evidently a servant, opened the little door beside the great gate and held it for another man to pass out. "You'll come back by the night train as usual, sir?" he asked respectfully. "Yes," replied the other, pushing back the dog which fawned upon him. "Come back here, Tristan," called the servant, pulling the dog in by his collar as he closed the door and re-entered the house. The councillor took the path to the station. He walked slowly with bowed head and uneven step. He did not look like a man who was in the mood to join a merry crowd, and yet he was evidently going to his club. "He wants to show himself. He doesn't want to let people think that he has anything to be afraid of," murmured the peddler, looking after him sharply. Then his eyes suddenly dimmed and a light sigh was heard, with another murmur, "Poor man." The councillor reached the station and disappeared within its door. The train arrived and departed a few moments later. Kinnear must have really gone to the city, for although the man behind the pillar waited for some little time, the councillor did not return, a contingency that the peddler had not deemed improbable. About half an hour after the departure of the train, the watcher came out of his hiding place and walked noisily past the gate. What he expected happened. The dog rushed up to the bars barking loudly, but when the peddler had taken a silk muffler from the pack on his back and held it out to the animal, the noise ceased and the dog's anger turned to friendliness. Tristan was quite gentle, put his huge head up to the bars to let the stranger pat it, and seemed not at all alarmed when the latter rang the bell. The young man who had opened a door for the councillor came out from a wing of the castle. The peddler looked so frozen and yet so venerable that the youth had not the heart to turn him away. Possibly he was glad of a little diversion for his own sake. "Who do you want to see?" he asked. "I want to speak to the maid, the one who attended your dead mistress." "Oh, then you know." "I know of the misfortune that has happened here, and you think that Nanette might have something to sell to you." "Yes, that's it. That's why I came. For I don't suppose there is much chance for any business with my cigar holders and other trifles here, so near the city." "Cigar holders?" "I don't know. Perhaps we can make a trade. Come in with me. Why, just see how gentle the dog is with you. Isn't he that way with everybody?" "I supposed he was no watchdog." "Oh, indeed he is. He usually won't allow anybody to touch him, except those whom he knows well. I am astonished that he lets you come to the house at all." They had reached the door by this time. The peddler laid his hand on the servant's arm and halted a moment. "Where was it that she threw herself out from the last window upstairs there?" "And did it kill her at once?" "Yes. Anyway, she was unconscious when we came down." "Was the master at home?" "Why, yes, it happened in the middle of the night." "She had a fever, didn't she?" "Had she been ill long? Number. She was in bed that day, but we thought it was nothing of importance. These fevers come on quickly sometimes," remarked the old man wisely, and added, "This case interests the entire neighborhood, and I will show you that I can be grateful for anything you may tell me. Of course, only what a faithful servant could tell. It will interest my customers very much." "You know all there is to know," said the valet, evidently disappointed that he had nothing to tell which could win the peddler's gratitude. "There are no secrets about it. Everybody knows that they were a very happy couple, and even if there was a little talk between them on that day, why, it was pure accident and had nothing to do with the mistress' excitement." "Then there was a quarrel between them?" "Are people talking about it? I've heard some things said. They even say that this quarrel was the reason for her death." "It's stupid nonsense," exclaimed the servant. The old peddler seemed to like the young man's honest indignation while they were talking. They had passed through a long corridor, and the young man laid his hand on one of the doors as the peddler asked, "Can I see Miss Nanette alone?" "Alone? Oh ho! She's engaged to me." "I know that," said the stranger, who seemed to be initiated into all the doings of this household, "and I am an old man. All I meant was that I would rather not have any of the other servants about. I'll keep the cook out of the way if you want me to." "That would be a good idea. It isn't easy to talk business before others," remarked the old man as they entered the room. It was a comfortably furnished and cozily warm apartment. Only two people were there, an old woman and a pretty young girl, who both looked up in astonishment as the men came in. "Who's this you are bringing in, George?" asked Nanette. "He's a peddler, and he's got some trifles here you might like to look at." "Why, yes, you wanted a thimble, didn't you, Lena?" asked Nanette, and the cook beckoned to the peddler. "Let's see what you've got there," she said in a friendly tone. The old man pulled out his wares from his pack. thimbles and scissors, coloured ribbons, silks, brushes and combs, and many other trifles. When the women had made their several selections, they noticed that the old man was shivering with the cold as he leaned against the stove. Their sympathies were aroused in a moment. "Why don't you sit down?" asked Nanette, pushing a chair towards him, and Lena rose to get him something warm from the kitchen. The peddler threw a look at George, who nodded in answer. "He said he'd like to see the things they gave you after Mrs. Cape's death," the young man remarked. "Do you buy things like that?" Nanette turned to the peddler. "I'd just like to look at them first, if you'll let me. I'd be glad to get rid of them, but I won't go upstairs. I'm afraid they'd." "Well, I'll get the things for you if you want me to," offered George, and turned to leave the room. The door had scarcely closed behind him when a change came over the peddler. His old head rose from its drooping position. His bowed figure started up with youthful elasticity. "Are you really fond of him?" he asked of the astonished Nanette, who stepped back a pace, stammering in answer. "Yes." "Why do you ask? And who are you?" "Never mind that, my dear child, but just answer the questions I have to ask, and answer truthfully. Or it might occur to me to let your George know that he is not the first man you have loved." "What do you know?" she breathed in alarm. The peddler laughed. "Oh, then he's jealous. All the better for me. The councillor was jealous too, wasn't he?" Nanette looked at him in horror. "The truth, therefore. You must tell me the truth, and get the others away so I can speak to you alone. You must do this, or else I'll tell George about the handsome carpenter in Church Street, or about Franz Schmid, or—" "For God's sake, stop! Stop, I'll do anything you say." The girl sank back on her chair, pale and trembling, while the peddler resumed his pose of a tired old man leaning against the stove. When George returned with a large basket, Nanette had calmed herself sufficiently to go about the unpacking of the articles in the hamper. "George, won't you please keep Lena out in the kitchen? Ask her to make some tea for us," asked Nanette with well-feigned assurance. George smiled a meaning smile and disappeared. "I am particularly interested in the dead lady's gloves," said the peddler when they were alone again. Nanette looked at him in surprise, but was still too frightened to offer any remarks. She opened several boxes and packages and laid a number of pairs of gloves on the table. The old man looked through them, turning them over carefully. Then he shook his head. "There must be some more somewhere," he said. Nanette was no longer astonished at anything he might say or do, so she obediently went through the basket again and found a little box in which were several pair of grey suede gloves, fastened by bluish mother-of-pearl buttons. One of the pairs had been worn, and a button was missing. "These are the ones I was looking for," said the peddler, putting the gloves in his pocket. Then he continued, "Your mistress was rather fond of taking long walks by herself, wasn't she?" The girl's pale face flushed hotly, and she stammered, "You know about it? You know about it also, I see. And did you know everything?" "Yes, everything," murmured Nanette. "Then it was you and Tristan who accompanied the lady on her walks?" "Yes. I suppose she must have taken someone into her confidence. Well, and what do you think about the murder?" "The professor," replied Nanette hastily. "Why, what should I know about it? The councillor was greatly excited and very unhappy when he discovered this affair, I suppose. He is still. And how did he act after let us call it the accident? He was like a crazy man. They tell me that he went about his duties just the same, that he went away on business. It wasn't business this time, at least not professional business. But before that he did have to go away frequently for weeks at a time. And it was then that your mistress was most interested in her lonely walks." "Eh?" "Yes." Nanette's voice was so low as to be scarcely heard. "Well, and this time," continued the peddler, "why did he go away this time?" "He went to the capital on private business of his own." Are you sure of that? Quite sure. He went 2 different times. I thought it was because he couldn't stand it here and wanted to see something different. He went to his club this evening too. And when did he go away? The first time was the day after his wife was buried, and the second time, 2 or 3 days after his return. How long did he stay away the first time? Only 1 day. Good. Pull yourself together now. I'll send your George in to you and tell him you haven't been feeling well. Don't tell anyone about our conversation. Where is the kitchen? The last door to the right, down the hall. The peddler left the room, and Nanette sank down, dazed and trembling, on the nearest chair. George found her still pale, but he seemed to think it quite natural that she should have been overcome by the recollection of the terrible death of her mistress. He gave the old man a most cordial invitation to return during the next few days. The cook brought the peddler a cup of steaming tea, and purchased several trifles from him before he left the house. When the old man had reached a lonely spot on the road about halfway between the hunting castle and the city, he halted, set down his pack, divested himself of his beard and his wig, and washed the wrinkles from his face with a handful of snow from the wayside. A quarter of an hour later, Detective Müller entered the railway station of the city, burdened with a large grip. He took a seat in the night express, which rolled out from the station a few moments later. As he was alone in his compartment, Müller gave way to his excitement, sometimes even murmuring half aloud the thoughts that rushed through his brain. Yes, I am convinced of it. But can I find the proofs? The words came again and again. And in spite of the comfortable warmth in the compartment, in spite of his tired and half-frozen condition, he could not sleep. He reached the capital at midnight and took a room in a small hotel in a quiet street. When he went out next morning, the servants looked after him with suspicion, as in their opinion a man who spent most of the night pacing up and down his room must surely have a guilty conscience. Müller went to police headquarters and looked through the arrivals of the hotels on the 21st of November. The burial of Mrs. Kniepp had taken place on the 20th. Müller soon found the name he was looking for, Forest Councillor Leo Kniepp, in the list of guests at the Hotel Imperial. The detective went at once to the Hotel Imperial, where he was already well known. It cost him little time and trouble to discover what he wished to know, the reason for the councillor's visit to the capital. Kniepp had asked for the address of a goldsmith and had been directed to one of the shops which had the best reputation in the city. He had been in the capital altogether for about 24 hours. He had the manner and appearance of a man suffering under some terrible blow. Müller himself was deep in thought as he entered the train to return to his home after a visit to the goldsmith in question. He had a short interview with Chief of Police Bauer, who finally gave him the golden bullet and the keys to the apartment of the murdered man. Then the two went out together. An hour later, the Chief of Police and Müller stood in the garden of the house in which the murder had occurred. Bauer had entered from the promenade, after Müller had shown him how to work the lock of the little gate. Together they went up into the apartment, which was icy cold and uncanny in its loneliness. But the two men did not appear to notice this, so greatly were they interested in the task that had brought them there. First of all, they made a most minute examination of the 2 doors which had been locked. The keys were still in both locks on the inside. They were big, heavy keys, suitable for the tall, massive, heavily panelled and iron-ornamented doors. The entire villa was built in this heavy, old German style, the favourite fashion of the last few years. When they had looked the locks over carefully, Müller lit the lamp that hung over the desk in the study and closed the window shutters tight. Bauer had smiled at first as he watched his protégé's actions, but his smile changed to a look of keen interest as he suddenly understood. Müller took his place in the chair before the desk and looked over at the door of the vestibule, which was directly opposite him. "Yes, that's all right," he said with a deep breath. Bauer had sat down on the sofa to watch the proceedings. Now he sprang up with an exclamation, through the keyhole. Through the keyhole, answered Müller. It is scarcely possible. Shall we try it? Yes, you do it. Even the usually indifferent old chief of police was breathing more hastily now. Müller took a roll of paper and a small pistol out of his pocket. He unrolled the paper, which represented the figure of a French soldier with a marked target on the breast. The detective pinned the paper on the back of the chair in which Professor Fellner had been seated when he met his death. But the key was in the hole, objected Bauer suddenly. Yes, but it was turned so that the lower part of the hole was free. Johann saw the light streaming through and could look into the room. If the murderer put the barrel of his pistol to this open part of the keyhole, the bullet would have to strike exactly where the dead man sat. There would be no need to take any particular aim. Müller gazed into space, like a seer before whose mental eye a vision has arisen, and continued in level tones. Fellner had refused the duel, and the murderer was crazed by his desire for revenge. He came here to the house. He must have known just how to enter the place, how to reach the rooms, and he must have known also that the professor, coward as he was— Coward? Is a man a coward when he refuses to stand up to a maniac? Interrupted Bauer. Müller came back to the present with a start and said calmly, Fellner was a coward. Then you know more than you are telling me now. Müller nodded. Yes, I do, he answered with a smile. But I will tell you more only when I have all the proofs in my own hand, and the criminal will escape us in the meantime. He has no idea that he is suspected, but you'll promise to be sensible this time, Müller? Yes, but you will pardon me my present reticence. Even towards you, I don't want to be thought a dreamer again. As in the Cognac case. As in the Cognac case, repeated the little man with a strange smile. So please allow me to go about it in my own way. I will tell you all you want to know tomorrow. Tomorrow, then, may I now continue to unfold my theories? Bauer nodded, and Müller continued. The criminal wanted Fellner's blood no matter how, even if it meant murder, said Bauer. Müller nodded calmly. It would have been nobler, perhaps, to have warned his victim of his approach, but it might have all come to nothing then. The other could have called for help, could have barricaded himself in his room. One crime might have been prevented, and another, more shameful one, would have gone unavenged. Another crime, Fellner, a criminal. Tomorrow you shall know everything, my kind friend, and now let us make the trial. Please lock the door behind me, as it was locked then. Müller left the room, taking the pistol with him. Bauer locked the door. Is this right? He asked. Yes, I can see a wide curve of the room taking in the entire desk. Please stand to one side now. There was deep silence for a moment, then a slight sound, as of metal on metal, then a report, and Müller re-entered the study through the bedroom. He found Bauer stooping over the picture of the French soldier. There was a hole in the left breast, where the bullet, passing through, had buried itself in the back of the chair. Yes, it was all just as you said, began the chief of police, holding out his hand to Müller. But why the golden bullet? Tomorrow, replied the detective, looking up at his superior with a glance of pleading. They left the house together, and in less than an hour's time, Müller was again in the train, rolling towards the capital. He went to the goldsmith's shop as soon as he arrived. The proprietor received him with eager interest, and Müller handed him the golden bullet. Here is the golden object of which I spoke, said the detective, paying no heed to the other's astonishment. The goldsmith opened a small locked drawer, took a ring from it, and set about an examination of the two little objects. When he turned to his visitor again, he was evidently satisfied with what he had discovered. These two objects are made of exactly the same sort of gold, of a peculiar old French composition, which can no longer be produced in the same richness. The weight of the gold in the bullet is exactly the same as in the ring. Would you be willing to take an oath on that if you were called in as an expert? I am willing to stand up for my judgment. Good. And now will you read this over, please? It contains the substance of what you told me yesterday. Should I have made any mistakes, please correct them, for I will ask you to set your signature to it." Muller handed several sheets of close writing to the goldsmith, and the latter read aloud as follows. "On the 22nd of November, a gentleman came into my shop and handed me a wedding ring with the request that I should make another one exactly like it. He was particularly anxious that the work should be done in 2 days of the very latest, and also that the new ring in form, color, and in the engraving on the inside should be a perfect counterpart of the first. He explained his order by saying that his wife was ill and that she was grieving over the loss of her wedding ring, which had somehow disappeared. The new ring could be found somewhere as if by chance, and the sick woman's anxiety would be over. 2 days later, as arranged, the same gentleman appeared again, and I handed him the 2 rings. He left the shop greatly satisfied with my work and apparently much relieved in his mind. But he left me uneasy in spirit because I had deceived him. It had not been possible for me to reproduce exactly the composition of the original ring. And as I believed that the work was to be done in order to comfort an invalid, and I was getting no profit, but on the contrary a little extra work out of it, I made 2 new rings, lettered them according to the original, and gave them to my customer. The original ring I am now, on the 7th day of December, giving to Mr. Joseph Mullet, who has shown me his legitimation as a member of the secret police. I am willing to put myself at the service of the authorities if I am called for." "You are willing to do this, aren't you?" asked Mueller, when the goldsmith had arrived at the end of the notice. "Of course. Have you anything to add to this?" "No, it is quite complete. I will sign it at once." Several hours later, Mueller re-entered the police station in his hometown and saw the windows of the chief's apartment brilliantly lighted. "What's going on?" he asked of Bauer's servant, who was just hurrying up the stairs. "The mistress' birthday. We've got company." Mueller grumbled something and went on up to his own room. He knew it would not be pleasant for his patron to be disturbed in the midst of entertaining his guests, but the matter was important and could not wait. The detective laid off his outer garments, made a few changes in his toilet, and putting the goldsmith's declaration with the ring and the bullet in his pocketbook, he went down to the first floor of the building, in one wing of which was the apartment occupied by the chief. He sent in his name and was told to wait in the little study. He sat down quietly in a corner of the comfortable little room beyond which, in a handsomely furnished smoking room, a number of guests sat playing cards. From the drawing rooms beyond there was the sound of music and many voices. It was all very attractive and comfortable, and the solitary man sat there enjoying once more the pleasant sensation of triumph, of joy at the victory that was his alone and that would win him back all his old friends and prestige. He was looking forward in agreeable anticipation to the explanations he had to give, when he suddenly started and grew pale. His eyes dimmed a moment. Then he pulled himself together and murmured, "No, no, not this time. I will not be weak this time." Just then the chief entered the room, accompanied by Councillor Kipp. "Won't you sit down here a little?" asked the friendly host. "You will find it much quieter in this room." He pulled up a little table laden with cigars and wine, close to a comfortable armchair. Then, noticing Mueller, he continued with a friendly nod. "I am glad they told you to wait in here. You must be frozen after your long ride. If you will wait just a moment more, I will return at once, and we can go into my office. And if you will make yourself comfortable here, my dear Kniep, I will send our friend Horn in to talk with you. He is bright and jovial, and will keep you amused." The chief chattered on, making a strenuous endeavor to appear quite harmless. But Kniep, more apt than ever just now to notice the actions of others, saw plainly that his genial host was concealing some excitement. When the latter had gone out, the councillor looked after him, shaking his head. Then his glance fell by chance on the quiet-looking man who had risen at his entrance and had not sat down again. "Please sit down," he said in a friendly tone, but the other did not move. His grey eyes gazed intently at the man whose fate he was to change so horribly. Kniep grew uneasy under the stare. "What is there that interests you so about me?" he asked in a tone that was an attempt at a joke. The ring on your watch chain," murmured Muller. "It belonged to my dead wife. I have worn it since she left me," answered the unhappy man with the same iron calm with which he had, all these past days, been emphasizing his love for the woman he had lost. Yet the question touched him unpleasantly, and he looked more sharply at the strange man over in the corner. He saw the latter's face turn pale and a shiver run through his form. A feeling of sympathy came over Kniep, and he asked warmly, "Won't you take a glass of this wine? If you have been out in the cold, it will be good for you." His tone was gentle, almost cordial, but the man to whom he offered the refreshment turned from him with a gesture that was almost one of terror. The councillor rose suddenly from his chair. "Who are you? What news is it you bring?" he asked, with a voice that began to tremble. Muller raised his head sharply as if his decision had been made, and his kind, intelligent eyes grew soft as they rested on the pale face of the stately man before him. "I belong to the secret police, and I am compelled to find out the secrets of others, not because of my profession, no, because my own nature compels me. I must do it. I have just come from Vienna, and I bring the last of the proofs necessary to turn you over to the courts. And yet you are 1,000 times better than the coward who stole the honor of your wife, and who hid behind the shelter of the law, and therefore. Muller's voice grew hoarse, then died away altogether. Kniep listened with pallid cheeks but without a quiver. Now he spoke, completing the other's words. "And therefore you wish to save me from the prison or from the gallows. I thank you. What is your name?" The unhappy man spoke as calmly as if the matter scarcely concerned him at all. The detective told him his name. "Muller, Muller," repeated the councillor, as if he were particularly anxious to remember the name. He held out his hand to the detective. "I thank you, indeed thank you," he said with the first sign of emotion he had shown, and then added low, "Do not fear that you will have trouble on my account. They can find me in my home." With these words he turned away and sat down in his chair again. When Bauer entered the room a few moments later, Kniep was smoking calmly. "Now, Muller, I am ready. Horn will be in a moment. Friend Kniep, I know you will enjoy his chatter." The chief led the way out of the room through another door. He could not see the ghastly pale face of the guest he left behind him, for it was almost hidden in a cloud of thick smoke, but Muller turned back once more at the threshold, and caught a last grateful glance from eyes shadowed by deep sadness. As the councillor raised his hand in a friendly gesture, "Dear Muller, you take so long to get at the point of the story. Don't you see you are torturing me?" This outburst came from the chief about an hour later. But the detective would not permit himself to be interrupted in spinning out his story in his own way, and it was nearly another hour before Bauer knew that the man for whose name he had been waiting so long was Leo Kniep. The knowledge came as a terrible surprise to him. He was dazed almost. "And I've got to arrest him in my own house," he exclaimed, as if horrified. And Muller answered calmly, "I doubt if you will have the opportunity, Sir Muller. Did you again?" "Yes, I did." "I have again warned an unfortunate. It's my nature. I can't seem to help it. But you will find the councillor in his house. He promised me that. And you believe it?" "That man will keep his promise," said Muller quietly. Councillor Kniep did keep his promise. When the police arrived at the hunting castle shortly after midnight, they found the terrified servants standing by the body of their master. "Well, Muller, you had better luck than you deserved this time," Bauer said a few days later. This last trick has made you quite impossible for the service, but you needn't worry about that, because the legacy Kenny left you will put you out of reach of want." The detective was as much surprised as anybody. He was as if dazed by his unexpected good fortune. The day before he was a poor man bowed under the weight of sordid cares, and now he was the possessor of 20,000 gulden. And it was not his clever brain, but his warm heart that had won this fortune for him. His breast swelled with gratitude as he thought of the unhappy man whose life had been ruined by the careless cruelty of others and his own passions. Again and again he read the letter which had been found on Canyip's desk, addressed to him, and which had been handed out to him after the inquest. "My friend, you have saved me from the shame of an open trial. I thank you for this, from the very depth of my heart. I have left you a part of my own private fortune, that you may be a free man, free as a poor man never can be. You can accept this present, for it comes from the hand of an honest man, in spite of all. Yes, I compelled my wife to go to her death after I had compelled her to confess her shame to me, and I entered her lover's house with the knowledge I had forced from her. When I looked through the keyhole and saw his false face before me, I murdered him in cold blood. Then, that the truth might not be suspected, I continued to play the sorrowing husband. I wore on my watch chain the ring I had had made in imitation of the one my wife had worn. This original ring of hers, her wedding ring which she had defiled, I sent in the form of a bullet straight to her lover's heart. Yes, I have committed a crime, but I feel that I am less criminal than those two whom I judged and condemned, and whose sentence I carried out, as I now shall carry out my own sentence, with a hand which will not tremble. That I can do this myself, I have you to thank for. You who can look into the souls of men and recognize the most hidden motives. You who have not only a wonderful brain, but a heart that can feel. You, I hope, will sometimes think kindly of your grateful Leo Cape." Mueller kept this letter as one of his most sacred treasures. The Keep case was really, as Bauer had predicted, the last in Mueller's public career. Even the friendliness of the kind old chief could not keep him in his position after this new display of the unreliability of his heart. But his quiet tastes allowed him to live in humble comfort from the income of his little fortune. Every now and then, letters or telegrams will come for him, and he will disappear for several days. His few friends believe that the police authorities who refuse to employ him publicly owing to his strange weakness cannot resist a private appeal to his talent whenever a particularly difficult case arises. End of The Case of the Golden Bullet by Auguste Groner.
Code by L. Paul. Adventure Magazine, November 15th, 1927.
There was a queer feeling about the ship. Hush, thought the man who stood by the gangway. That was the apt word. A battered ship, a dirty craft, small, obscene, unseaworthy, of foreign register. And silent. Hush, grim-faced men going about their business, sparing no word for him, though they might have talked, he guessed, had they cared to. This man who watched wore soiled dungarees. There was a day's stubble of beard on his thin face. His expression, when a passing man darted a look at him, was blank. His eyes fell when other eyes probed him. He looked over his shoulder at times at the rotting dock in the small British port of Beverstock near Liverpool, where this ship, the Cora, lay. He had come aboard, nobody knew how, one moment, and the ship end of the gangway, creaking as the current swayed the little tramp, was empty. The next moment he was there, nor did these others think it strange. They looked as if this sudden yet stealthy approach was usual, an accustomed thing, an item, strange perhaps to some, yet of little moment in their full lives. The man in dungarees stood there till the first cheerful man he had seen aboard rolled up, the stout chief engineer. "That's him," said the chief, and tapped him on the shoulder. The man winced, turned and saw, climbing the steep gangway, a man. "That's him," repeated the stout chief. "Captain Bain." The man in dungarees saw a tall, glum seafarer with greying hair, his frowsy shawl-going linen peeping from sleeves of shiny serge, his lapels greasy, his boots polished long after polish had become a mockery, and, topping all, a master's cap. This was Captain Bain, right enough. He stopped, stared at the man in dungarees, and said briefly, "We're from American Bar." The man in dungarees replied. "Come this way," said the captain. "My name's Bain. This is my cabin. We can talk here. Out on deck talks barred in port. Who sent you?" He fell silent. Not because he waited for the answer, but more as if he had run down. As if this long speech had been an effort, a breaking down of his accustomed reserve. The man in dungarees waited, as if expecting him to say more, then at last replied, "Who sent me dip la place?" He fumbled in the pocket of his dungarees and found a wad of crumpled paper. "He sent this too." The captain of the Cora took the paper, opened it, held it up to the beam of light that stole through the grimy port. The man in dungarees sat down on a locker. "My name's Drake," he remarked. His eyes were fixed on the captain. He saw a wave of color sweep up over old Bain's weather-beaten neck into his cheeks, then recede again. What the captain read, spelling out large printed words, was this: "Sparklers, they're wise. Watch." The captain of the Cora crumpled the paper in his hand. "You read this, of course?" "I am no liar. I did, of course," the man in dungarees mimicked him. "As I said, my name's Drake, and this paper." "I've forgotten what was on it," Drake told him. "Dip gave it to you. Dip grows jocular." The captain laughed harshly. "Are you another of his jokes?" "I am a passenger. I don't carry passengers, my kind. Dip sent me. Remember, you know then, you have money." Drake spread 5 50-pound notes out on his knee. "As bad as that?" The captain whistled. "You could swank aboard a liner for that, and swank off across the pond." The captain stroked his long jaw reflectively. His eyes wandered over Drake's face, stopped for a moment on the wall clock above his head, dropped to the pile of treasury notes, and dwelt there. "As bad as that," said the captain of the Cora. "Not murder?" "No, Dip sent me, he knows." "Need you? Need I?" "God forbid. Can you swim?" "Yes." "Why?" "You'll have to. I see you don't know the game we play. Better learn before I take your money. You find it convenient to travel informally, to land on the other side incognito? No, your name may be Drake, and I don't care if it is or not. Names don't count here, but you wish to land as Drake, unknown to anyone. We arrange that no immigration folk to pester you, no police. We sail for Montreal. Below that city 50 miles or so are islands. Sometimes we go slowly through them close to land. An active swimmer dropping overside. You have more money, have you not?" "Yes, Captain, a little. There is a man on one island there. He has a boat. If you give him more than £5, he's robbing you. After that, your movements are not my concern." Again, as the captain paused, Drake had that strange feeling that here was a man talking overmuch, a man more fond of silence. "And that's all?" Drake asked. "Simple, isn't it?" "Why do you say that?" "I feared I'd have to work my passage, and I'm lazy." The captain of the Cora reached for the little pile of notes. "A man must live," he growled as if apologizing for his delinquencies. "A man must live, and there is no money in tramp shipping. You'll find a small cabin on the port side, the empty one. It's yours, we sail with the tide. If you come on deck before that, and are nabbed," he patted his pocket where he had stowed those notes. "That's your lookout, Drake." Drake rose and crossed the little cabin. At the threshold he paused. "Those other cabins? You are 3. The others you won't meet till we are at sea." Drake stepped out, dropped down a steep iron stair to the deck, slid into the port alley where tiny doors formed a row, tried first one, then another till he found one unlocked, entered, and found himself in a cabin so small that it could scarcely contain a bunk and its occupant at the same time. Men had watched him. Shadowy figures, heads out of the galley, the engine room, the fire hold. They had said nothing, betrayed no surprise at his coming. They were silent men. Hush! The salt wind drifted across the deck of the Cora. She was wallowing in the Atlantic. Drake and the fat chief sat in the lee of the funnel. They had struck up an acquaintance during the first half of the voyage. Drake had traveled. He knew things. The fat chief, a jovial rascal, had the curiosity of a child and a stout man's zest for effortless, vicarious adventure. The two other passengers had kept apart. There was Quayle, as yet sticking close to his cabin, save at mealtimes when he joined Drake at the captain's table. He had given that name Quayle, casually, as if it had just occurred to him, as if names were matters of only passing importance. He was a tall, silent man, middle-aged. The third passenger messed with the crew. He was a small Liverpool dock rat. He claimed that he had not killed his wife, but had only beaten her. The captain, after discreetly calling up a hospital, found that this was true. Because he had but £20, they had taken him for that. He never came up on the boat deck. He viewed the ocean with ignorant terror and kept behind the high steel bulwarks of the well deck when he came out for air. The chief, having a romantic mind, decided that the Liverpool man's wife would probably take a turn for the worse and die. He held that the other passenger, Quayle, was a Bolshevik the chief, and Drake sat there and yawned through the long sea morning. A rum ship, Drake hazarded. "We are that," the chief grinned. "At home to rum company. True, but you know each other. We don't. We passengers." 5 new faces in the ship's company, the chief laughed. "You see, we can't keep 'em. We ship so many passengers that it has made their pile easy, or on the way to make it easy. It corrupts the lads. 5 new faces, 5 old uns go on to do likewise, on the trail o' easy money. Man dear, 'tis restless labor is getting to be. 8 of us, new chums, not knowing each other for 5 and 3 is 8. Drake stared out to sea. 8 souls, sighed the chief. Where they comes from, Gord only knows. Where they're bound, Gord don't care. Speaking more exact, 9, for I'd forgot Sparks. Drake glanced forward. The tall radio man was in his hen coop, a scant 20 feet away. The door was open. Why, him another birdo passage. Do you notice his duds? New and fancy. Know what the pay is, man dear. If he bought them out of wages, he's never had smoke nor drink in years. Ever see a tramp's wireless wonder before? Number know what I think. He's an absconding Scot. He figured we'd soak him hard for an unconventional passage. You know what you paid, so? The chief closed his eyes and gave the details of his imaginative romance in a few low words. Sparks gets him a uniform, 80 bolt maybe, or steals one. He finds out we're getting a new radio man this voyage, and then, back in port, some poor dub brass pounder is waking up. Maybe in hospital. And this sport, well, he's on the papers as Sparks, but we lose our dividend on his passage thereby, so you figure him, as you might say, a jailbird of passage. Drake had raised his voice. The chief clutched his arm. Don't you now, don't rile that one man, dear. Every time that devilish contraption spits sparks, I shudder. Think o' the slander yon lad could spread, and nobody knowin'. Slander? Slander about you? Or me? McGinley. Oh, aye, there is tales he could tell, even if he's new. Would ye believe it? The old chief rose. Ye might not, but somehow, the lads aboard here has loose tongues. A thing I abhor, personal. And off the old man waddled. Drake sat there a moment. He was thinking, I wonder, another little swimmer when we come to that island? Will there be 4 of us in the water? Will the 4th be Sparks? If so, best watch him. Rising, he added a codicil to this conclusion. There is 9 aboard, counting myself, he thought. 9 that may be? Well, anything best start figuring this one out. That'll leave 8, and one of the 8 is me, Drake. Wonder what I'll be when we come to the end of the voyage. He glanced aft. The stout chief engineer was there where he had paused on the stair that led below. Them that don't talk here, said McGinley. Them that don't talk on this ship. They guesses. Drake slipped forward till he stood by the open door of the wireless coupe. The new Sparks looked up. Want anything, he asked. Just loafing round. Drake rolled a cigarette slowly, clumsily. Smoke, yes. The wireless man reached for pouch and papers, twisted with swift fingers, struck a match, and was exhaling smoke almost before Drake himself had lighted up. You been in the States? Drake asked. Learned to make a gasper there, didn't you? And you are from the old country calling a cig that? A good country to come from, and the faster the coming the better, Drake drawled. Old country's not healthy for some. The wireless man bent over his complicated machinery as it became alive. Drake looked on, wonder in his eyes, almost a childish wonder. But that's marvelous, said he. Words coming out of the air. Dot dash, said the wireless man. See that smoke yonder, the Paladin? She's asking the Caradoc if they've met ice. Berg's drifting now, you know. Drake glanced at the wall clock, then drifted toward the door. It was 11 o'clock. It was Wednesday, 5 days since they had left port. This old ruin of a ship was traveling with speed. The voice of the wireless man followed him. I am Cray. Come again, he called. This packet doesn't run to rules. Drake turned. He seemed uneasy. If... he began. If what? Cray waited. If you hear something with that gadget about a man named Drake, the fewer know, the better. Get me. Don't slip me money. Cray's hand met his, thrust it back. You'll need all you got. A rum lot, on a rum ship. And you as rum as they come, thought Drake as he walked away. Cray watched him go. Wonder if he knew what was on the air just now. He scowled. If I shove it to the old man, will he? Well, this time I'm a wireless man. Next time, we'll see. To him, too, this strange ship was saying, Hush! Yet his pencil slid over flimsy paper. He rose with a message, took it to the captain on the bridge. Rum lot aboard, sir. He handed the message over, winked. The captain started, backed away into a wing of the bridge, scanned that message. You are right, he replied. This came in code, I presume. Yes, sir. Then why not leave it in code? We don't want the world knowing. Nobody's seen it, sir, but me. Damn you, that's an order. Anything else comes, leave it in code. Cray went white and was about to speak. Then he checked himself. He walked away. He was thinking. Him too, the old man. Wonder what he knows that the world don't, that he's afraid of the world learning. I'll, maybe, find out. I'll see. Tonight maybe he might work in, who knows? The captain, staring at the retreating back, was staring at words that floated before his eyes. For that message had read, the urgency of the thrice repeated all ships that stabbed him, made him wince. Trouble. Trouble in large consignments. Coming out of the air. Other messages, and the field of search, might narrow perhaps till it centered on an old tramp wallowing across the Western Ocean. Till some swift offshore craft might draw alongside, and some officious jackanapes would climb up the ladder and ask fool questions about 8 new faces aboard the Cora. There was trouble on the ship that said, "Hush!" The captain walked stiffly across the bridge and down to his cabin. Cray, on the boat deck, watched him go. "Yes, we'll use you, my bucko," said Cray. "Now I wonder," and he stared down on the well deck, forward, where the little Liverpool passenger sprawled on a hatch cover. "You've got a shiner on your eye, my lad," thought Cray, "and you mess with the crew. They'll be eating any moment now. I think we'd better not wait. We'll begin with you." He followed the old captain of the Cora to his cabin. When the passengers who messed with the skipper came in to lunch, that worthy's chair was vacant. Cray it was who greeted them, smiling at Drake, bowing stiffly to Tall Quail. "Old man's busy," said Cray. "Don't wait for him, gentlemen." That was Wednesday. On Thursday, the fat engineer McGinley sought to warm lee of the funnel once more. Drake was there waiting. I made my peace with Cray. If he was mad about what I said, he didn't show it. "A bad case," the fat old chief growled. "There is more in the ship than ballast. There is a mystery." 8 little mysteries, Drake jeered, of which one is my humble self. Maybe 9, counting Cray, or 10. What you alludin' to now? You honest old McGinley man could see clean through me. The chief winked at him. "But look at this code, and all that pencilin' under it is writ by the most talented engineer on the Western Ocean." Drake glanced down at the flimsy bit of paper. He saw first a jumble of phrases and part words, but below that, her penciled legend made sense. No signature this time. "Where'd you get this?" Drake stiffened. He glanced forward uneasily, but Cray's blind was drawn on the little window of his cabin. Cray's door was shut. "Where'd you think?" "Noticed the old man yesterday and today?" the old chief asked. "Well, he's fair wild. He come down this morning and asks me to trot along confidential. We goes to that wife-beaten runt's cabin. The runt is out on deck, old man and me. We rip up the floorboards. We pry apart the bunk. Looking for what? He wouldn't tell at first. Then, when we found nothing, he begun to rave about jewelry. Him that's carried such down and outs before, looking for jewelry in that cabin. Told me to shut up, left me standing on air like. So I mooched. Half an hour ago, Cray comes down with this. Old man looks her over, puzzles her out. He was standing by his cabin. Next he dives in, grabs something, pockets it, and comes out again. Know what he grabbed? Number his gun me. I grabbed something else. This, now you know as much as I do, unless you know more. Drake stared at him, then dropped his eyes. And if I do? Cray and the old man know a heap. My guess is there has been robbery, and now it looks like murder. Like as not, the search'll narrow down. Scotland Yard ain't manned by fools. Like as not, there'll be other messages. Liverpool runt's been cleared. He don't pack no valuables. There is 7 new faces aboard beside him, leaving Cray out. If things gets hot, and they start to search the lot, well, him that has them jewels is like to swing, unless... Drake seemed to be master of himself now. Unless the lads slipped him to a good-natured old fool of an engineer, there is places below. Old McGinley winked. Well, if you meet the man aboard here, you tell him thanks. I will. Cray's blind's gone up. Drake rose. I am going to have a chin with him. If there is one thing more than another has hanged fool men, it's words. McGinley warned and left him. Cray grinned as Drake opened the door. You heard anything? Drake asked nervously. Nothing. Thought maybe some message might have drifted in. Seen you writing a while back. There was, Cray laughed. fool operator on the Jessamine was asking me if I'd bought my girl that diamond yet." Drake stood by the table, his lean fingers clasped about its beveled edge. Cray, watching covertly, smiled. That table was shaking, though it was fastened to the floor. "You're a strong man, ain't you?" Cray asked. "There is stronger aboard this packet," Drake answered tonelessly. "Where'd the old man dig up those new sailormen? 2 of them I saw this morning, ramming at that bent stanchion that supports this deck. Take 4 of me to make 1 of them." "That's an idea," Cray smiled, as if relishing his chance to play with this man. "What is?" Drake frowned. "Making 1 of them from 4 of me. Then there is Quail. He's husky too. Well, beef don't count with me." Cray shoved a chair forward. "Want to listen in?" He reached for an extra headset, plugged in, adjusted it for Drake, then watched him keenly as some faint message came. "So that's what it sounds like." Drake looked up. "I've often wondered," but Cray was busy writing. His pencil fairly shook as it sped over the paper. "What's that?" Drake looked over his shoulder. Too late, Cray shoved a hand over what he had written, for Drake had seen plainly, the uncompleted sentences. "You seen, hey?" Cray fidgeted, seemed annoyed, yet he might be pretending. He was, at any rate, ill at ease. "You seen? Well, what's a Rusky more or less to you or me? Don't tell the old man I showed you. The others came in code. This one's plain English. Best beat it. I've got to take this to the old man." Drake got up and walked silently out. On the threshold, Cray stopped him with, "Ever know any Russians, Drake? Some of them is big men, hard fighters. Take a powerful man to handle them." "Meaning?" Drake spun about fiercely. "Meaning you know more'n you let on." Cray laughed. "Thought I'd catch you. You know who Varnavos was, owner of the Varnavos necklace. You know why he's dead." Drake rolled a cigarette with his usual clumsiness. "What mobsman doesn't know?" he asked. Come, Cray, you know what sort we passengers are on this dirty little ship. No Varnavos and his necklace." "Who does not, in my walk of life? What gang but has had their eyes on him and his jewels, and now that a cleverer man than myself has pulled the trick? So you are a crook," Cray jeered. "So," Drake smiled pleasantly, "did you think me a lily?" Drake was composed now. "Imagination's a grand thing, Cray. Sometimes it leads men into trouble, though. You've been reading dime novels." Drake walked away. Cray watched him go aft, along the boat deck, and down the steep stairs. "You'll worry, my man," growled Cray. "Now, what's next?" "Liverpool swine is ruled out. That fool of a skipper, a child, could see through him. He's ripped that Dub's cabin to pieces. At this rate, he'll have the whole ship torn apart, every man-jack on edge. Not one'll get by him without him poking and prying, and he's fool enough to make a bad break so. We're 5 days from port, and—" He stared at that last message, which he had left incomplete. With a swift pencil, he ended it. "That?" said Cray to himself, as he took the message to the captain of the Cora. "That'll hold him for a while." "This ship is jammed full of strong men, so you can't find him. The thief!" Cray jeered. There was no deference in his tone, no respect. Here he sat in the old man's cabin and yawned away as if such a thing as discipline had ceased to exist. The thief. He's been a murderer for 2 days. Old Bane scowled at him. "You have me nigh crazy. First we rip up that little rat's cabin. That was you. I just hinted," Cray began. "Hinted like you did when that message came about looking for a strong man who could kill bare-handed." "A strong man? You found several," Cray retorted. "Was it me said it might be one of those 2 sailors?" "Oh, yes, I admit I didn't contradict you. I'll say I let you have your way. Do your own crude sleuthing, searching that forecastle. Don't you know that sailormen are a neat lot? Even such scum as this? They know this moment that you have been prodding about. And now you say, you put things into my mind, damn you. The old man glowered at him. I thinks things and says things, and there ain't no reason to them when said and thought. They ain't my thoughts. They ain't my actions. And mine, of course, hey? I do it all. Maybe I did this. This came today. Cray shoved a sheet of paper at him. The old man ran his eye over a jumble of code, then reached for his book, translated. You know what it is. He lifted his head and stared at Cray. You know all ships. No, not this time. The search is narrowed down, Cray grated. This one is, which means... The skipper of the luckless Cora waited. Thus, Cray's face was tense. Scotland Yard, they got a line on us. They're closing in on their man, and when some detective comes up the ladder, we're nigh into St. Lawrence Gulf. The old man stared out of the grimy port. When the showdown comes, never such a ship for secrets as this. Cray said, they'll come for one, they'll find a heap. You, for instance, the captain suggested. Sure me, and you think I am sweating over this just for fun? Think I give a damn if they get their man? Me? Hell, no, I got my reasons. So have you. They'll come aboard with a pilot. Maybe they'll begin poking round. Unless what? Unless the man's ready for them. Then, it's a pat on the back and a clean bill of health for you. And, thanks, my noble radio man. Your message was music to our honest ears, for me. Cray stopped. And so, Cray leaned closer. Get this. There is 2 men we ain't searched yet, Drake and Quayle. Either one, maybe. The old captain rose. We'll start with Quayle, eh? He made for the door, but he stopped, turned. You put that into my head, damn ye. What if I did? Cray cried. What if I did? Since you have no detective aboard, what price, Cray, hey? What price, Cray? I'll tell ye I'd as soon to God we had a detective aboard. The captain growled. That's what price, Cray, he stumped out. The wireless man got up slowly and idled about the cabin as if it were his own. That last remark of the skipper's had hit him. A detective, said Cray softly. Maybe we have at that, my brave old sea dog. Maybe we have at that. He followed the captain on deck and twitched his sleeve. He drew him into a corner. I'll do this next job myself, said Cray. You mean Quayle? Him, you better stick to your knitting. Talk like a human being at lunch. Keep that solemn-faced, secretive Quayle there until you ever figure there'll maybe be a reward for them diamonds. Reward? The old captain of the Cora snorted. Reward if I can sleep again, oh, nights. That'll be reward enough. I could do with a good sleep myself, Cray laughed. I might sleep through lunch hour while Quayle's cabin is empty. Morning again and bright sunlight on the Gulf. Tomorrow would see the pilot coming aboard at Father Point. Tomorrow would see, well, something rather ghastly to men who clutched secrets close, who feared the eye of the law. But today the sun shone. Drake and the old engineer sat there by the funnel. Old McGinley was sleepy. A bearing had been heating. He had not yet been to bed. He had come up for a whiff of fresh air. He was soon wide awake, for Drake, leaning over, whispered, I've been thinking what you said. I said a heap, laddie. About hiding things? He opened his dungaree suit. The old man saw a long, thin packet of brown paper, sealed with wax, tied with many intricate knots. I've been thinking, and whispering a bit, Drake went on. Oh, aye, doubtless. McGinley's eyes glinted. A chief engineer, he knew, could hide things where nobody, not even the man who had trusted them to him, could find them. Oh, aye, he repeated. Something else has whispered me, bold lad. Fear has, I am thinking. Drake's face was blank. I told the person what you said. There has been funny work. Cray and the skipper searching yesterday, today, all cabins but mine. Tomorrow. Perhaps yours, tomorrow the pilot and... The old man, too, was leaning closer. The packet passed. If a knot's untied or a seal broken, my friend says there'll be no split, Drake grated. Unless he goes where splittin' is hard, save he split rocks, McGinley laughed, and he drew back. That bearin', it needs a pile o' lookin' after. He lumbered away. Drake sat there. The man Quail, the silent, secretive Quail, came up on deck. He walked along. He bent over Drake. He whispered something. Drake sprang to his feet. Quail was of an age with him, taller by a head, powerfully built. Both the captain, staring down from the bridge, and Cray, peering out of his little window, saw Drake's fist shoot out a blow that seemed but to glance off Quail's jaw. Yet Quail fell, lay there, knocked out. Drake walked forward. He beat on Cray's door with his fists, crying, "What kind of a ship's this? What sort of man are you? Blavin, blavin." The captain, clutching the bridge rail, leaned over and bawled, "You keep still, mister." "What's wrong with ye? One more crack like that." And he paused. Tomorrow, when the pilot and whoever else was waiting came aboard, he would no longer have the power, save to stand dumbly by and watch. But now Cray had his door open and was talking to the enraged Drake, and Drake, calming himself by an effort, was being drawn inside. The captain wished that this strange man Cray would leave that door open. He hoped at least that afterward he would tell him frankly what now was going on. Inside, Cray was talking swiftly. "What he say? Did he tell you I was blabbing?" "Blabbing. What talking's been done?" Drake paused as if uncertain. "Forget it. A man don't like to be told he's like to swing. I am hot-headed. I figured maybe you'd told him what was in that cablegram. The one about Van Ervesk being dead. Maybe more, too. But forget it is right." Cray was acting strangely. Yesterday he had told the captain that the murderer, supposedly on their ship, must be either Quail or Drake. Now he seemed to have shifted his views, unless he wished to lull Drake into a state of false security. "Forget it is right," he grinned, reaching for the spare headset, already adjusted to fit Drake. "Want to listen in a spell? I'm going out for a breather. If you hear anything funny, call me." Drake hesitated. "What you planning to do?" "Nothing," Cray answered. "Be a sport. Most men get hot if you come rubbing at 'em. But me, I am different. You set there. Forget it. I'll try." Drake scowled. "If the old man says anything about that row with Quail, you tell him it's an old score we were settling." "Right." Cray crossed the threshold and slammed the door shut. Drake listened as he walked down the deck. He heard other footsteps. Out of the window he caught a glimpse of the captain's grey head, then the boatswain, supporting a limp Quail toward the stair. "I wonder," Drake frowned at the wireless set, "what's their next move? And old McGinley, what's he doing?" Old McGinley, cutting loose cord after cord, breaking through wax seals, was opening that brown paper parcel. What he found turned him into a covetous old man who thought furiously. Finally, one hand fondling his pocket, he climbed heavily down ladders to his own peculiar domain. Once more Cray faced the old skipper in his cabin. "You saw that." Bain was eager. He sensed at last the end of this mystery. "You saw the Drake and heard him howl about blabbing?" "Yes," Cray scoffed. "Heard a heap, but I'm not taking that for gospel. It must be him. You found nothing in Quail's cabin." "Not yet," Cray answered. "I'm figuring on looking again. Know what I think? They're both in the theft, if not the murder. Take those names. Both birds' names. Quail and Drake, ain't they? Sort of funny, them both choosing the same sort of monikers for this trip, like one had thought of one, and the other had followed suit. Crooks are like that." The captain gazed at him speculatively. "Crayfish, Another zoological name. Well, go on. You don't pass as an honest man, Cray. Later that, you're no better, if no worse, than the rest aboard this packet. What were you going to say? I got an idea they'd been passing that necklace from one to t'other, Cray explained. They had hard words. What if Quayle had it last after I searched his dump? What if he wouldn't hand over and Drake? I been working on him, scaring him. If Drake, I say, figured Quayle was going to jip him. How about that? Maybe Quayle ain't scared of getting caught. I searched his dump careful. He may figure he ain't suspected no more. He may think, if he is suspected, that we don't know how to search right. And Drake, figuring he's losing out, gets mad. The captain shook his head. Father Point was getting closer, morning, and the pilot would come, and with them. Well, iron bars perhaps. Certainly a lost ticket and a lot of trouble. A man couldn't account for 3 extra men on his ship, and such men. I don't know if we miss this time, he paused. We'll search both cabins, Gray broke in, and both at once. You take Quayle's, I'll go for Drake's. We'll win this time. The captain stared at him. We'll do it, but how? Easy, Cray smiled. That worthless old chief engineer, let him tag on to Drake. They are thick anyway. As for Quayle, he's battered up, ain't he? Or if he ain't exactly battered, he's shook. Take a couple of men, drag him out, say you are giving him your room, more light and air. Sure, he'll suspect. But what can he do? Take them 2 big sailormen, it might be. But when Drake sticks below of afternoons, tomorrow morning we got a couple of hours, Cray went on. When we find that necklace, we give it up and get clear of. Like hell, we keep it, Cray corrected him. Or I keep it. Never mind how. I'll pin the job on one of them. Don't you worry. The captain stared at him, aghast. But they'll search the ship. Let 'em, they won't find it. Cray got up. I left Drake in my monkey house. Best get him out of there. Tomorrow morning, tomorrow. The captain looked out the door as Cray opened it. The hills of the south shore of the Gulf stood out, grim and grey, somber, all shadow. Tomorrow. Well, sooner it comes, sooner over. The 2 big sailors dragged Quayle, protesting, out of his cabin. A strangely ungrateful man he seemed. Up on the boat deck, Drake heard the row. What's that? He asked the old chief. McGinley leaned closer. Them diamonds, he whispered. How'd you know? You broke the seals, Drake accused McGinley, shrank back. Me? What you think? Ain't I acted straight with you? You'd better. Drake thrust one hand inside his dungaree suit. Something bulged under his arm. McGinley wasn't looking at a paper packet this time. You go heeled, don't blame ye, he blustered. Why pull a gun on me? They're searching your cabin. He told this with the air of one revealing a previous secret. They won't find nothing. Not in mine, Drake grated, but elsewhere perhaps. You sit still. We've been playing blind man's buff overlong. You sit still. This is loaded, you old fraud. You figure on holding out. Hey, look me in the eye, in 10 minutes, and maybe you'll change your mind. McGinley quivered. He was gross mountain of a man, and shaking like jelly. 10 minutes? What you mean? Why, Drake rose. If you value your health, sit tight. If you don't, I play a hard game. I've an ace in the hole, a neat little ace, isn't it? In its shoulder holster. Sit where you are. The old man watched him as he walked, cat-footed to the stair, and as he slowly disappeared down it. Someone is going to catch plain hell, said he. But it won't be me, McGinley. Maybe, when they finish their rough stuff, there'll be a nice corpse for Scotland Yard. And what's hid below for McGinley? But McGinley was not down in the alleyway, and it was there that things were due to happen. First, the old captain's voice, as he cried through the thin partition between Drake's cabin and Quayle's. Come here, for God's sake, Cray. I found something, Cray. running in from Drake's cabin, saw a velvet-covered case, long, narrow, bound with precious metal. The captain laughed in relief. "Got our man. Where'd you find that?" "There." The captain kicked a disreputable handbag. "In the lining sewn in. I felt it. First shot, 9. Open it, Cray urged. "Let's see. It's locked some way, but—" Old Bain's strong fingers wrapped themselves about the slim thing of metal and velvet. The cords of his wrists stood out for a moment. Then the case was open, cracked like a walnut shell. It was empty. The captain glared at the fragments in his hands. Cray, leaning closer, muttered, "Never mind. Hang on to that. It's evidence, ain't it, Quail? He'll tell more when them detectives get after him." "He'll talk. Man can shorten his stretch that way, unless," he thrust his face close to the captain's, "unless we find them diamonds ourselves. Then this did do for Quail. They'd take him on the strength of this, and we'd to hell with the diamonds." In the old skipper's voice was relief. "This'll do for me. You keep your gab shut, mister. Least you know the best. I've got Quail locked in my cabin. He'll stay there. If trouble comes aboard, it comes for him. Personal, not me, nor you if you're wise. You stop snooping round for them diamonds. I won't have it, I tell you. First thing there'll be a murder. Another murder." Cray, his voice edged, face pale, sneered. "Changed your tune, hey? Now you found this useless junk, you figure you'll let them diamonds go, hey? But you figure without Cray. I'll have this ship apart if need be, but I'll lay hands on them stones." "You'll go easy," Captain Bain thundered. He was becoming himself rapidly now. "You'll keep quiet. There is others besides Quail can be locked in their cabins and nothing said of it. And I am master of this ship, by God, and if—" Cray smiled, though he was still under tension, although that smile was not a pleasant one. "If I told you the truth, would you sing small, I wonder?" "Truth, my God, truth," the badgered skipper rasped. "You tell the truth. What in hell are you to tell the truth?" "A detective," said Cray softly. "A detective." The captain stared, at first unbelieving, then he wilted. Too many little things on Cray's side. The chances were that he might be. Certainly he'd acted like one at times. And if he were, what of the Cora, of her secret sins? "A detective," he gasped. Borne behind Cray came another voice. The cabin door swung open. "A detective. That's fine, for there are 2 of us then, my dear Cray." It was Drake. He had his gun. In that tiny cabin, a gun in the hand meant mastery. Drake closed the door after him. His gun covered Cray. He disregarded the old captain. Indeed, old Bain hadn't an ounce of trouble-making left in him. He was a crushed man. Not one detective, but 2. Not one man who might conceivably be bribed, but 2, each knowing his little immigrant game, and what was worse, each knowing that the other knew. He slumped down on the single bunk. He stared from Cray to Drake, from Drake to Cray. He shook his grey head sadly. Cray, snarling, turned on him. "A hell of a captain." "Don't you see his game? His turn to hang on to them diamonds. He figures we'll search his room next. Likely found out I'd been searching it. He's desperate. And a strong man, Cray, which you are not." Drake reached out suddenly with his left hand, caught both Cray's thin wrists, brought his hands together. Then, with his right hand, he laid his revolver on the bunk. "Which you are not, Cray, my man," said Drake. The captain heard steel jingle, then saw it flash. He heard a faint click. Drake turned to him. "We'll adjourn to your cabin, Captain. This is a bit crowded." Glumly, the old skipper obeyed. Cray stood there handcuffed, silent now, as if with the snapping of the steel handcuffs had gone from him his last chance. They stumbled out into the alleyway, Drake's steady hand on Cray's elbow. As Cray walked along, men eyed him. He scowled at the first. His face was blank as he passed a second. But when the third man stared, he smiled cockily. He was on parade and would be on parade until Drake and his kind had done their best or worst. He must act out his part, confidence in every look, every gesture. That was his code. He would follow it, despite the reason for his captivity. There was a certain desperate gallantry about Cray, as Drake led him off handcuffed to the captain's cabin. He even managed to whisper, as they climbed the steep iron stairway to the boat deck, "A pretty job, Drake. If your feet didn't look it, nobody'd take you for a dick. Only thing is, you got the wrong man." "Have I?" Drake asked. "Have I? Maybe it's Quail should be wearing these." Cray kept silent of that, as if reluctant to tell, as if now the enemy had appeared in his true form, he were changing his whole tune, as if those under the law's suspicion must close up their ranks and stick together. "Quail. There he is in the cabin," Drake went on. "I'll be bound he'll be glad to see us. You see, Quail's my partner, Cray." Drake and the old captain were alone. Quail had taken Cray away, had locked him up, was keeping an eye on him. Drake had remained with Bain. He was talking jerkily, as if thinking back over this business, partly because he rather plumed himself on the way it had been managed, and partly because he feared, should he stop, what would follow. Old Captain Bain, their lips moving, eyes downcast, was probably going over the sins of a long and pettily wicked life. Probably as soon as he got the chance, he'd pour out a flood of confessions, and would incriminate himself hopelessly in a dozen dark matters. Drake, a one-idea man, busy with that one idea, didn't have time, or, to do him justice, inclination for the hall of Father Confessor to the captain of the Chora. So he talked, like a man talking against time, elliptically, as things came into his head, and the captain, half listening, heard, began at Dip's American bar. "Bless you, we at the Yard have known your little game for years, Captain," began at Dip's. "When this robbery thing broke, we traced a motor car within a mile of his place. From then on, well, it was chance and luck, and, if I may say it, psychology. We came aboard, Quail and I separately. We looked about, used our eyes, wormed in where we could. We had no idea what the man was like, what he had done before. We just played a hunch that he was aboard. Began with you. Remember that little note I brought you, ostensibly from Dip? Well, that told me a lot. Bless you, Bain, you aren't the murdering, thieving sort. I rolled you out right then, but to go on. You remember when the thing broke aboard that first message?" "Yes," the old man nodded glumly. "I won't forget. 'Twas as if some big, horrible eye was looking all over, slow but steady. And I knew that sooner or later it'd stop on us. And then, oh, course, that." Drake laughed, hastily breaking in. "That was the intention. I arranged for that wireless, Scotland Yard. Well, we at the Yard don't broadcast what we know unless we want it known for a damned good reason. I had that wireless sent, fixed it up in the hour I had between trailing the car to Dip's and coming aboard here. That was my bombshell. But—" The captain stared at him, puzzled. "How'd you? You didn't know it was Cray you wanted." "What I wanted was a disturbance. If he wasn't in the business, he'd perhaps talk. If he hadn't talked, I could fulfill that omission and blame it on him. I wanted every manjack aboard here to know that diamonds have been stolen, that Scotland Yard, they don't sign themselves that way, I might confess, were on the trail. The rest, well, ever throw a rock into a pool, the ripples follow each other to shore. The rest was plain Cray. I'd struck it lucky those other messages, he made 'em up every one." "But why? Why?" The old man was incredulous. "His game," Drake laughed. "First, half of the voyage. Well, Cray was lying low. He knew his job. You see, he figured on passing as the regular wireless man, But he didn't know his ship or its company, and he didn't like that company when he looked them over. So he carried the necklace in his pocket like a pipe or a handkerchief. Well, the day after that first bombshell of a message came, he felt for the diamonds, and they were gone. Yes, never mind how. Drake got up, walked across to the old skipper of the Cora, flipped one agile hand across his vest, and dangled his watch, chain, and seals before his eyes. Like that? Drake laughed. Well, to get on, there he was, this Cray, with those jewels gone and nothing for his pains. So he began to get mysterious messages. Bit by bit suspicion formed, centered, first on this one, then on that one. You played right into his hands, Captain. You had me worried. I was afraid you two would run out of suspects before he made our landfall. You mean he deliberately had me on? The captain shook his head. No, if 'twas just theft. But murder? You mean this man? Let me think we had a murderer aboard. Let me know it when he could have kept it dark, and him the guilty one. Man don't tie his own hangman's knot, mister. Not even to get back diamonds. There was no murder, Drake laughed again. That was just his artistic touch. No fool, Cray. He knew you'd rise to it, but you worried him. He wanted to search every last cabin. But he also wanted to make the job hang out till the last moment, in case you might show a rush of brain to the head and get to suspecting him. Well, you did it as he planned, between you until, well, there were two of us left, Quayle and myself. Cray was getting scared by now, so when he searched Quayle's cabin yesterday, he planted the box that those diamonds had been in when he lifted them. Then he worked things so that you would find it, not him. But why? Drake stared at him. What use going on like this? How could this man, who but half listened, understand, when even he saw some things but vaguely? You threw a straw into the water, then a dozen more. If one of them taught you anything of drift or eddy, you were content. When he spoke again, his voice was crisp and incisive. That fight. A fake of Quayle and me, in case Cray suspected us of working together as he did, eh? Just a precaution. It bothered him as other things did too. His problem was twofold. Those stories, you see, the wireless messages he was making up. They worked on him in the end, as well as on you. He almost believed them, believed that they might have some accidental truth in them. And of course, he wanted his loot back. Safety and loot. Two ends to gain. If you had it, it was as good as his, for he's smooth, and you. Well, the thing's plain, isn't it? Notice how he gave in at the end. No gunplay. Clever men don't go in for that. Amateurish, that sort of thing. Watch the papers later on and you'll see how Cray fights through his mouthpiece. Good criminal lawyers are rich men. But why all this? The captain growled. You knew in mid-Atlantic that he was your man. You had the stuff and could have nabbed him easily then and there. In my game, a man never stops learning, Drake told him. You may believe me or not, your ship said, hush. I wanted to make her talk, and Cray did it for me, eh? I wanted to see what he'd do, and how he'd do it. A clever rogue he proved, but too imaginative. So you raised hell with us, with me. Let me run round like a fool. The captain of the Cora bit his lip. For who was he standing in a slippery place to antagonize this detective? Drake looked at him pitchingly for a moment. You are worried. You were saying, now Drake'll begin on me. The answer is, of course, Drake won't. I've known, and the Yard's known, for years. If we'd wanted to, we could fill a jail with you and your like. But what's it to us if now and then some petty thief gets away? Men like that Liverpool rat. It's the big, fat, long-whiskered, clever rats we're after. When they come drifting along, flying the country, we know where to look. He turned toward the door. You run our rat trap, Captain. Why in the world should we spring it? The door opened as he put his hand on the knob, The fat engineer, McGinley, crowded in. He laid something that gleamed and glittered on the little table beside this. He methodically piled brown paper, broken wax seals, bits of cut and knotted string. "You'll bear witness," said McGinley to the captain. "You'll bear witness I am an honest man." "There it all is, Mr. Drake. Everything ye gave me. I am an honest man. And besides, there is a ship coming up astern flying the blue ensign, with the Canadian coat of arms and the fly of it. I am an honest man when they board us. You'll tell 'em so, doubtless." But Drake was not listening.
Bending over the table, he was brushing coal dust from the Varnavosk necklace. End of code by L. Paul.
The Chronicles of Addington Peace by B. Fletcher Robinson is a London journalist, the editor of Vanity Fair and author of a dozen detective stories in which are recorded the startling adventures of Mr. Addington Peace of Scotland Yard. He collaborated with Conan Doyle in The Hound of the Baskervilles. When some of these stories appeared in the American magazines, for an unexplained reason, presumably editorial, the name of the hero was changed to Inspector Hartley. The Chronicles of Addington Peace, The Vanished Millionaire 1. James Phillips stood with my back to the fire, smoking and puzzling over it. It was worth all the headlines the newspapers had given it. There was no loophole to the mystery. Both sides of the Atlantic knew Silas J. Ford. He had established a business reputation in America that had made him a celebrity in England from the day he stepped off the liner. Once in London, his syndicates and companies and consolidations had startled the slow-moving British mind. The commercial sky of the United Kingdom was overshadowed by him and his schemes. The papers were full of praise and blame, of puffs and denunciations. He was a millionaire. He was on the verge of a smash that would paralyze the markets of the world. He was an abstainer, a drunkard, a gambler, a most religious man. He was a confirmed bachelor, a woman-hater. His engagement was to be announced shortly, so as the gossip kept rolling with the limelight always centered upon the spot where Silas J. Ford happened to be standing. And now he had disappeared, vanished, evaporated on the night of December 18, a Thursday. He had left London for Mewton Hall, the fine old Hampshire mansion that he had rented from Lord Beverley. The two most trusted men in his office accompanied him. Friday morning he had spent with them, but at 3 o'clock the pair had returned to London, leaving their chief behind. From 4 to 7 he had been shut up with his secretary. It was a hard time for everyone, a time verging upon panic, and at such times Silas J. Ford was not an idle man. At 8 o'clock he had dined. His one recreation was music. And after the meal he had played the organ in the picture gallery for an hour. At 11:15 he retired to his bedroom, dismissing Jackson, his body servant, for the night. 3/4 of an hour later, however, Harbord, his secretary, had been called to the private telephone, for Mr. Ford had brought an extension wire from the neighboring town of Camden. It was a London message, and so urgent that he decided to wake his chief. There was no answer to his knock, and on entering the room he found that Mr. Ford was not in bed. He was surprised but in no way suspicious, and started to search the house. He was joined by a footman, and a little later by Jackson and the butler. Astonishment changed to alarm. Other servants were roused to aid in the quest. Finally, a party, provided with lanterns from the stables, commenced to examine the grounds. Snow had fallen early in the day, covering the great lawns in front of the entrance porch with a soft white blanket about an inch in thickness. It was the head groom who struck the trail. Apparently Mr. Ford had walked out of the porch, and so over the drive and across the lawn toward the wall that bounded the public road. This road, which led from Moudon village to the town of Camden, crossed the front of Moudon Hall at a distance of some 1/4 of a mile. There was no doubt as to the identity of the footprints, for Silas Ford affected a broad, square-toed boot, easily recognizable from its unusual impression. They tracked him by their lanterns to the park wall, and there all trace of him disappeared. The wall was of rough stone, easily surmountable by an active man. The snow that covered the road outside had been churned into muddy paste by the traffic of the day. There were no further footprints observable. The party returned to the house in great bewilderment. A telephone to London brought no explanation, and the following morning Mr. Harbold caught the first train to town to make inquiries. For private reasons, his friends did not desire publicity for the affair, and it was not until the late afternoon, when all their investigations had proved fruitless, that they communicated with Scotland Yard. When the papers went to press, the whereabouts of the great Mr. Ford still remained a mystery. In keen curiosity, I set off up the stairs to Inspector Peace's room. Perhaps the little detective had later news to give me. I found him standing with his back to the fire, puffing at his cigarette with a plump solemnity. A bag neatly shaped lay on the rug at his feet. He nodded a welcome, watching me over his glasses. "I expected you, Mr. Phillips," he said. "And how do you explain it? A love affair or temporary insanity?" I suggested vaguely. "Surely we can combine those solutions," he smiled. "Anything else?" "Number, I came to ask your opinion." "My mind is void of theories, Mr. Phillips, and I shall endeavor to keep it so for the present. If you wish to amuse yourself by discussing possibilities, I would suggest your consideration of the reason why, if he wanted to disappear quietly, he should leave so obvious a track through the snow of his own lawn. For myself, as I am leaving for Camden via Waterloo Station in 10 minutes, I shall hope for more definite data before night peace." I asked him eagerly, "May I come with you?" "If you can be ready in time," he said. It was past 2 o'clock when we arrived at the old town of Camden. A carriage met us at the station. 5 minutes more, and we were clear of the narrow streets and climbing the first bare ridge of the downs. It was a desolate prospect enough, a bare expanse of wind-swept land that rose and fell with the sweeping regularity of the Pacific swell. Here and there a clump of ragged firs showed black against the snow. Under that gentle carpet, the crisp turf of the crests and the broad ploughlands of the lower ground alike lay hidden. I shivered, drawing my coat more closely about me. It was half an hour later that we topped a swelling rise and saw the grey towers of the ancient mansion beneath us. In the shelter of the valley by the quiet river that now lay frozen into silence, the trees had grown into splendid woodlands circling the hall on the further side. From the broad front, the white lawns crept down to the road on which we were driving. Dark masses of shrubberies and the tracery of scattered trees broke their silent curves. The park wall that fenced them from the road stood out like an ink line ruled upon paper. "It must have been there that he disappeared," I cried, with a speculative finger. "So I imagine," said Peace. "And if he has spent 2 nights on the Hampshire Downs, he will be looking for a fire today. You have rather more than your fair share of the Rudd, Mr. Phillips, if you will excuse my mentioning it." A man was standing on the steps of the entrance porch when we drove up. As we unrolled ourselves, he stepped forward to help us. He was a thin, pale-faced fellow with fair hair and indeterminate eyes. "My name is Harboard," he said. "You are Inspector Addington Peace, I believe." His hand shook as he stretched it out in a tremulous greeting. Plainly, the secretary was afraid, visibly and anxiously afraid. "Mr. Ransom, the manager of Mr. Ford's London office, is here," he continued. "He is waiting to see you in the library." We followed him through a great hall into a room lined with books from floor to ceiling. A stout, dark man, who was pacing it like a beast in a cage, stopped at the sight of us. His face, as he turned it toward us, looked pinched and grey in the full light. "Inspector Peace, eh?" he said. "Well, Inspector, if you want a reward, name it. If you want to pull the house down, only say the word, but find him for us." Or, "By heaven, we're done. Is it as bad as that?" "You can keep a secret, I suppose." "Yes, it couldn't well be worse. It was a tricky time. He hid half his schemes in his own head. He never trusted even me altogether. If he were dead, I could plan something, but now—" He thumped his hand on the table and turned away to the window. "When you last saw Mr. Ford, was he in good health? Did he stand the strain?" Ford had no nerves. He was never better in his life. In these great transactions he would have his enemies. If his plans succeeded, there would be many hard hit, perhaps ruined. Have you any suspicion of a man who, to save himself, might make away with Mr. Ford?" "No," said the manager, after a moment's thought. "No, I cannot give you a single name. The players are all big men, Inspector. I don't say that their consciences would stop them from trying such a trick, but it wouldn't be worth their while. They hold off when jail is the certain punishment. Was this financial crisis in his own affairs generally known? Certainly not. Who would know of it? There might be a dozen men on both sides of the Atlantic who would suspect the truth. But I don't suppose that more than 4 people were actually in possession of the facts. And who would they be? His 2 partners in America, myself, and Mr. Harbord there." Peace turned to the young man with a smile and a polite bow. "Can you add any names to the list?" he asked. "No," said Harbord, staring at the detective with a puzzled look, as if trying to catch the drift of his questions. "Thank you," said the inspector. "And now will you show me the place where this curious disappearance occurred?" We crossed the drive, where the snow lay torn and trampled by the carriages, and so to the white even surface of the lawn. We soon struck the trail, a confused path beaten by many footprints. Peace stooped for a moment, and then turned to the secretary with an angry glance. "Were you with them?" he said. "Yes." "Then why in the name of common sense didn't you keep them off his tracks? You have simply trampled them out of existence between you." "We were in a hurry, Inspector," said the secretary meekly. "We didn't think about it. We walked forward, following the broad trail until we came to a circular patch of trodden snow. Evidently the searchers had stopped and stood talking together. On the further side I saw the footprints of a man plainly defined. There were some half-dozen clear impressions, and they ended at the base of the old wall, which was some 6 feet in height. "I am glad to see that you and your friends have left me something, Mr. Harbord," said the inspector. He stepped forward and, kneeling down, examined the nearest footprint. "Mr. Ford dressed for dinner?" he inquired, glancing up at the secretary. "Certainly. Why do you ask?" "Merely that he had on heavy shooting boots when he took this evening's stroll. It will be interesting to discover what clothes he wore." The inspector walked up to the wall, moving parallel to the tracks in the snow. With singular activity, for his plump and unathletic figure, he climbed to the top and seated himself while he stared about him. Then, on his hands and knees, he began to crawl forward along the coping. It was a quaint spectacle, but the extraordinary care and vigilance of the little man took the farce out of it. Presently he stopped and looked down at us with a gentle smile. "Please stay where you are," he said, and disappeared on the further side. Harbord offered me a cigarette, and we waited with due obedience till the inspector's bullet head again broke the horizon as he struggled back to his position on the coping of the wall. He seemed in a very pleasant temper when he joined us, but he said nothing of his discoveries, and I had grown too wise to inquire. When we reached the entrance hall, he asked for Jackson, the valet, and in a couple of minutes the man appeared. He was a tall, hatchet-faced fellow, very neatly dressed in black. He made a little bow, and then stood watching us in a most respectful attitude. "A queer business, this Jackson," said Addington Peace. "Yes, sir. And what is your opinion on it?" "To be frank, sir, I thought at first that Mr. Ford had run away, but now I don't know what to make of it, and why should he run away?" "I have no idea, sir, but he seemed to me rather strange in his manner yesterday. Have you been with him long?" "No, sir. I was valet to the Honourable John Dorn, Lord Beverley's second son. Mr. Ford took me from Mr. Dorn at the time he rented the hall." "I see. And now, will you show me your master's room? I shall see you again later, Mr. Harbord, he continued. In the meanwhile, I will leave my assistant with you. We sat and smoked in the secretary's room. He was not much of a talker, consuming cigarette after cigarette in silence. The winter dusk had already fallen when the inspector joined us, and we retired to our rooms to prepare for dinner. I tried a word with Peace upon the staircase, but he shook his head and walked on. The meal dragged itself to an end somehow, and we left Ransom with a second decanter of port before him. Peace slipped away again, and I consoled myself with the book in the library until 10:30, when I walked off to bed. A servant was switching off the light in the hall when I mounted the great staircase. My room was in the old wing at the further side of the picture gallery, and I had some difficulty in steering my way through the dark corridors. The mystery that hung over the house had shaken my nerves, and I remember that I started at every creak of a board and peered into the shadows as I passed along with, heaven knows, what ghostly expectations. I was glad enough to close my door upon them and see the wood fire blazing cheerfully in the open hearth. I woke with a start that left me sitting up in bed, with my heart thumping in my ribs like a piston rod. I am not generally a light sleeper, but that night, even while I snored, my nerves were active. Someone had tapped at my door. That was my impression. I listened with the uncertain fear that comes to the newly waked. Then I heard it again, on the wall near my head this time. A board creaked. Someone was groping his way down the dark corridor without. Presently he stopped, and a faint line of illumination sprang out under my door. It winked, and then grew still. He had lighted a candle d'assurance came with the streak of light. What was he doing, groping in the dark, if he had a candle with him? I crept over to the door, opened it and stared cautiously out. But a dozen feet away, a man was standing, a striking figure against the light he carried. His back was toward me, but I could see that his hand was shading the candle from his eyes, while he stared into the shadows that clung about the further end of the corridor. Presently he began to move forward. The picture gallery and the body of the house lay behind. The corridor in which he stood terminated in a window set deep into the stone of the old walls. The man walked slowly, throwing the light to right and left. His attitude was of nervous expectation, that of a man who looked for something that he feared to see. At the window he stopped, staring about him and listening. He examined the fastenings and then tried a door on his right. It was locked against him. As he did so, I caught his profile against the light. It was Harbord, the secretary. From where I stood, he was not more than 40 feet away. There was no possibility of a mistake. As he turned to come back, I retreated into my room, closing the door. The fellow was in a state of great agitation, and I could hear him muttering to himself as he walked. When he had passed by, I peeped out to see him, and his light dwindle reached the corner by the picture gallery and fade into a reflection, a darkness. I took care to turn the key before I got back into bed. I woke again at 7, and hurrying on my clothes, set off to tell Peace all about it. I took him to the place, and together we examined the corridor. There were only 2 rooms beyond mine. The one on the left was occupied by Ransom. That on the right was a large storeroom, the door of which was locked. The housekeeper kept the key. We learned upon inquiry whom had Harbord followed. The problem was beyond me. As for Inspector Peace, he did not indulge in verbal speculations. It was in the central hall that we encountered the secretary on his way to the breakfast room. The man looked nervous and depressed. He nodded to us and was passing on when Peace stopped him. "Good morning, Mr. Harbord," he said. "Can I have a word with you?" "Certainly, Inspector." "What is it?" "I have a favor to ask. My assistant and myself have our hands full here, if necessary. Could you help us by running up to London and, for the day?" he interrupted. "Number." It may be an affair of 3 or 4 days. Then I must refuse. I am sorry. Bite. Don't apologize, Mr. Harbord, said the little man cheerfully. I shall have to find someone else, that is all. We walked into the breakfast room, and a few minutes later, Ransom appeared with a great bundle of letters and telegrams in his hand. He said not a word to any of us, but dropped into a chair, tearing open the envelopes and glancing at their contents. His face grew darker as he read, and once he thumped his hand upon the table with a crash that set the china jingling. "Well, Inspector," he said at last. The little detective's head shook out a negative. "Perhaps you require an incentive," he sneered. "Is it a matter of a reward?" "No, Mr. Ransom, but it is becoming one of my personal reputation." "Then, by thunder, you are in danger of losing it. Why don't you and your friend hustle instead of loitering around as if you were paid by the job?" "I tell you, man, there are thousands, hundreds of thousands melting, slipping through our fingers every hour of the day." He sprang from his seat and started his walk again, up and down, as we had first seen him. "Shall you be returning to London?" At the question, the manager halted in his stride, staring sharply down into the inspector's bland countenance. "No," he said. "I shall stay here, Mr. Addington Peace, until such time as you have something definite to tell me. I have an inquiry to make which I would rather place in the hands of someone who has personal knowledge of Mr. Ford. Neither Mr. Harbord nor yourself desire to leave Meudon. Is there anyone else you can suggest?" "There is Jackson, Ford's valet," said the manager, after a moment's thought. "He can go if you think him bright enough. I'll send for him," while the footman who answered the bell was gone upon his errand. We waited in an uneasy silence. There was the shadow of an ugly mystery upon us all. Jackson, as he entered, was the only one who seemed at his ease. He stood there, a tall figure of all the respectabilities. "The inspector here wishes you to go to London, Jackson," said the manager. "He will explain the details. There is a fast train from Camden at 11. "Certainly, sir. Do I return tonight?" "No, Jackson," said Peace. "It will take a day or two." The man took a couple of steps toward the door, hesitated, and then returned to his former place. "I beg your pardon, sir," he began, addressing Ransom, "but I would rather remain at Meudon under present circumstances." "What on earth do you mean?" thundered the manager. "Well, sir, I was the last to see Mr. Ford. There is, as it were, a suspicion upon me. I should like to be present while the search continues, both for his sake and my own." "Very kind of you, I am sure," growled Ransom. "But you either do what I tell you, Jackson, or you pack your boxes and clear out. So be quick and make up your mind. I think you are treating me most unfairly, sir, but I cannot be persuaded out of what I know to be my duty." "You impertinent rascal," began the furious manager. The Peace was already on his feet with a chubby hand outstretched. "Perhaps, after all, I can make other arrangements, Mr. Ransom," he said. "It is natural that Jackson should consider his own reputation in this affair. That is all, Jackson. You may go now." It was half an hour afterward, when the end of breakfast had dispersed the party, that I spoke to Peace about it, offering to go to London myself and do my best to carry out his instructions. "I had bad luck in my call for volunteers," he said. "I should have thought they would have been glad enough to get the chance of work. They can find no particular amusement in loafing about the place all day." "Doubtless they all had excellent reasons," he said with a smile. "But anyway, you cannot be spared, Mr. Phillips. You flatter me. I want you to stay in your bedroom." "Right? Red. Do what you like, but keep your door ajar. If anyone passes down the corridor, see where he goes. Only don't let him know that you are watching him, if you can help it. I will take my turn at 1:30. I don't mean to starve you." I obeyed. After all, it was, in a manner, promotion that the inspector had given me, yet it was a tedious, anxious time. No one came my way, barring a sour-looking housemaid. I tried to argue out the case, but the deeper I got, the more conflicting grew my theories. I was never more glad to see a friendly face than when the little man came in upon me. The short winter's afternoon crept on, the inspector and I taking turn and turn about in our sentry duty. Dinner time came and went. I had been off duty from 9, but at 10:30 I poured out a whiskey and soda and went back to join him. He was sitting in the middle of the room smoking a pipe in great apparent satisfaction. "Bedtime, isn't it?" I grumbled, sniffing at his strong tobacco. "Oh, no," he said. "The fact is, we're going to sit up all night." I threw myself on a couch by the window without reply. Perhaps I was not in the best of tempers. Certainly I did not feel so. "You insisted on coming down with me," he suggested. "I know all about that," I told him. "I haven't complained, have I? If you want me to shut myself up for a week, I'll do it. But I should prefer to have some idea of the reason why." "I don't wish to create mysteries, Mr. Phillips," he said kindly. "But believe me, there is nothing to be gained in vague discussions." I knew that settled it as far as he was concerned, so I nodded my head and filled a pipe. At 11 he walked across the room and switched off the light. "If nothing happens, you can take your turn in 4 hours from now," he said. "In the meanwhile, get to sleep. I will keep the first watch." I shut my eyes, but there was no rest in me that night. I lay listening to the silence of the old house with a dull speculation. Somewhere far down in the lower floor, a great gong-like clock chimed the hours and quarters. I heard them every one, from 12 to 1, from 1 to 2. Peace had stopped smoking. He sat as silent as a cat at a mouse hole. It must have been some 15 minutes after 2 that I heard the faint creak of a board in the corridor outside. I sat up, every nerve strung to a tense alertness. And then there came a sound I knew well, the soft drawing touch of a hand groping in the darkness as someone felt his way along the panelled walls. It passed us and was gone, yet peace never moved. Could he have fallen asleep? I whispered his name. "Hush." The answer came to me like a gentle sigh. 1 minute, 2 minutes more, and the room sprang into sight under the steady glow of an electric hand lamp. The inspector rose from his seat and slid through the door with me upon his heels. The light he carried searched the clustered shadows, but the corridor was empty, nor was there any place where a man might hide. "You waited too long," I whispered impatiently. "The man is no fool, Mr. Phillips. Do you imagine that he was not listening and staring like a hunted beast, a noisy board, a stumble, or a flash of light, and we should have wasted a tiring day? Nevertheless, he has got clear away. I think not." As we crept forward, I saw that a strip of the oak flooring along the walls was grey with dust. If it had been in such a neglected state in the afternoon, I should surely have noticed it. In some curiosity, I stooped to examine the phenomenon. "Flour," whispered the little man, touching my shoulder. "Flour?" "Yes. I sprinkled it myself. Look, there is the first result." He steadied his light as he spoke, pointing with his other hand. On the powdery surface was the half footprint of a man. The flour did not extend more than a couple of feet from the walls, so that it was only here and there that we caught up the trail. We had passed the bedroom on the left, yet the footprints still went on. We were at the storeroom door, yet they still were visible before us. There was no other egress from the corridor. The tall window at the end was, as I knew, a good 20 feet from the ground. Had this man also vanished off the earth, like Silas Ford? Suddenly the inspector stopped, grasping my arm. The light he held fell upon 2 footprints close together. They were at right angles to the passage. Apparently the man had passed into the solid wall. Peace. What does this mean? You, sir, sitting peaceably at home with a good light and an easy conscience, may think I was a timid fool. Yet I was afraid, honestly and openly afraid. The little detective heard the news of it in my voice, for he gave me a reassuring pat upon the back. "Have you never heard of a priest's hole?" he whispered. In the days when Mudden Hall was built, no country house was without its hiding place. Protestants and priests, Royalists and Republicans, they all used a secret burrow at one time or another. How did he get in? That is what we are here to discover. And as I have no wish to destroy Mr. Ford's old oak panels, I think our simplest plan will be to wait until he comes back again. The shadows leaped upon us as Peace extinguished the light he carried. The great window alone was luminous with the faint starlight that showed the tracery of its ancient stonework. For the rest, the darkness hedged us about in impenetrable barriers. Side by side we stood by the wall in which we knew the secret entrance must exist. It may have been 10 minutes or more when, from the distance, somewhere below our feet, or so it seemed to me, there came the faint echo of a closing door. It was only in such cold silence that we could have heard it. The time ticked on. Suddenly, upon the black of the floor, there shone a thin reflection like the slash of a sword. A reflection that grew into a broad gush of light as the sliding panel in the wall, 6 feet from where we stood, rose to the full opening. There followed another pause, during which I could see Peace draw himself together as if for some unusual exertion. A shadow darkened the reflection on the floor, and a head came peering out. The light but half displayed the face, but I could see that the teeth were bare and glistening like those of a man in some deadly expectation. The next moment he stepped across the threshold with a spring like the rush of a terrier. Addington Peace was upon him, driving him off his balance with the impact of the blow. Before I could reach them, the little detective had him down, though he still kicked viciously until I lent a hand. The click of the handcuffs on his wrist ended the matter. It was Ford's valet, the man Jackson. We were not long by ourselves. I heard a key turned in the lock, and Ransom burst out of his room into the corridor like an angry bull. Almost at the same moment there sounded a quick patter of naked feet from behind us, and Harbord, the secretary, came running up, swinging a heavy stick in his hand. They both stopped at the edge of the patch of light in which we were, staring from us to the gaping hole in the wall. "What in thunder are you about?" cried the manager. "Finding a solution to your problem," said the little detective, getting to his feet. "Perhaps, gentlemen, you will be good enough to follow me." He stepped through the opening in the wall and lifted the candle which the valet had placed on the floor, while he was raising the panel from within. By its light I could see the first steps of a flight which led down into darkness. "We will take Jackson with us," he continued. "Keep an eye on him, Mr. Phillips, if you please." It was a strange procession that we made. First Peace with the candle, then Ransom with the valet following, while I and Harbord brought up the rear. We descended some 30 steps, formed in the thickness of the wall, opened a heavy door, and so found ourselves in a narrow chamber, some 12 feet long by 7 broad. On a mattress at the further end lay a man, gagged and bound, as the light fell upon his features. Ransom sprang forward, shouting his name. "Silas Ford, by thunder!" With eager fingers we loosened the gag and cut the ropes that bound his wrists. He sat up, turning his long, thin face from one to the other of us as he stretched the cramp from his limbs. "Thank you, gentlemen," said he. "Well, Ransom, how are things?" "Bad, sir, but it's not too late." He nodded his head, passing his hands through his hair with a quick, nervous movement. "You've caught my clever friend, I see. Kindly go through his pockets, will you? He has something I must ask him to return to me." We found it in Jackson's pocketbook, a cheque antedated a week for £5,000, with a covering letter to the manager of the bank. Ford took the bit of stamped paper, twisting it to and fro in his supple fingers. "It was smart of you, Jackson," he said, addressing the bowed figure before him. I give you credit for the idea to kidnap a man just as he was bringing off a big deal. Well, you would have earned the money. But how did you get down here? Struck in the manager. He told me that he had discovered an old hiding place, a priest's hole, he called it, and I walked into the trap as the best man may do sometimes. As we got to the bottom of that stairway, he slipped a sack over my head and had me fixed in 30 seconds. He fed me himself twice a day, standing by to see. I didn't halloo when I paid up. He was to have 24 hours start. Then he would let you know where I was. I held out a while, but I gave in tonight. The delay was getting too dangerous. Have you a cigarette, Harbord? Thank you. And who may you be? It was to the detective he spoke. My name is Peace, Inspector Addington Peace, from Scotland Yard. And I owe my rescue to you. The little man bowed. You will have no reason to regret it. And what did they think had become of me, Inspector? It was the general opinion that you had taken to yourself wings, Mr. Ford. It was as we traveled up to town next day that Peace told me his story. I will set it down as briefly as may be. I soon came to the conclusion that Ford, whether dead or alive, was inside the grounds of Moudon Hall. If he had bolted for some reason by the way which was perfectly incomprehensible, a man of his ability would not have left a broad trail across the center of his lawn for all to see. There was, moreover, no trace of him that our men could ferret out at any station within reasonable distance. A motor was possible, but there were no marks of its presence next morning in the mud of the roads. That fact I learned from a curious groom who had aided in the search, and who, with a similar idea upon him, had carefully examined the highway at daybreak. When I clambered to the top of the wall, I found that the snow upon the coping had been dislodged. I traced the marks, as you saw, for about a dozen yards. Where they ended, I too dropped to the ground outside. There I made a remarkable discovery. Upon a little drift of snow that lay in the shallow ditch beneath were more footprints. But they were not those of Ford. They were the marks of long and narrow boots which led into the road, where they were lost in the track of a flock of sheep that had been driven over it the day before. I took a careful measurement of those footprints. They might, of course, belong to some private investigator, but they gave me an idea. Could some man have walked across the lawn in Ford's boots, changed them to his own on the top of the wall, and so departed? Was it the desire of someone to let it be supposed that Ford had run away? When I examined Ford's private rooms, I was even more fortunate. From the boot boy, I discovered that the master had 3 pairs of shooting boots. There were 3 pairs in the stand. Someone had made a very serious mistake. Instead of hiding the pair he had used on the lawn, he had returned them to their place. The trick was becoming evident, but where was Ford? In the house or grounds? Dead or alive? But where? I was able, through my friend the boot boy, to examine the boots on the night of our arrival. My measurements corresponded with those that Jackson, the valet, wore. Was he acting for himself? Or was Harbord, or even Ransom, in the secret? That, too, it was necessary to discover before I showed my hand. Your story of Harbord's midnight excursion supplied a clue. The secretary had evidently followed some man who had disappeared mysteriously. Could there be the entrance to a secret chamber in that corridor? That would explain the mystification of Harbord, as well as the disappearance of Silas Ford. If so, Harbord was not involved. If Ford were held a prisoner, he must be fed. His jailer must of necessity remain in the house. But the trap I set in the suggested journey to town was an experiment singularly unsuccessful, for all the 3 men I desired to test refused. However, if I were right about the secret chamber, I could checkmate the blackmailer by keeping a watch on him from your room, which commanded the line of communications. But Jackson was clever enough to leave his victualling to the night time. I scattered the flour to try the result of that ancient trick. It was successful. That is all. Do you follow me? Yes, said I, but how did Jackson come to know the secret hiding place? He has long been a servant of the house. You had better ask his old master. End of the Chronicles of Addington Peace by B. Fletcher Robinson. The Link by Jacques Futrelle. Really great criminals are never found out, for the simple reason that the greatest crimes, their crimes, are never discovered, remarked Professor Augustus S.F.X. van Dusen positively. There is genius in the perpetration of crime, Mr. Grayson, just as there must be in its detection, unless it is the shallow work of a bungler. In this latter case, there have been instances where even the police have uncovered the truth. But the expert criminal, the man of genius, the professional, I may say, regards as perfect only that crime which does not and cannot be made to appear a crime at all. Therefore, one that can never under any circumstances involve him or anyone else. The financier, J. Morgan Grayson, regarded this wizened little man of science, the thinking machine, thoughtfully through the smoke of his cigar. It is a strange psychological fact that the casual criminal glories in his crime beforehand. And from 1 to 10 minutes afterward, the thinking machine continued. For instance, the man who kills for revenge wants the world to know it is his work. But at the end of 10 minutes comes fear, and then, paradoxically enough, he will seek to hide his crime and protect himself. With fear comes panic, with panic irresponsibility. And then he makes the mistake. Hews a pathway which the trained mind follows from motive to a prison cell. These are the men who are found out. But there are men of genius, Mr. Grayson, professionally engaged in crime. We never hear of them because they are never caught, and we never even suspect them because they make no mistake. Imagine the great brains of history turned to crime. Well, there are today brains as great as any of those of history. There is murder and theft and robbery under our noses that we never dream of. If I, for instance, should become an active criminal— He paused. Granson, with a queer expression on his face, puffed steadily at his cigar. I could kill you now, here in this room, the thinking machine went on calmly, and no one would ever know, never even suspect. Why? Because I would make no mistake. It was not a boast as he said it. It was merely a statement of fact. Grayson appeared to be a little startled. Where there had been only impatient interest in his manner, there was now fascination. How would you kill me, for instance? He inquired curiously. With any one of a dozen poisons, with virulent germs, or even with a knife or revolver, replied the scientist placidly. You see, I know how to use poisons. I know how to inoculate with germs. I know how to produce a suicidal appearance perfectly, with either a revolver or knife. And I never make mistakes, Mr. Grayson. In the sciences, we must be exact. Not approximately so, but absolutely so. We must know. It isn't like carpentry. A carpenter may make a trivial mistake in a joint, and it will not weaken his house. But if the scientist makes one mistake, the whole structure tumbles down. We must know. Knowledge is progress. We gain knowledge through observation and logic, inevitable logic, and logic tells us that 2 and 2 make 4, not sometimes, but all the time. Grayson flicked the ashes off his cigar thoughtfully, and little wrinkles appeared about his eyes as he stared into the drawn, inscrutable face of the scientist. The enormous straw-yellow head was cushioned against the chair, the squinting, watery blue eyes turned upward, and the slender white fingers at rest tip to tip. The financier drew a long breath. I have been informed that you are a remarkable man, he said at last slowly. I believe it. Quinton Fraser, of the banker, who gave me the letter of introduction to you, told me how you once solved a remarkable mystery in which— Yes, interrupted the scientist shortly. The Ralston Bank burglary, I remember. So I came to you to enlist your aid in something which is more inexplicable than that, Grayson went on hesitatingly. I know that no fee I might offer would influence you. Yet it is a case which— State it, interrupted the thinking machine again. It isn't a crime that is a crime that can be reached by law, Grayson hurried on. But it has cost me millions and... For one instant the thinking machine lowered his squint eyes to those of his visitor, then raised them again. Millions, he repeated. How many? 6, 8, perhaps 10, was the reply. Briefly, there is a leak in my office. My plans become known to others almost by the time I have perfected them. My plans are large. I have millions at stake, and the greatest secrecy is absolutely essential. For years I have been able to preserve this secrecy, but half a dozen times in the last 8 weeks, my plans have become known, and I have been caught. Unless you know the street, you can't imagine what a tremendous disadvantage it is to have someone know your next move to the minutest detail, and, knowing it, defeat you at every turn. No, I don't know your world of finance, Mr. Grayson, remarked the thinking machine. Give me an instance. Well, take this last case, said the financier earnestly. Briefly, without technicalities, I had planned to unload the securities of the P-Q&X Railway, protecting myself through brokers, and force the outstanding stock down to a price where other brokers, acting for me, could buy far below the actual value. In this way, I intended to get complete control of the stock, but my plans became known, and when I began to unload, everything was snapped up by the opposition, with the result that, instead of gaining control of the road, I lost heavily. The same thing has happened with variations half a dozen times. I presume that is strictly honest? Inquired the scientist mildly. Honest, repeated Grayson. Certainly, of course, I shall not pretend to understand all that, said the thinking machine curtly. It doesn't seem to matter anyway. You want to know where the leak is that right? Precisely. Well, who is in your confidence? No one, except my stenographer. Who is he, please? It's a woman, Miss Evelyn Winthrop. She has been in my employ for 6 years in the same capacity. More than 5 years before this leak appeared, I trust her absolutely. No man knows your business. No, replied the financier grimly. I learned years ago that no one could keep my secrets as well as I do. There are too many temptations. Therefore, I never mention my plans to anyone, never to anyone, except your stenographer, corrected the scientist. I work for days, weeks, sometimes months, perfecting plans, and it's all in my head, not on paper, not a scratch of it, explained Grayson. When I said that she is in my confidence, I mean that she knows my plans only half an hour or less before the machinery is put into motion. For instance, I planned this P, Q, and X deal. My brokers didn't know of it. Miss Winthrop never heard of it until 20 minutes before the stock exchange opened for business. Then I dictated to her, as I always do, some short letters of instructions to my agents. That is all she knew of it. You outlined the plan in those letters. No, they merely told my brokers what to do. But a shrewd person knowing the contents of all those letters could have learned what you intended to do. Yes, but no one person knew the contents of all the letters. No one broker knew what was in the other letters. Miss Winthrop and I were the only 2 human beings who knew all that was in them. The thinking machine sat silent for so long that Grayson began to fidget in his chair. Who was in the room besides you and Miss Winthrop before the letters were sent? He asked at last. No one, responded Grayson emphatically. For an hour before I dictated those letters, until at least an hour afterward, after my plans had gone to smash, no one entered that room. Only she and I worked there. But when she finished the letters, she went out, insisted the thinking machine. No, declared the financier. She didn't even leave her desk, or perhaps send something out, carbon copies of the letters. Number, or called up a friend on the telephone, continued the thinking machine quietly. Nor that, retorted Grayson, or signaled to someone through the window. No, said the financier again. She finished the letters, then remained quietly at her desk, reading a book. She hardly moved for 2 hours. The thinking machine lowered his eyes and glared straight into those of the financier. Someone listened at the window, he went on after a moment. "Number. It is 16 stories up, fronting the street, and there is no fire escape, or the door. If you knew the arrangement of my offices, you would see how utterly impossible that would be, because—" "Nothing is impossible, Mr. Grayson," snapped the scientist abruptly. "It might be improbable, but not impossible. Don't say that. It annoys me exceedingly." He was silent for a moment. Grayson stared at him blankly. "Did either you or she answer a call on the phone?" "No one called. We called no one. Any apertures, holes, or cracks in your flooring or walls or ceilings?" demanded the scientist. "Private detectives whom I had employed looked for such an opening, and there was none," replied Grayson. Again, the thinking machine was silent for a long time. Grayson lighted a fresh cigar and settled back in his chair patiently. Faint cobwebby lines began to appear on the dome-like brow of the scientist, and slowly the squint eyes were narrowing. "The letters you wrote were intercepted," he suggested at last. "No," exclaimed Grayson flatly. "Those letters were sent direct to the brokers by a dozen different methods, and every one of them had been delivered by 5 minutes of 10 o'clock, when change begins business. The last one left me at 10 minutes of 10. Dear me, dear me." The thinking machine rose and paced the length of the room. "You don't give me credit for the extraordinary precautions I have taken, particularly in this last PQ&X deal," Grayson continued. "I left positively nothing undone to ensure absolute secrecy. And Miss Winthrop, I know, is innocent of any connection with the affair. The private detectives suspected her at first, as you do, and she was watched in and out of my office for weeks. When she was not under my eyes, she was under the eyes of men to whom I had promised an extravagant sum of money if they found the leak. She didn't know it then, and doesn't know it now. I am heartily ashamed of it all because the investigation proved her absolute loyalty to me. On this last day she was directly under my eyes for 2 hours, and she didn't make one movement that I didn't note, because the thing meant millions to me. That proved beyond all question that it was no fault of hers. What could I do?" The thinking machine didn't say. He paused at a window and for minute after minute stood motionless there, with eyes narrowed to mere slits. "I was on the point of discharging Miss Winthrop," the financier went on, "but her innocence was so thoroughly proved to me by this last affair that it would have been unjust, and so—" Suddenly the scientist turned upon his visitor. "Do you talk in your sleep?" he demanded. "No," was the prompt reply. "I had thought of that too. It is beyond all ordinary things, Professor, yet there is a leak that is costing me millions. It comes down to this, Mr. Grayson," the thinking machine informed him crabbedly. "If only you and Miss Winthrop knew those plans, and no one else, and they did leak, and were not deduced from other things, then either you or she permitted them to leak, intentionally or unintentionally. That is as pure logic as 2 and 2 make 4. There is no need to argue it." "Well, of course I didn't," said Grayson. "Then Miss Winthrop did," declared the thinking machine finally, positively, "unless we credit the opposition, as you call it, with telepathic gifts hitherto unheard of. By the way, you have referred to the other side only as the opposition. Do the same men, the same clique, appear against you all the time? Or is it only one man?" "It's a clique," explained the financier, "with millions back of it, headed by Ralph Matthews, a young man to whom I give credit for being the prime factor against me." His lips were set sternly. "Why?" demanded the scientist. "Because every time he sees me he grins," was the reply. Grayson seemed suddenly discomfited. The thinking machine went to a desk, addressed an envelope, folded a sheet of paper, placed it inside, then sealed it. At length he turned back to his visitor. "Is Miss Winthrop at your office now?" "Yes." "Let us go there, then." A few minutes later, the eminent financier ushered the eminent scientist into his private office on the street. The only person there was a young woman, a woman of 26 or 7 perhaps, who turned, saw Grayson, and resumed reading. The financier motioned to a seat. Instead of sitting, however, the thinking machine went straight to Miss Winthrop and extended a sealed envelope to her. "Mr. Ralph Matthews asked me to hand you this," he said. The young woman glanced up into his face frankly, yet with a certain timidity, took the envelope and turned it curiously in her hand. "Mr. Ralph Matthews?" she repeated, as if the name was a strange one. "I don't think I know him." The thinking machine stood staring at her aggressively as she opened the envelope and drew out the sheet of paper. There was no expression save surprise, bewilderment, rather to be read on her face. "Why, it's a blank sheet," she remarked, puzzled. The scientist turned suddenly toward Grayson, who had witnessed the incident with frank astonishment in his eyes. "Your telephone a moment, please," he requested. "Certainly, here," replied Grayson. "This will do," remarked the scientist. He leaned forward over the desk where Miss Winthrop sat, still gazing at him in a sort of bewilderment, picked up the receiver and held it to his ear. A few moments later, he was talking to Hutchinson Hatch, reporter. "I merely wanted to ask you to meet me at my apartment in an hour," said the scientist. "It is very important." That was all. He hung up the receiver, paused for a moment to admire an exquisitely wrought silver box, a vanity box, on Miss Winthrop's desk, beside the telephone, then took a seat beside Grayson and began to discourse almost pleasantly upon the prevailing meteorological conditions. Grayson merely stared. Miss Winthrop continued her reading. Professor Augustus S.F.X. Van Dusen, distinguished scientist, and Hutchinson Hatch, newspaper reporter, were poking round among the chimney pots and other obstructions on the roof of a skyscraper. Far below them, the slumber-enshrouded city was spread out like a panorama, streets dotted brilliantly with lights, and roofs hazily visible through mists of night. Above, the infinite blackness hung like a veil, with star points breaking through here and there. "Here are the wires," Hatch said at last, and he stooped. The thinking machine knelt on the roof beside him, and for several minutes they remained thus in the darkness, with only the glow of a flashlight to indicate their presence. Finally, the thinking machine rose. "That's the wire you want, Mr. Hatch," he said. "I'll leave the rest of it to you." "Are you sure?" asked the reporter. "I am always sure," was the tart response. Hatch opened a small hand satchel and removed several queerly wrought tools. These he spread on the roof beside him. Then, kneeling again, began his work. For half an hour he labored in the gloom with only the flashlight to aid him, and then he rose. "It's all right," he said. The thinking machine examined the work that had been done, grunted his satisfaction, and together they went to the skylight, leaving a thin insulated wire behind them, stringing along to mark their path. They passed down through the roof and into the darkness of the hall of the upper story. Here the light was extinguished. From far below came the faint echo of a man's footsteps as the watchman passed through the silent, deserted building. "Be careful," warned the thinking machine. They went along the hall to a room in the rear, and still the wire trailed behind. At the last door, they stopped. The thinking machine fumbled with some keys, then opened the way. Here an electric light was on. The room was bare of furniture, the only sign of recent occupancy being a telephone instrument on the wall. Here the thinking machine stopped and stared at the spool of wire which he had permitted to wind off as he walked, and his thin face expressed doubt. "It wouldn't be safe," he said at last, "to leave the wire exposed as we have left it. True, this floor is not occupied, but someone might pass this way and disturb it. You take the spool, go back to the roof, winding the wire as you go, then swing the spool down to me over the side of the building so that I can bring it in through the window. That will be best. I will catch it here, and thus there will be nothing to indicate any connection." Hatch went out quietly and closed the door. Twice the following day, the thinking machine spoke to the financier over the telephone. Grayson was in his private office, Miss Winthrop at her desk, when the first call came. "Be careful in answering my questions," warned the thinking machine when Grayson answered. "Do you know how long Miss Winthrop has owned the little silver box which is now on her desk near the telephone?" Grayson glanced round involuntarily to where the girl sat idly turning over the leaves of her book. "Yes," he answered, "for 7 months. I gave it to her last Christmas." "Ah," exclaimed the scientist, "that simplifies matters. Where did you buy it?" Grayson mentioned the name of a well-known jeweler. Considerably later in the day, the thinking machine called Grayson to the telephone again. "What native typewriter does she use?" came the querulous voice over the wire. Grayson named it while Grayson sat with deeply perplexed lines in his face. The diminutive scientist called upon Hutchinson Hatch at his office. "Do you use a typewriter?" demanded the thinking machine. "Yes." "What kind?" "Oh, 4 or 5 kinds. We have half a dozen different makes in the office." They passed along through the city room, at that moment practically deserted, until finally the watery blue eyes settled upon a typewriter with the name emblazoned on the front. "That's it," exclaimed the thinking machine. "Write something on it," he directed Hatch. Hatch drew up a chair and rolled off several lines of the immortal practice sentence beginning, "Now is the time for all good men." The thinking machine sat beside him, squinting across the room in deep abstraction and listening intently. His head was turned away from the reporter, but his ear was within a few inches of the machine. For half a minute he sat there listening, then shook his head. "Strike your vowels," he commanded, first slowly, then rapidly. Again Hatch obeyed, while the scientist listened. And again he shook his head. Then, in turn, every make of machine in the office was tested the same way. At the end, the thinking machine rose and went his way. There was an expression nearly approaching complete bewilderment on his face. For hour after hour that night, the thinking machine half lay in a huge chair in his laboratory, with eyes turned uncompromisingly upward, and an expression of complete concentration on his face. There was no change, either in his position or his gaze, as minute succeeded minute. The brow was deeply wrinkled now, and the thin line of the lips was drawn taut. The tiny clock in the reception room struck 10, 11, 12, and finally 1. At just 1:30, the thinking machine rose suddenly. "Positively, I am getting stupid," he grumbled half aloud. Of course. Why couldn't I have thought of that in the first place?" So it came about that Grayson did not go to his office on the following morning at the usual time. Instead, he called again upon the thinking machine in eager, expectant response to a note which had reached him at his home just before he started to his office. "Nothing yet," said the thinking machine as the financier entered. "But here is something you must do today at 1 o'clock, the scientist went on. "You must issue orders for a gigantic deal of some sort. And you must issue them precisely as you have issued them in the past. There must be no variation. Dictate the letters as you have always done to Miss Winthrop, but don't send them. When they come to you, keep them until you see mean." "You mean that the deal must be purely imaginative?" inquired the financier. "Precisely," was the reply. "But make your instructions circumstantial, give them enough detail to make them absolutely logical and convincing." Grayson asked a dozen questions, answers to which were curtly denied, then went to his office. The thinking machine again called Hatch on the telephone. "I've got it," he announced briefly. "I want the best telegraph operator you know. Bring him along and meet me in the room on the top floor, where the telephone is at precisely 15 minutes before 1 o'clock today." "Telegraph operator," Hatch repeated. "That's what I said, telegraph operator," replied the scientist irritably. "Goodbye." Hatch smiled whimsically at the other end as he heard the receiver banged on the hook. Smiled because he knew the eccentric ways of this singular man, whose mind so accurately illuminated every problem to which it was directed. Then he went out to the telegraph room and borrowed the principal operator. They were in the little room on the top floor at precisely 15 minutes of 1. The operator glanced about in astonishment. The room was still unfurnished, save for the telephone box on the wall. "What do I do?" he asked. "The thinking machine." "I'll tell you when the time comes," responded the scientist as he glanced at his watch. At 3 minutes of 1 o'clock, he handed a sheet of blank paper to the operator and gave him final instructions. There was ludicrous mystification on the operator's face, but he obeyed orders, grinning cheerfully at Hatch as he tilted his cigar up to keep the smoke out of his eyes. The thinking machine stood impatiently looking on, watch in hand. Hatch didn't know what was happening, but he was interested. At last the operator heard something. His face became suddenly alert. He continued to listen for a moment, and then came a smile of recognition. Less than 10 minutes after Miss Winthrop had handed over the typewritten letters of instruction to Grayson for signature, and while he still sat turning them over in his hands, the door opened and the thinking machine entered. He tossed a folded sheet of paper on the desk before Grayson and went straight to Miss Winthrop. "So you did know Mr. Ralph Matthews after all?" he inquired. The girl rose from her desk, and a flash of some subtle emotion passed over her face. "What do you mean, sir?" she demanded. "You might as well remove the silver box," the thinking machine went on mercilessly. "There is no further need of the connection." Miss Winthrop glanced down at the telephone extension on her desk, and her hand darted toward it. The silver vanity box was directly under the receiver supporting it, so that all weight was removed from the hook and the line was open. She snatched the box, and the receiver dropped back on the hook. The thinking machine turned to Grayson. "It was Miss Winthrop," he said. "Miss Winthrop," exclaimed Grayson. "I can't believe it." "Read the paper I gave you, Mr. Grayson," directed the thinking machine coldly. "Perhaps that will enlighten her." The financier opened the sheet, which had remained folded in his hand, and glanced at what was written there. Slowly he read it aloud. "Peabody, sell 10,000 shares L&W at 97. McCracken Company, sell 10,000 shares L&W at 97. He read on down the list bewildered, then gradually, as he realized the import of what he read, there came a hardening of the lines about his mouth. "I understand, Miss Winthrop," he said at last. "This is the substance of the orders I dictated, and in some way you made them known to persons for whom they were not intended. I don't know how you did it, of course, but I understand that you did do it so." He stepped to the door and opened it with grave courtesy. "You may go now." Miss Winthrop made no plea, merely bowed and went out. Grayson stood staring after her for a moment, then turned to the thinking machine and motioned him to a chair. "What happened?" he asked briskly. "Miss Winthrop is a tremendously clever woman," replied the thinking machine. "She neglected to tell you, however, that besides being a stenographer and typist, she is also a telegraph operator. She is so expert in each of her lines that she combined the two, if I may say it that way. In other words, in writing on the typewriter, she was clever enough to be able to give the click of the machine the patterns in the Morse telegraphic code so that another telegraph operator at the other end of the phone could hear her machine and translate the clicks into words." Grayson sat staring at him incredulously. "I still don't understand," he said finally. The thinking machine rose and went to Miss Winthrop's desk. "Here is an extension telephone with the receiver on the hook. It happens that the little silver box which you gave Miss Winthrop is just tall enough to lift this receiver clear of the hook, and the minute the receiver is off the hook, the line is open. When you were at your desk and she was here, you couldn't see this telephone. Therefore, it was a simple matter for her to lift the receiver and place the silver box underneath, thus holding the line open permanently. That being true, the sound of the typewriter, The striking of the keys would go over the open wire to whoever was listening at the other end. Then, if the striking of the keys typed out your letters and, by their frequency and pauses simultaneously, tapped out telegraphic code. An outside operator could read your letters at the same moment they were being written. That is all. It required extreme concentration on Miss Winthrop's part to type accurately in Morse rhythms. "Oh, I see," exclaimed Grayson. "When I knew that the leak in your office was not in the usual way," continued the thinking machine, "I looked for the unusual. There is nothing very mysterious about it now. It was merely clever." "Clever," repeated Grayson, and his jaws snapped. "It is more than that. Why, it's criminal. She should be prosecuted." "I shouldn't advise that, Mr. Grayson," returned the scientist coldly. "If it is honest, merely business to juggle stocks as you told me you did, this is no more dishonest. And besides, remember that Miss Winthrop is backed by the people who have made millions out of you and, well, I wouldn't prosecute. It is betrayal of trust, certainly, but—" He rose, as if that were all, and started toward the door. "I would advise you, however, to discharge the person who operates your switchboard." "Was she in the scheme too?" demanded Grayson. He rushed out of the private office into the main office. At the door he met a clerk coming in. "Where is Miss Mitchell?" demanded the financier hotly. "I was just coming to tell you that she went out with Miss Winthrop just now without giving any explanation," replied the clerk. "Good day, Mr. Grayson," said the thinking machine. The financier nodded his thanks, then stalked back into his room. In the course of time, the thinking machine received a check for $10,000, signed J. Morgan Grayson. He glared at it for a little while, then endorsed it in a crabbed hand. "Pay to the trustee's home for crippled children," and sent Martha, his housekeeper, out to mail it. End of The Leak by Jacques Futrelle.
Philo Gubbs' Greatest Case by Ellis Parker Butler. Philo Gubb, wrapped in his bathrobe, went to the door of the room that was the headquarters of his business of paper, hanging and decorating, as well as the office of his detective business, and opened the door a crack. It was still early in the morning, but Mr. Gubb was a modest man, and lest anyone should see him in his scanty attire, he peered through the crack of the door before he stepped hastily into the hall and captured his copy of the Riverbank Daily Eagle. When he had secured the still damp newspaper, he returned to his cot bed and spread himself out to read comfortably. It was a hot Iowa morning. Business was so slack that if Mr. Gubb had not taken out his set of 8 varieties of false whiskers daily and brushed them carefully, the moss would have been able to de-ear them at leisure. P. Gubb opened the Eagle. The first words that met his eye caused him to sit upright on his cot. At the top of the first column of the first page were the headlines: Mysterious Death of Henry Smits. Body found in Mississippi River by boatman early. This A.M. foul play suspected. Mr. Gubb unfolded the paper and read the item under the headlines with the most intense interest. Foul play meant the possibility of an opportunity to put to use once more the precepts of the course of 12 lessons. And with them fresh in his mind, Detective Gubb was eager to undertake the solution of any mystery the riverbank could furnish. This was the article. Just as we go to press, we receive word through policeman Michael O'Toole that the well-known mussel dredger and boatman, Samuel Fliggus, Long Sam, while dredging for mussels last night just below the bridge, recovered the body of Henry Smits, late of this place. Mr. Smits had been missing for 3 days, and his wife had been greatly worried. Mr. Brownson of the Brownson Packing Company, by whom he was employed, admitted that Mr. Smits had been missing for several days. The body was found sewed in a sack. Foul play is suspected. "I should think foul play would be suspected," exclaimed Philo Gubb, "if a man was sewed into a bag and deposited into the Mississippi River until dead." He propped the paper against the foot of the cot bed and was still reading when someone knocked on his door. He wrapped his bathrobe carefully about him and opened the door. A young woman with tear-dimmed eyes stood in the doorway. "Mr. P. Gubb?" she asked. "I am sorry to disturb you so early in the morning, Mr. Gubb, but I couldn't sleep all night. I came on a matter of business, as you might say. There's a couple of things I want you to do. Paper hanging or deteckating?" asked P. Gubb. "Both," said the young woman. "My name is Smits, Emily Smits, my husband." "I am aware of the knowledge of your loss, ma'am," said the paper-hanger detective gently. "Lots of people know of it," said Mrs. Smits. "I guess everybody knows of it. I told the police to try to find Henry, so it is no secret. And I want you to come up as soon as you get dressed and paper my bedroom." Mr. Gubb looked at the young woman as if he thought she had gone insane under the burden of her woe. "And then I want you to find Henry," she said, "because I've heard you can do so well in the detecting line." Mr. Gubb suddenly realized that the poor creature did not yet know the full extent of her loss. He gazed down upon her with pity in his bird-like eyes. "I know you'll think it strange," the young woman went on, "that I should ask you to paper a bedroom first when my husband is lost. But if he is gone, it is because I was a mean, stubborn thing. We never quarreled in our lives, Mr. Gubb, until I picked out the wallpaper for our bedroom, and Henry said parrots and birds of paradise and tropical flowers that were as big as umbrellas would look awful on our bedroom wall. So I said he hadn't anything but low Dutch taste, and he got mad. 'All right, have it your own way,' he said, and I went and had Mr. Skaggs put the paper on the wall, and the next day Henry didn't come home at all. If I'd thought Henry would take it that way, I'd rather had the wall bare, Mr. Gubb. I've cried and cried. And last night I made up my mind it was all my fault, and that when Henry came home, he'd find a decent paper on the wall. I don't mind telling you, Mr. Gubb, that when the paper was on the wall, it looked worse than it looked in the roll. It looked crazy." "Yes'm," said Mr. Gubb, "it often does. But, however, there is something you'd ought to know right away about Henry." The young woman stared wide-eyed at Mr. Gubb for a moment. She turned as white as her shirtwaist. "Henry is dead!" she cried, and collapsed into Mr. Gubb's long, thin arms. Mr. Gubb, the inert form of the young woman in his arms, glanced around with a startled gaze. He stood miserably, not knowing what to do, when suddenly he saw Policeman O'Toole coming toward him down the hall. Policeman O'Toole was leading by the arm a man whose wrists bore clanking handcuffs. "What's this now?" asked the policeman none too gently, as he saw the bathrobed Mr. Gubb holding the fainting woman in his arms. "I am exceedingly glad you have come," said Mr. Gubb. "The only meaning into it is that this is Mrs. H. Smits, widow, lady fainted onto me against my will and wishes. I was only asking," said Policeman O'Toole politely enough. "You shouldn't ask such things until you are asked to ask," said Mr. Gubb after looking into Mr. Gubb's room to see that there was no easy means of escape. O'Toole pushed his prisoner into the room and took the limp form of Mrs. Smits from Mr. Gubb, who entered the room and closed the door. "I may as well say what I want to say right now," said the handcuffed man as soon as he was alone with Mr. Gubb. "I've heard of Detective Gubb off and on, many a time, and as soon as I got into this trouble I said, Gubb's the man that can get me out, if anyone can. My name is Herman Wiggins. Glad to meet you," said Mr. Gubb, slipping his long legs into his trousers. "And I give you my word for what it is worth," continued Mr. Wiggins, "that I am as innocent of this crime as the babe unborn." "What crime?" asked Mr. Gubb. "Why, killing Hen Smits." "What crime did you think?" said Mr. Wiggins. "Do I look like a man that would go and murder a man just because he hesitated?" And Mr. Gubb, who was slipping his suspenders over his bony shoulders, looked at Mr. Wiggins with keen eyes. "Well, just because him and me had words and fun," said Mr. Wiggins. "I leave it to you, can a man say words and fun once in a while?" "Certainly, sure," said Mr. Gubb. "I guess so," said Mr. Wiggins. "Anybody'd know a man don't mean all he says. When I went and told Hen Smits I'd murder him as sure as green apples grow on a tree, I was just fooling. But this fool policeman, Mr. O'Toole. Yes, they gave him this Hen Smith's case to look into, and the first thing he did was to arrest me for murder. Nervy, I call it. Policeman O'Toole opened the door a crack and peeked in. Seeing Mr. Gubb well along in his dressing operations, he opened the door wider and assisted Mrs. Smiths to a chair. She was still limp, but she was a brave little woman and was trying to control her sobs. "Through, O'Toole?" asked Wiggins. "If you are, come along back to jail." "Now, don't talk to me in that tone of voice," said Mr. Wiggins angrily. "No, I am not through. You don't know how to treat a gentleman like a gentleman, and never did." He turned to Mr. Gubb. "The long and short of it is this. I am arrested for the murder of Hen Smiths, and I didn't murder him, and I want you to take my case and get me out of jail." "Ah, stuff!" exclaimed O'Toole. "You murdered him, and you know you did. What's the use talking?" Mrs. Smiths leaned forward in her chair. "Murdered Henry?" she cried. "He never murdered Henry. I murdered him." "Now, ma'am," said O'Toole politely, "I hate to contradict a lady, but you never murdered him at all." "This man here murdered him, and I've got the proof on him. I murdered him," cried Mrs. Smiths again. "I drove him out of his right mind and made him kill himself." "Nothing of the sort," declared O'Toole. "This man Wiggins murdered him." "I did not," exclaimed Mr. Wiggins indignantly. "Some other man did it. It seemed a deadlock, for each was quite positive." Mr. Gubb looked from one to the other doubtfully. "All right, take me back to jail," said Mr. Wiggins. "You look up the case, Mr. Gubb. That's all I came here for. Will you do it?" "Dig into it, hey? I most certainly shall be glad to so do," said Mr. Gubb, "at the regular terms." O'Toole led his prisoner away. For a few minutes Mrs. Smith sat silent, her hands clasped, staring at the floor. Then she looked up into Mr. Gubb's eyes. "You will work on this case, Mr. Gubb, won't you?" she begged. "I have a little money. I'll give it all to have you do your best. It is cruel, cruel to have that poor man suffer under the charge of murder, when I know so well Henry killed himself because I was cross with him. You can prove he killed himself, that it was my fault. You will—" "The way the detective profession operates onto a case," said Mr. Gubb, "isn't to go to work to prove anything particularly especial. It finds a clue or clues and follows them to where they lead to, that I shall be willing to do." "That is all I could ask," said Mrs. Smiths gratefully. Arising from her seat with difficulty, she walked tremblingly to the door. Mr. Gubb assisted her down the stairs, and it was not until she was gone that he remembered that she did not know the body of her husband had been found sewed in a sack and at the bottom of the river. Young husbands have been known to quarrel with their wives over matters as trivial as bedroom wallpaper. They have even been known to leave home for several days at a time when angry. In extreme cases, they have even been known to seek death at their own hands. But it is not at all usual for a young husband to leave home for several days and then in cold blood sew himself in a sack and jump into the river. In the first place, there are easier ways of terminating one's life. In the second place, a man can jump into the river with perfect ease without going to the trouble of sewing himself in a sack. And in the third place, it is exceedingly difficult for a man to sew himself into a sack. It is almost impossible. To sew himself into a sack, a man must have no little skill, and he must have a large, roomy sack. He takes, let us say, a sack needle, threaded with a good length of twine. He steps into the sack and pulls it up over his head. He then reaches above his head, holding the mouth of the sack together with one hand, while he sews with the other hand. In hot anger, this would be quite impossible. Philo Gubb thought of all this as he looked through his disguises, selecting one suitable for the work he had in hand. He had just decided that the most appropriate disguise would be number 13, undertaker, and had picked up the close black wig and long drooping mustache when he had another thought. given a bag sufficiently loose to permit free motion of the hands and arms, and a man, even in hot anger, might sew himself in. A man, intent on suicidally bagging himself, would sew the mouth of the bag shut, and would then cut a slit in the front of the bag large enough to crawl into. He would then crawl into the bag and sew up the slit, which would be immediately in front of his hands. It could be done. Philo Gubb chose from his wardrobe a black frock coat and a silk hat with a wide band of crepe. He carefully locked his door and went down to the street, on a day as hot as this day promised to be. A frock coat and a silk hat could be nothing but distressingly uncomfortable. Between his door and the corner, 8 various citizens spoke to Philo Gubb, calling him by name. In fact, Riverbank was as accustomed to seeing P. Gubb in disguise as out of disguise. And while a few children might be interested by the sight of Detective Gubb in disguise, the older citizens thought no more of it as a rule than of seeing Banker Jennings appear in a pink shirt one day and a blue-striped one the next. No one ever accused Banker Jennings of trying to hide his identity by a change of shirts, and no one imagined that P. Gubb was trying to disguise himself when he put on a disguise. They considered it a mere business custom, just as a butcher tied on a white apron before he went behind his counter. This was why, instead of wondering who the tall, dark-garbed stranger might be, Banker Jennings greeted Philo Gubb cheerfully. "Ah, Gubb," he said, "so you are going to work on this Smith's case, are you? Glad of it, and wish you luck. Hope you place the crime on the right man and get him the full penalty. Let me tell you, there is nothing in this rumor of Smith's being short of money. We did lend him money, but we never pressed him for it. We never even asked him for interest. I told him a dozen times he could have as much more from us as he wanted, within reason whenever he wanted it, and that he could pay me when his invention was on the market. No report of news of any such rumor has as yet come to my hearing," said P. Gubb, "but since you mention it, I'll take it for less than it is worth, and that's less than nothing," said the banker. "Have you any clue?" "I am on my way to find one at the present moment of time," said Mr. Gubb. "Well, let me give you a pointer," said the banker. "Get a line on Herman Wiggins, or some of his crew, understand. Don't say I said a word. I don't want to be brought into this. But Smith's was afraid of Wiggins and his crew. He told me so. He said Wiggins had threatened to murder him." "Mr. Wiggins is at present in the custody of the county jail for killing H. Smith's with intent to murder him," said Mr. Gubb. "Oh, then it's all settled," said the banker. "They've proved it on him." "I thought they would. Well, I suppose you've got to do your little bit of detecting just the same. Got to air the camphor out of the false hair, eh?" The banker waved a cheerful hand at P. Gubb and passed into his banking institution. Detective Gubb, cordially greeted by his many friends and admirers, passed on down the main street. And by the time he reached a street that led to the river, he was followed by a large and growing group, intent on the pleasant occupation of watching a detective detect. As Mr. Gubb walked toward the river, other citizens joined the group, but all kept a respectful distance behind him. When Mr. Gubb reached River Street and his false mustache fell off, the interest of the audience stopped short 3 paces behind him and stood until he had rescued the mustache and once more placed its wires in his nostrils. Then when he moved forward again, they too moved forward. Never, perhaps, in the history of crime was a detective favored with a more respectful gallery. On the edge of the river, Mr. Gubb found Long Sam Fliggus, the mussel dredger, seated on an empty tar barrel with his own audience ranged before him, listening while he told, for the 40th time, the story of his finding of the body of H. Smith's. As Philo Gubb approached, Long Sam ceased speaking, and his audience and Mr. Gubb's gallery merged into one great circle, which respectfully looked and listened while Mr. Gubb questioned the mussel dredger. "Suicide?" said Long Sam scoffingly. "Why, he want no more a suicide than I am right now. He was murdered, or want nothing. I've dredged up some suicides in my day, and some of 'em had stones tied to 'em to make sure they'd sink, and some thought they'd sink without no ballast, but nary one of 'em ever sewed himself into a bag. And I give my word," he said positively, "that Hen Smits couldn't have sewed himself into that burlap bag unless someone done the sewing. Then the feller that did it was an assistant suicide, and the way I look at it is that an assistant suicide is just the same as a murderer." The crowd murmured approval, but Mr. Gubb held up his hand for silence. "In certain kinds of burlap bags it is possibly probable a man could sew himself into it," said Mr. Gubb, and the crowd, seeing the logic of the remark, applauded gently but feelingly. "You ain't seen the way he was sewed up," said Long Sam, "or you wouldn't talk like that." "I haven't yet took a look," admitted Mr. Gubb, "but I aim so to do immediately after I find a clue onto which to work up my case." "An AI detective can't set forth to work until he has a clue. That being a rule of the game, what kind of a clue was you looking for?" asked Long Sam. "What's a clue, anyway?" "A clue," said P. Gubb, "is almost anything connected with the late lamented, but generally something that nobody but a deteckative would think had anything to do with anything whatsoever. Not infrequently, often it is a button." "Well, I've got no button except them that is sewed onto me," said Long Sam. "But if this here sack needle will do any good," he brought from his pocket the point of a heavy sack needle and laid it in Philo Gubb's palm. Mr. Gubb looked at it carefully. In the eye of the needle still remained a few inches of twine. "I cut that off in the burlap he was sewed up in," volunteered Long Sam. "I thought I'd keep it as a sort of nice little souvenir. I'd like it back again when you don't need it for a clue no more." "Certainly, sure," agreed Mr. Gubb, and he examined the needle carefully. There are two kinds of sack needles in general use. In both, the point of the needle is curved to facilitate pushing it into and out of a closely filled sack. In both, the curved portion is somewhat flattened so that the thumb and finger may secure a firm grasp to pull the needle through. But in one style, the eye is at the end of the shaft, while in the other, it is near the point. This needle was like neither. The eye was midway of the shaft, the needle was pointed at each end, and the curved portions were not flattened. Mr. Gubb noticed another thing. The twine was not the ordinary loosely twisted hemp twine, but a hard, smooth cotton cord, like carpet warp. "Thank you," said Mr. Gubb, "and now I will go elsewhere to investigate to a further extent, and it is not necessarily imperative that everybody should accompany along with me if they don't want to." But everybody did want to, it seemed. Long Sam and his audience joined Mr. Gubb's gallery, and, with a dozen or so newcomers, they followed Mr. Gubb at a decent distance as he walked toward the plant of the Brownson Packing Company, which stood on the riverbank some 2 blocks away. It was here Henry Smits had worked. 6 or 8 buildings of various sizes, the largest of which stood immediately on the river's edge, together with the yards, or pens, all enclosed by a high board fence, constituted the plant of the packing company. And as Mr. Gubb appeared at the gate, the watchman there stood aside to let him enter. "Good morning, Mr. Gubb," he said pleasantly. "I've been sort of expecting you always right on the job when there is crime being done, ain't you? You'll find Meckel and Brill and Jokoski and the rest of Wiggins's crew in the main building, and I guess they'll tell you just what they told the police. They hate it, but what else can they say? It's the truth." "What is the truth?" asked Mr. Gubb. "That Wiggins was dead sore at Hen Smits," said the watchman. "That Wiggins told Hen he'd do for him if he lost them their jobs like he said he would. That's the truth." Mr. Gubb, his admiring followers, were halted at the gate by the watchman, entered the large building, and inquired his way to Mr. Wiggins' department. He found it on the side of the building toward the river, and on the ground floor. On one side, the vast room led into the refrigerating room of the company. On the other, it opened upon a long but narrow dock that ran the width of the building. Along the outer edge of the dock were tied 2 barges, and into these barges some of Wiggins' crew were dumping mutton, not legs of mutton, but entire sheep, neatly sewed in burlap. The large room was the packing and shipping room. and the work of Wiggins' crew was that of sewing the slaughtered and refrigerated sheep carcasses in burlap for shipment. Bales of burlap stood against one wall, strands of hemp twine ready for the needle hung from pegs in the wall, and the posts that supported the floor above. The contiguity of the refrigerating room gave the room a pleasantly cool atmosphere. Mr. Gubb glanced sharply around. Here was the burlap, here were needles, here was twine. Yonder was the river into which Hen Smits had been thrown. He glanced across the narrow dock at the blue river. As his eye returned, he noticed one of the men carefully sweeping the dock with a broom, sweeping fragments of glass into the river. As the men in the room watched him curiously, Mr. Gubb picked up a piece of burlap and put it in his pocket, wrapped a strand of twine around his finger, and pocketed the twine. Examined the needles stuck in improvised needle holders made by boring gimlet holes in the wall, and then walked to the dock and picked up one of the pieces of glass. "Clues," he remarked, and gave his attention to the work of questioning the men. Although manifestly reluctant, they honestly admitted that Wiggins had more than once threatened Hen Smits, that he hated Hen Smits with the hatred of a man who has been threatened with the loss of his job. Mr. Gubb learned that Hen Smits had been the foreman for the entire building, a sort of autocrat, with, as Wiggins's crew informed him, an easy job. He had only to see that the crews in the building turned out more work this year than they did last year. Efficiency had been his motto, they said, and they hated efficiency. Mr. Gubb's gallery was awaiting him at the gate, and its members were in a heated discussion as to what Mr. Gubb had been doing. They ceased at once when he appeared, and fell in behind him as he walked away from the packing house and toward the undertaking establishment of Mr. Holworthy, Bartman, on the main street. Here, joining the curious group already assembled, the gallery was forced to wait while Mr. Gubb entered. His task was an unpleasant but necessary one. He must visit the little morgue at the back of Mr. Bartman's establishment. The body of poor Hen Smits had not yet been removed from the bag in which it had been found, and it was to the bag Mr. Gubb gave his closest attention. The bag, in order that the body might be identified, had not been ripped, but had been cut, and not a stitch had been severed. It did not take Mr. Gubb a moment to see that Hen Smits had not been sewed in a bag at all. He had been sewed in burlap, yard goods, to use a shopkeeper's term, and it was burlap identical with that used by Mr. Wiggins and his crew. It was no loose bag of burlap, but a close-fitting wrapping of burlap, a cocoon of burlap that had been drawn tight around the body, as burlap is drawn tight around the carcass of sheep for shipment, like a mummy's wrappings. It would have been utterly impossible for Hen Smits to have sewed himself into the casing, not only because it bound his arms tight to his sides, but because the burlap was lapped over and sewed from the outside. This, once and for all, ended the suicide theory. The question was, who was the murderer? As Philo Gubb turned away from the beer, Undertaker Bartman entered the morgue. "The crowd outside is getting impatient, Mr. Gubb," he said in his soft, undertakery voice. "It is getting on toward their lunch hour, and they want to crowd into my front office to find out what you've learned. I'm afraid they'll break my plate glass windows. They're pushing so hard against them. I don't want to hurry you, but if you would go out and tell them Wiggins is the murderer, they'll go away. Of course, there is no doubt about Wiggins being the murderer, since he has admitted he asked the stockkeeper for the electric light bulb." "What bulb?" asked Philo Gubb. "The electric light bulb we found sewed inside this burlap when we sliced it open," said Bartman. "Matter of fact, we found it in Hen's hand. O'Toole took it for a clue, and I guess it fixes the murder on Wiggins beyond all doubt. The stockkeeper says Wiggins got it from him." "And what does Wiggins remark on that subject?" asked Mr. Gubb. "Not a word," said Bartman. "His lawyer told him not to open his mouth, and he won't." "Listen to that crowd out there." "I will attend to that crowd right presently," said P. Gubbs sternly. "What I should wish to know now is why Mr. Wiggins went and sewed an electric light bulb in with the corpse for." In the first place, said Mr. Bartman, he didn't sew it in with any corpse, because Hen Smits wasn't a corpse when he was sewed in that burlap, unless Wiggins drowned him first, for Dr. Mortimer says Hen Smits died of drowning. And in the second place, if you had a live man to sew in burlap and had to hold him while you sewed him, you'd be liable to sew anything in with him. My idea is that Wiggins and some of his crew jumped on Hen Smits and threw him down, and some of them held him while the others sewed him in. My idea is that Wiggins got that electric light bulb to replace one that had burned out, and that he met Hen Smits and had words with him, and they clinched, and Hen Smits grabbed the bulb, and then the others came, and they sewed him into the burlap and dumped him into the river. So, all you've got to do is to go out and tell that crowd that Wiggins did it, and that you'll let them know who helped him as soon as you find out, and you better do it before they break my windows. Detective Gubb turned and went out of the morgue. As he left the undertaker's establishment, the crowd gave a slight cheer, but Mr. Gubb walked hurriedly toward the jail. He found Policeman O'Toole there and questioned him about the bulb. And O'Toole, proud to be the center of so large and interested a gathering of his fellow citizens, pulled the bulb from his pocket and handed it to Mr. Gubb, while he repeated in more detail the facts given by Mr. Bartman. Mr. Gubb looked at the bulb. "I presume to suppose," he said, "that Mr. Wiggins asked the stockkeeper for a new bulb to replace one that was burned out." "You are right," said O'Toole. "Why, for the reason that this bulb is a burned-out bulb," said Mr. Gubb. And so it was. The inner surface of the bulb was darkened slightly, and a filament of carbon was severed. O'Toole took the bulb and examined it curiously. "That's odd, ain't it?" he said. "It might seem so to the non-deteckative mind," said Mr. Gubb. "But to the deteckative mind, nothing is odd." No, this ain't so odd, either," said O'Toole. "For whether Hen Smits grabbed the bulb before Wiggins changed the new one for the old one, or after he changed it, don't make so much difference when you come to think of it." "To the deteckative mind," said Mr. Gubb, "it makes the difference that this ain't the bulb you thought it was, and hence, consequently, it ain't the bulb Mr. Wiggins got from the stockkeeper." Mr. Gubb started away. The crowd followed him. He did not go in search of the original bulb at once. He returned first to his room, where he changed his undertaker disguise for number 6, that of a blue woolen-shirted laboring man with a long brown beard. Then he led the way back to the packing house again. The crowd was halted at the gate, but again P. Gubb passed inside, and he found the stockkeeper eating his luncheon out of a tin pail. The stockkeeper was perfectly willing to talk. "It was like this," said the stockkeeper. "We've been working overtime in some departments down here, and Wiggins and his crew had to work overtime the night Hen Smits was murdered. Hen and Wiggins was at outs. Or anyway, I heard Hen tell Wiggins he better be hunting another job, because he wouldn't have this one long. And Wiggins told Hen that if he lost his job, he'd murder him. Wiggins would murder Hen, that is. I didn't think it was much of anything but loose talk at the time, but Hen was working overtime too. He'd been working nights up in that little room of his on the second floor for quite some time. And this night Wiggins come to me, and he says Hen had asked him for a fresh 32 candle power bulb. So I give it to Wiggins, and then I went home and come to find out. Wiggins sewed that bulb up with Hen. Perhaps maybe you have sack needles like this into your stock room," said P. Gubb, producing the needle Long Sam had given him. The stockkeeper took the needle and examined it carefully. "Never had any like that," he said. "Now, if," said Philo Gubb, "if the bulb that was sewed up into the burlap with Henry Smits wasn't a new bulb, and if Mr. Wiggins had given the new bulb to Henry, and if Henry had changed the new bulb for an old one, where would he have changed it at?" "Up in his room where he was always tinkering at that machine of his," said the stockkeeper. "Could I have the pleasure of taking a look into that there room for a moment of time?" asked Mr. Gubb. The stockkeeper arose. returned the remnants of his luncheon to his dinner pail, and led the way up the stairs. He opened the door of the room Henry Smits had used as a workroom, and P. Gubb walked in. The room was in some confusion, but, except in one or two particulars, no more than a workroom is apt to be. A rather cumbrous machine, the invention on which Henry Smits had been working, stood as the murdered man had left it, all its levers, wheels, arms, and cogs intact. A chair, tipped over, lay on the floor. A roll of burlap stood on a roller by the machine. Looking up, Mr. Gubbs saw, on the ceiling, the lighting fixture of the room, and in it was a clean, shining 32-candle power bulb. Where another similar bulb might have been in the other socket was a plug from which an insulated wire, evidently to furnish power, ran to the small motor connected with the machine on which Henry Smits had been working. The stockkeeper was the first to speak. "Hello," he said. "Somebody broke that window." And it was true. Somebody had not only broken the window, but had broken every pane and the sash itself. But Mr. Gubb was not interested in this. He was gazing at the electric bulb and thinking of Part 2, Lesson 6 of the course of 12 lessons. How to identify by fingerprints, with general remarks on the Bertillon system. He looked about for some means of reaching the bulb above his head. His eye lit on the fallen chair. By placing the chair upright, and placing one foot on the frame of Henry Smits's machine, and the other on the chair back, he could reach the bulb. He righted the chair and stepped onto its seat. He put one foot on the frame of Henry Smits's machine. Very carefully, he put the other foot on the top of the chair back. He reached upward and unscrewed the bulb. The stockkeeper saw the chair totter. He sprang forward to steady it, but he was too late. Philo Gubb, grasping the air, fell on the broad, level board that formed the middle part of Henry Smits's machine. The effect was instantaneous. The cogs and wheels of the machine began to revolve rapidly. Two strong steel arms flopped down and held Detective Gubb to the table, clamping his arms to his side. The roll of burlap unrolled, and as it unrolled, the loose end was seized and slipped under Mr. Gubb and wrapped around him and drawn taut, bundling him as a sheep's carcass is bundled. An arm reached down and back and forth with a sewing motion, and passed from Mr. Gubb's head to his feet. As it reached his feet, a knife sliced the burlap in which he was wrapped from the burlap on the roll. And then a most surprising thing happened. As if the board on which he lay had been a catapult. It suddenly and unexpectedly raised Philo Gubb and tossed him through the open window. The stockkeeper heard a muffled scream and then a great splash, but when he ran to the window, the great paper-hanger detective had disappeared in the bosom of the Mississippi. Like Henry Smits, he had tried to reach the ceiling by standing on the chair back. Like Henry Smits, he had fallen upon the newly invented burlaping and loading machine. Like Henry Smits, he had been wrapped and thrown through the window into the river, but unlike Henry Smits, he had not been sewn into the burlap because Philo Gubb had the double-pointed shuttle-action needle in his pocket. Page 17 of Lesson 11 of the Rising Sunday Detective Agency's Correspondence School of Detecting's course of 12 lessons says, "In cases of extreme difficulty of solution, it is well for the detective to reenact, as nearly as possible, the probable action of the crime." Mr. Philo Gubb had done so. He had also proved that a man may be sewn in a sack and drowned in a river without committing willful suicide or being the victim of foul play. End of Philo Gubb's Greatest Case by Ellis Parker Butler.
If you found this story interesting, take a moment to support the channel. Hit subscribe, click the bell icon so you're notified of new stories, leave a comment and give the video a thumbs up. Share it on your socials if you think others might enjoy detective stories. And if you'd like to go a step further in reviving these forgotten horrors, you can click the Super Thanks button below or become a member of the channel. With your support, these dusty old stories may see the light once more.